The Indiana class established the template for American naval power in the decade before the Dreadnought Revolution made every preceding battleship obsolete. Authorized under the Naval Act of 1890, all three ships, USS Indiana, USS Massachusetts, and USS Oregon, were deliberately sized for coastal defense rather than oceanic projection. Their 351-foot hull was noticeably shorter than contemporary British capital ships, a compromise that made them marginally seaworthy but violently wet in any heavy sea state. The 13-inch main battery sat in twin turrets fore and aft. Elevation was limited to 15 degrees, capping effective range at roughly 9,000 yards. 8 secondary 8-inch guns occupied 2 more turrets amidships, a feature that reflected genuine doctrinal uncertainty about long-range gunnery accuracy. Oregon's 14,000-mile voyage from Puget Sound around Cape Horn to reinforce the Atlantic Squadron before Santiago in 1898 became an inadvertent argument for the Panama Canal's necessity. At Santiago, Indiana and Oregon participated in the destruction of Cervera's squadron. Their firepower was decisive, their speed was not. The 15-knot maximum allowed Cristobal Colon to run for nearly 4 hours before Oregon overtook her. The lesson that a slow battleship could not catch a fleeing cruiser was registered but not yet resolved. All three were scrapped by 1921 under Washington Naval Treaty constraints. A one-ship class, USS Iowa, represented a deliberate speed experiment against the Indiana template. The Bureau of Construction added 100 tons of displacement and extended the waterplane to achieve 17 knots, 2 knots over Indiana, at the cost of a reduced armor belt. The Bureau of Ordnance, uncomfortable with that trade, mounted a 12-inch rather than 13-inch main battery to compensate for the thinner protection. The result was a ship faster than her predecessors but marginally less protected and less heavily armed. Iowa served briefly in the Spanish-American War, stationed in the North Atlantic as part of the Flying Squadron under Commodore Winfield Scott Schley. She did not participate at Santiago. Poor strategic deployment kept her in reserve at Hampton Roads while Oregon and Indiana engaged. The missed action amplified internal Navy debates about battleship design priorities, protection versus speed versus firepower, a triangular tension that would persist through the Iowa class of the 1940s. Post-war, Iowa served in the Asiatic Fleet and saw training duty. The Navy expended her as a target ship in 1923 off Pearl Harbor, observing bomb damage from Army Air Service aircraft under Brigadier General Billy Mitchell's program. Her hull resisted longer than expected. The lesson was recorded. It was not acted upon for nearly 2 more decades. The Kearsarge class introduced the superimposed turret arrangement, placing an 8-inch twin turret directly atop each 13-inch twin turret, that would prove one of the more problematic design choices of the pre-Dreadnought era. The logic was spatial efficiency. Both calibers could train on the same bearing simultaneously. The reality was muzzle blast damage. Firing the upper 8-inch guns while the lower 13-inch guns were elevated created destructive overpressure that cracked the 8-inch barbette structures over time. USS Kearsarge and USS Kentucky were completed in 1900 and served primarily in the North Atlantic Squadron. Neither saw combat action equivalent to the Spanish-American warships entering service after that conflict's conclusion. Both participated in the Great White Fleet circumnavigation between 1907 and 1909 under President Theodore Roosevelt's order, a demonstration covering 46,000 nautical miles. The superimposed turret defect was documented thoroughly during Great White Fleet operations. Repair costs were significant. Kentucky was scrapped in 1920, Kearsarge was converted to a crane vessel, redesignated AB-1, and served in that capacity until 1955, outlasting virtually every other pre-dreadnought hull by decades. The superimposed turret arrangement was not revisited in American capital ship design. The Illinois class abandoned the Kearsarge superimposed turret experiment and returned to a conventional layout, substituting the 8-inch secondary battery with 14 6-inch guns in casemate mounts along the hull sides. This was a retrograde choice in one sense. 6-inch guns carried less punch than 8-inch, but a practical one. Casemate-mounted weapons were easier to service, more reliable under battle conditions, and cheaper to manufacture. The Bureau of Ordnance favored rate of fire over individual shell weight at intermediate ranges. USS Illinois, USS Alabama, and USS Wisconsin served throughout the early 1900s as the core of the North Atlantic Fleet. All three participated in the Great White Fleet circumnavigation. Alabama suffered a significant machinery casualty during the voyage, requiring emergency repairs at Callao, Peru, a logistical episode that strengthened arguments for permanent overseas coaling and repair stations. Wisconsin was renamed Prairie State in 1921 to free the name for new construction, serving as a training ship for Naval Reserve midshipmen through World War II until 1947. Illinois followed a similar renaming path. All three hulls were scrapped under Washington Treaty provisions. Their 13-inch guns were preserved at various shore facilities for test and training purposes through the 1930s. Authorized partly as political response to the destruction of the armored cruiser Maine in Havana Harbor in 1898, the second Maine class represented a meaningful increase in both displacement and speed. At 18 knots, Missouri and Ohio were the fastest American battleships yet commissioned, achieved through improved triple expansion engines producing 16,000 indicated horsepower. The reduction from 13-inch to 12-inch main guns was accepted in exchange for a longer, finer hull form, enabling the speed increase. USS Missouri gained lasting notoriety on April 13, 1904, when a powder charge ignited during a turret drill at Oyster Bay, New York, killing 36 men. The explosion was traced to a gun crew loading drill with live powder bags stored improperly near an open access hatch. The Bureau of Ordnance revised powder handling procedures fleet-wide within 60 days. Missouri's turret was rebuilt. The ship returned to service within a year. All three ships participated in the Great White Fleet voyage. Ohio was transferred to the Reserve Fleet in 1909 and saw minimal further service. Maine was briefly considered for retention as a training ship, but was scrapped in 1920. The class's 18-knot speed was useful intermediate data, demonstrating that larger battleships could achieve meaningful speed without reverting to cruiser-type hull ratios, data that informed the Connecticut class that followed. The Virginia class was the last American pre-dreadnought design to include substantial secondary caliber turrets alongside the main battery. 8-inch guns occupied twin turrets amidships without superimposition. The Bureau of Construction argued mixed caliber batteries remained viable for engagements under 5,000 yards. The Bureau of Ordnance was increasingly skeptical. The argument was rendered moot by HMS Dreadnought's commissioning in February 1906, which made every mixed-caliber capital ship in every navy immediately obsolescent. All 5 ships, Virginia, Nebraska, Georgia, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, completed while naval architects worldwide were recalculating every assumption about capital ship design. They were modern when laid down, they were second line when commissioned. The Great White Fleet voyage in 1907 to 1909 included all five, a diplomatic exercise that required battleships regardless of their tactical relevance. Virginia and New Jersey were expended as bombing targets in 1923 during General Billy Mitchell's much-publicized aerial attack demonstrations off the Virginia Capes. Both ships sank under bomb damage, though conditions, stationary, unmanned, undefended, were criticized as non-representative. Test results were selectively interpreted by both sides of the battleship versus air power debate for 2 more decades. Nebraska, Georgia, and Rhode Island were scrapped under Washington Treaty terms. The Connecticut class was the largest and most powerful American pre-dreadnought design, and the last. 6 ships completed between 1906 and 1908 at a combined cost exceeding $35 million, all entering service knowing HMS Dreadnought had already redefined the category. USS Connecticut served as flagship of the Great White Fleet during the entire 14-month circumnavigation, making her the most prominent American warship of the pre-dreadnought era, even as dreadnought construction overtook her class's relevance. The 16-gun battery, 4 12-inch, 8 8-inch, 12 7-inch, was the most complex fire control problem any American battleship crew had yet faced. Simultaneous engagement with multiple calibers at different ranges required trained spotters at 3 separate control positions. Fire control doctrine was still developing. The ships were commissioned before a coherent solution existed, and gunnery scores remained mediocre through the class's first years of service. All 6 served in the Atlantic through World War I, performing convoy escort and patrol duties. Minnesota struck a mine off Fire Island in September 1918, suffering moderate flooding but no fatalities, the only combat damage sustained by the class. All 6 were scrapped in 1923. They outlasted their relevance by 17 years, their 12-inch guns reduced to shore, battery and test range use. The Connecticut class closed an era that had already closed without them. American designers at the Bureau of Construction and Repair independently developed the all-big-gun centerline turret concept while HMS Dreadnought was under construction, a coincidence of institutional logic rather than espionage. The result was USS South Carolina and USS Michigan, the first American dreadnoughts, authorized in 1905 and commissioned in 1910 after construction extended by congressional budget disputes. They were smaller than Dreadnought at 16,000 tons, but their superfiring turret arrangement allowed all 8 12-inch guns to fire on either broadside simultaneously. Dreadnought could not achieve this. The superfiring arrangement solved the broadside problem at the cost of structural complexity. The barbette and barbette trunk of the upper turret had to be carried down through the lower turret's working space, a mechanical challenge that added weight and required meticulous maintenance to prevent binding under rotation. Both ships experienced turret training difficulties in early service, resolved through redesigned roller paths in 1912. South Carolina and Michigan served in the Atlantic and participated in the occupation of Veracruz, Mexico in 1914. Neither saw action during World War I. The Navy kept its dreadnoughts concentrated in home waters, partly from fuel logistics concerns and partly from strategic caution after Jutland. Both were scrapped under the 1922 Washington Naval Treaty. They were among the first American capital ships sacrificed to the tonnage limits. The Delaware class introduced the 10-gun, 12-inch main battery in 5 twin super-firing turrets on the center line. The Bureau used the longer hull to dramatically increase speed, 21 knots through Parsons direct-drive steam turbines, producing 25,000 shaft horsepower. USS Delaware was the first American battleship to deploy turbine propulsion as standard. USS North Dakota was fitted with experimental Curtiss turbines with reduction gearing to compare efficiency. North Dakota's geared turbines proved 12% more fuel efficient than Delaware's direct drive installation, a finding that influenced propulsion selection for subsequent classes. Both ships operated in the Atlantic Fleet through World War I, with Delaware crossing to Britain in December 1917 as part of Battleship Division 9, attached to the British Grand Fleet at Scapa Flow, the first American dreadnoughts to operate in a European theatre. Delaware participated in escorting the German High Seas Fleet to internment at Scapa Flow in November 1918. North Dakota, retained for turbine development testing, did not cross to Europe. Delaware was scrapped in 1924. North Dakota survived as a target ship until 1931, expended in aerial bombing tests gathering data on bomb damage thresholds for capital ship armor. The conclusions remained contested within the Navy's senior leadership. The Florida class was a modest evolution of Delaware, slightly heavier, marginally better protected, with an expanded secondary battery of 16 5-inch guns. Both ships deployed geared turbines as standard, settling the Delaware propulsion debate. USS Florida joined Battleship Division 9 at Scapa Flow in 1917. USS Utah operated in the same assignment. Both participated in the armistice procession escorting the German fleet to surrender in November 1918. Utah was present at the Veracruz occupation in 1914, contributing naval gunfire support when American Marines came ashore. The 12-inch guns fired approximately 300 rounds during the landing, combat experience in naval gunfire coordination that the Navy's Fire Control School incorporated into subsequent doctrine. Florida was converted to oil-burning configuration in 1925 and scrapped in 1931 under Washington Treaty tonnage limits. Utah's fate was more significant. Converted to a target and training ship in 1931, she was moored at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, where she was struck by 2 aerial torpedoes and capsized within 12 minutes. 58 crew members died. Utah's hull remains on the harbor floor as a designated memorial, one of 2 Pearl Harbor battleship losses never raised. She is the least discussed casualty of that morning, a training ship that died in a battle she was no longer equipped to fight. The Wyoming class expanded the American 12-inch battery to 12 guns in 6 super-firing twin turrets, the maximum number practicable on a single center line without producing an excessively long, narrow hull. USS Wyoming and USS Arkansas were the last American battleships armed with the 12-inch gun. Both ships served with Battleship Division 9 at Scapa Flow in World War I. Arkansas's gunnery during exercises with the Grand Fleet was assessed as below British standards, prompting revised fire control training protocols in 1918. Arkansas survived both world wars. She provided naval gunfire support during the Normandy landings on June 6, 1944, firing on German coastal batteries at Omaha Beach, 12-inch shells representing 1912 technology directed against 1944 Wehrmacht fortifications. She also bombarded Iwo Jima and Cherbourg with the same guns installed at her commissioning 3 decades earlier. Wyoming was converted to a training ship in 1931 and spent World War II training anti-aircraft gun crews. Both ships were expended in Operation Crossroads nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll in July 1946. Arkansas was sunk in the Baker underwater detonation, the submerged 21-kiloton blast that lifted her entire stern from the water before she plunged. Wyoming had already been scrapped. The Baker shot consumed 30-year-old steel and 30-year-old doctrine in the same instant. The New York class introduced the 14-inch 45 caliber main gun, adding approximately 30% more shell weight per broadside over the 12-inch battery. USS New York and USS Texas deployed reciprocating triple expansion engines rather than turbines, a controversial reversion motivated by concerns about turbine fuel consumption at cruising speed. The decision compromised speed and plant efficiency. Neither ship was ever considered fast by contemporary standards, and the choice was not repeated in subsequent classes. Texas holds a set of records no other American warship matches. She was the first U.S. Navy vessel to mount anti-aircraft guns, the first to control gunfire from a central fire control director, and the first to launch an aircraft from a fixed shipboard catapult. She served in both World Wars, at Scapa Flow with the Grand Fleet in 1917 to 1918, at Normandy on June 6, 1944, providing fire support at Omaha Beach, and at Iwo Jima and Okinawa in 1945. Texas's Normandy fire mission involved direct fire at 800 yards against German gun emplacements, point-blank range that exposed her 1914-era armor to anti-tank fire, but suppressed the position long enough for infantry to advance. She was designated a Texas State Memorial in 1948. New York was expended at Bikini Atoll in 1948, surviving the Baker shot only to be sunk by gunfire and aerial attack, deemed too radioactive to tow to a breaking yard. Texas remains afloat in Galveston following a major 2023 restoration. The Nevada class introduced the all-or-nothing armor philosophy, concentrating protection on a single hardened citadel surrounding the magazines, propulsion, and turret bases, leaving bow and stern lightly armored and accepting their loss. Bureau of Construction analysts determined that light splinter damage to unprotected areas was survivable. Penetration of the citadel was fatal. By concentrating weight in the citadel, the armor belt could be made thicker without increasing overall displacement. USS Nevada was struck by 1 torpedo and 5 bombs during the Pearl Harbor attack on December 7, 1941. She got underway, the only battleship to do so during the attack, and attempted to exit the harbor. Japanese aircraft shifted attack priority specifically to Nevada to sink her in the channel and block the harbor entrance. She was deliberately beached at Hospital Point to prevent this. Her damage control, executed under active attack by a crew of 2,000, has been studied at the Naval War College since. USS Oklahoma was struck by at least 9 torpedoes within minutes and capsized at her moorings. 429 men died. 32 were rescued from air pockets inside the inverted hull over the following days. Oklahoma was raised in 1943 but deemed not worth reconditioning. She sank under tow in 1947. 540 miles from Pearl Harbor in a storm that ended her second voyage. Nevada was repaired and served at Normandy, Iwo Jima and Okinawa, before being expended at Bikini. The Pennsylvania class added a third 14-inch triple turret to the Nevada arrangement, bringing the main battery to 12 guns, the heaviest broadside of any American battleship to that point. The triple turret required precise timing of independent firing mechanisms to prevent interference. The Bureau of Ordnance solved the independent elevation problem with separate breach mechanisms synchronized by a single fire control input. The arrangement worked reliably but required more sophisticated training at the turret captain level. USS Pennsylvania was in dry dock at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, the only battleship present that was not in the water. Struck by one bomb, she suffered moderate casualties and was repaired to serve extensively in the Pacific, the Aleutians Campaign, Leyte Gulf, Lingayen Gulf, and Okinawa. A kamikaze strike in August 1945, 4 days after the Nagasaki bombing, sent her to Puget Sound for repairs that were never completed. USS Arizona remains the defining casualty of December 7, 1941. A single 800-kilogram armor-piercing bomb, converted from a 16-inch naval shell, penetrated her forward deck and detonated the forward magazine at approximately 8:06 in the morning. The explosion was heard 35 miles away. Of her 1,177 deaths, the largest single ship loss in American naval history, approximately 900 remain entombed in the hull. Arizona is a national memorial. Pennsylvania was expended at Bikini Atoll in 1948. The New Mexico class completed the standard battleship concept, a doctrine requiring that all American battleships operate as a tactically interchangeable fleet unit with identical speed, turning radius, and fuel consumption to allow coordinated maneuvering at 21 knots. The standard concept sacrificed individual ship optimization for fleet cohesion, reflecting War Plan Orange's assumption that a decisive engagement with the Japanese battle fleet would be fought in the Western Pacific after a long transit. 3 ships could execute fleet maneuvers as predictably as 30 if they all moved identically. USS New Mexico was fitted with turbo-electric drive, electric motors powered by steam turbine generators rather than turbines directly connected to shafts. This arrangement allowed precise speed control and eliminated reduction gearing complexity. New Mexico's turbo-electric plant worked reliably. The system was subsequently adopted for the Tennessee and California classes. All 3 ships served extensively in the Pacific during World War II. New Mexico was struck by a kamikaze at Lingayen Gulf on January 6, 1945, killing 30 men. A second kamikaze hit her off Okinawa in May 1945, killing 54. Mississippi was present at the Battle of Surigao Strait on October 25, 1944, the last battleship versus battleship gun engagement in history, where she fired the final salvo. All 3 were scrapped in 1947. The standard concept had worked exactly as designed and was retired without a direct successor doctrine. The Tennessee class was the refinement of the New Mexico design. Similar displacement, identical standard speed, improved fire control, upgraded armor distribution. Both ships used turbo-electric drive. The 14-inch 50-caliber gun produced a muzzle velocity of 2,700 feet per second, giving shells a maximum range of 36,000 yards at full elevation, approximately 20 miles. The 50-caliber barrel length was the longest 14-inch weapon in the American inventory. USS California was among the 8 battleships at Pearl Harbor on December the 7th, 1941, moored alone without a paired ship's protection. 2 torpedo hits flooded her forward spaces. A bomb hit destroyed her communications center. Crew members attempted to counter-flooded to maintain trim, but progressive flooding could not be stopped. California sank slowly over 3 days, her quarterdeck submerging last. She was refloated in April 1942 and extensively reconstructed, emerging in 1944 with new anti-aircraft batteries, tripod masts, and an altered silhouette. USS Tennessee was moored inboard of West Virginia at Pearl Harbor, protected from torpedo hits by her neighbor's hull. Damaged by 2 bomb hits and fire but remaining afloat, she was also rebuilt to a new configuration. Both ships participated in the Battle of Surigao Strait, firing 14-inch shells at the Japanese Southern Force at 22,800-yard range in the last surface gunnery exchange between capital ships. Both were scrapped in 1959, the last standard battleships to survive the post-war drawdown. The Colorado class introduced the 16-inch main gun to American service, substituting 8 16-inch 45 caliber weapons for the 12 14-inch guns of preceding classes. Shell weight increased from 1,400 to 2,100 pounds, a 50% increase in projectile mass. The reduced gun count accepted a smaller broadside salvo weight in exchange for dramatically greater per-hit effect and maximum range. Bureau of Ordnance calculations showed that a single 16-inch hit could penetrate any contemporary armor at battle ranges. A planned 4th ship, USS Washington, was 75% complete when the Washington Naval Treaty was signed in 1922. She was expended as a target in November 1924. Gunfire and aerial bombing attacks on a nearly finished warship, representing $15 million in expenditure, deliberately sunk to comply with tonnage limits. The Navy documented the sinking to establish damage thresholds for 16-inch shell hits on 16-inch armor. The data was useful. The loss was not. USS West Virginia was struck by 7 torpedoes and 2 bombs at Pearl Harbor, sinking to the harbor floor. Her survival upright stemmed from Ensign Delano's rapid counter-flood decision. She was raised, rebuilt, and returned to service in 1944, and participated in Surigao Strait. Colorado escaped Pearl Harbor only because she was under overhaul at Puget Sound. Maryland was present but trapped outboard of Oklahoma, receiving 2 bomb hits but remaining afloat. All 3 were scrapped in 1959. The 1920 design South Dakota class would have been the most powerful battleships in the world at their projected commissioning. 6 ships authorized under the Naval Act of 1916, with design finalized in 1917 to 1919 following Jutland analysis. The 12 16-inch guns in 4 triple turrets would have delivered a broadside of 25,200 pounds, heavier than any contemporary capital ship. Speed of 23 knots would have exceeded any standard class hull by 2 knots. Construction began on all 6 hulls in 1920 to 1921. Washington Naval Treaty negotiations concluded in February 1922 before any of them reached 30% completion. All 6 were ordered demolished on the slipways or at building stages, representing approximately $67 million in expended and forfeited construction costs. Steel, already cut, machined, and assembled, was sold for scrap. Some hull sections were used as breakwaters. The names were reserved for future construction. The cancellation had a direct intellectual consequence. Naval architects who had designed the 1920 South Dakotas went on to design the Washington Treaty battleships of the 1930s. The experience of working within the treaty's 35,000-ton limit while preserving maximum firepower and protection informed every subsequent American capital ship design. The cancelled ships' blueprints were not wasted. They became the foundation for what replaced them. The North Carolina class broke the 15-year construction pause imposed by the Washington Naval Treaty, emerging as the first American battleships laid down after restrictions relaxed under the Second London Naval Treaty's escalator clause in 1937. The design process was protracted. The Bureau of Construction submitted 16 separate design iterations between 1935 and 1937, debating 12 14-inch guns versus 9 16-inch guns within the treaty's 35,000-ton limit. Japan's invocation of the escalator clause resolved the caliber debate in favor of the 16-inch. USS Washington became the only American battleship to sink an enemy capital ship in a surface gun duel during World War II. On the night of November 14th to 15th, 1942, northeast of Guadalcanal, Washington engaged the Japanese battleship Kirishima at a range of 8,400 yards, firing a salvo approximately every 45 seconds. 7 16-inch and approximately 45-inch shells struck Kirishima within 7 minutes. She capsized within 3 hours. Washington's own damage, 0. The engagement lasted less than 10 minutes of firing. USS North Carolina was struck by a Japanese submarine torpedo on September the 15th, 1942, taking a hit that opened a 32 by 18-foot hole in her bow. She maintained 25 knots, reached Tonga for emergency repairs within 2 weeks, and returned to operations with 5 crew members dead, a damage control performance that validated the all-or-nothing armor concept under real combat conditions. She earned 15 battle stars during the Pacific War. North Carolina is preserved at Wilmington as a memorial ship. The South Dakota class compressed North Carolina's firepower into a hull 48 feet shorter, achieving better armor protection at the same treaty displacement through a tighter, denser internal arrangement. The design traded interior habitability and crew comfort for tactical advantage. Machinery spaces were cramped, damage control access was restricted, and the ships ran hot in Pacific waters. 25-inch dual-purpose guns and an anti-aircraft battery that reached 96 40mm Bofors barrels by 1945 made the class a formidable air defense platform. USS South Dakota fought at the Naval Battle of Guadalcanal on November 14th to 15th, 1942, suffering a serious electrical failure that left her maneuvering without fire control. She absorbed at least 26 shell hits from Japanese cruisers, while Washington engaged Kirishima, a night that produced both the Navy's greatest battleship victory and one of its most frustrating equipment failures. South Dakota's battle damage required 3 months of repair. USS Massachusetts fired the first American 16-inch shells in anger during Operation Torch in November 1942, engaging the unfinished French battleship Jean Bart at Casablanca. USS Alabama and Massachusetts are preserved as museum ships in their namesake states. Indiana and South Dakota were scrapped in 1962. Indiana's name had been applied to both the 1895 pre-dreadnought and the 1942 super-dreadnought, a continuity of nomenclature across a 50-year span that bracketed the entire battleship era. The Iowa class was the only American battleship design that abandoned the standard speed constraint, pushing to 33 knots through a machinery plant producing 212,000 shaft horsepower from 8 Babcock and Wilcox boilers driving 4 General Electric turbines. The hull was lengthened to 887 feet to contain that plant and to provide the waterplane necessary for speed. The 16-inch 50-caliber gun fired a 2,700-pound armor-piercing shell to a maximum range of 42,345 yards. At 23 miles, a single salvo contained over 24,000 pounds of steel, moving at supersonic velocity. USS Missouri carried the most consequential document of the 20th century on her teak deck. The Japanese Instrument of Surrender was signed on her main deck on September 2, 1945, with General Douglas MacArthur presiding. She was reactivated 3 times: Korea from 1950 to 1953, Lebanon crisis in 1983 on standby, and the Gulf War in 1990 to 1991, where she fired Tomahawk cruise missiles into Iraq on January 17, 1991, and later fired 16-inch shells at Iraqi artillery positions in Kuwait. USS New Jersey holds the distinction of more combat deployments than any other American battleship: World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and Lebanon. The Iowa class 1980s reactivation, ordered by Secretary of the Navy John Lehman under President Reagan's 600-ship Navy initiative, added Tomahawk and Harpoon missile batteries to all 4 hulls. The final decommissioning, Iowa, in 1990, closed the American battleship era permanently. No replacement was ever built. No replacement was authorized. 2 additional Iowa-class hulls were authorized and begun but never completed. B-65 Illinois was cancelled on August 11, 1945, 3 days after the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, while her keel was barely laid. The decision required no elaborate analysis. The strategic landscape had shifted in an afternoon. Illinois' contract was terminated, her steel redistributed to other programs, her name retired without ceremony. BB-66. Kentucky had a longer, stranger career. Laid down on December 6, 1942, one day before the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor, she was construction paused in 1946 at approximately 19% completion, suspended again multiple times through the late 1940s and early 1950s as the Navy debated guided missile conversion studies. At one point, Kentucky was considered for conversion to a guided missile battleship, replacing her 16-inch turrets with surface-to-air and surface-to-surface missile batteries. The conversion was estimated to cost more than new construction. It was abandoned. Kentucky's bow section was removed and welded onto USS Wisconsin in 1956, after Wisconsin suffered a collision with the destroyer USS Eaton that sheared 68 feet from her bow. The transplant was completed in 16 days and 16 hours, the largest emergency repair in battleship history. Kentucky's remaining hull was sold for scrapping in 1958. Her bow sailed for another 35 years on Wisconsin. The last piece of the last-built American battleship hull was decommissioned in Norfolk in 1991. The Montana class was the final American battleship design, and the only post-treaty design that made no concession to Panama Canal beam limits. At 100 to 21 feet wide, the Montanas could not transit the canal, accepting strategic inflexibility in exchange for armor and firepower the Iowa class could not match. The 12 16-inch 50 caliber guns in 4 triple turrets would have delivered a 32,400-pound broadside. The waterline armor belt was designed at 16.1 inches thick. The class was designed explicitly to defeat any contemporary battleship then existing or under construction. All 5 hulls, Montana, Ohio, Maine, New Hampshire, and Louisiana, were authorized in the Two-Ocean Navy Act of July 1940. None was ever laid down. The Navy suspended Montana-class construction in May 1942 to redirect shipyard capacity to carrier construction following the losses of Lexington and Yorktown in the Coral Sea and Midway battles. A 70,000-ton battleship required the same shipyard resources as 2 fleet carriers. The carriers won the argument by winning the battles. The cancellation was made permanent in July 1943. The Montana class represents the maximum theoretical expression of the battleship concept, cancelled before it was built because the concept it expressed had already been surpassed. 5 names, 5 complete design packages, 5 keels, never cut. The most powerful battleships ever designed by the United States exist only on paper. A final statement about what the battleship could have been, issued at the exact moment the battleship ceased to matter. Commissioned in 1894 and 1895, the protected cruisers USS Columbia and USS Minneapolis represented the United States Navy's first serious engagement with the cruiser concept as a genuine strategic instrument of global power. At their initial sea trials, Columbia shattered records by achieving an astonishing 22.8 knots, instantly making them the fastest warships in the world. This blistering speed represented American marine engineering at its absolute finest, proving to European empires that domestic shipyards could compete on the global stage. However, this unmatched velocity came at a staggering tactical price. To achieve such speed, designers packed the hulls with massive, resource-heavy propulsion machinery. This engineering choice consumed the vast majority of the ship's available displacement, leaving vital firepower and armor protection as mere design afterthoughts. Consequently, these greyhounds of the fleet lacked the combat staying power required for prolonged surface warfare. By 1907, both vessels were obsolete and placed in reserve, ultimately being sold for scrapping before 1922. Though their operational careers were relatively brief, their true legacy was symbolic, decisively proving that American industrial capability was ready to build a modern, world-class navy capable of projecting power across oceans. Commissioned on February 5, 1895, USS Olympia holds a legendary place in naval history as the oldest steel-hulled American warship still afloat. Serving as Commodore George Dewey's flagship for the Asiatic Squadron during the Spanish-American War, this historic vessel became the vanguard of American imperialism. From her bridge on May 1, 1898, Dewey uttered the immortal command that echoed through history, "You may fire when you are ready, Gridley." What followed was the Battle of Manila Bay, a devastating 7-hour engagement. Olympia and her squadron systematically obliterated the entire Spanish Asiatic fleet of 7 warships. Remarkably, the Americans achieved total victory with 0 fatalities from enemy fire, instantly catapulting the nation into the ranks of global superpowers. Olympia continued her distinguished service through 1921, famously performing her final sacred duty by carrying the body of World War I's unknown soldier from the battlefields of France back home to Washington, D.C. Today, she is preserved as a museum ship at Penn's Landing in Philadelphia. Though her aging hull faces persistent structural and funding concerns, she remains an enduring monument to the dawn of modern American naval dominance. The Pennsylvania-class armored cruisers, consisting of 6 massive warships commissioned between 1905 and 1908, represented the absolute zenith of American armored cruiser development at the turn of the 20th century. Displacing a formidable 13,680 tons each, these steel titans were wrapped in a heavy 6-inch Harvey steel armor belt. They were engineered to bridge the gap between swift scouting cruisers and slow, heavily armed battleships. The construction of this class demonstrated to foreign rivals that the United States could manufacture capital ships of genuine international quality and endurance. They were the pride of the fleet, showcasing American industrial maturity. However, naval technology was advancing at a breakneck pace. The arrival of the British HMS Dreadnought and the subsequent rise of the battlecruiser rapidly rendered these heavily armoured gun platforms obsolete before they could ever face a peer competitor in battle. During World War I, they were relegated to convoy escort duties far from the dramatic fleet actions for which they were built. Ultimately, ships like the Pennsylvania and West Virginia were sold for scrapping in 1931, victims of the Washington Naval Treaty and relentless technological obsolescence. The Omaha-class light cruisers, featuring 10 sleek vessels commissioned between 1923 and 1925, were the first American cruisers designed entirely in the post-World War I era. Built for high-speed scouting operations, these ships were simultaneously a masterclass in Great War lessons and a collection of severe design compromises. On paper, their capabilities were impressive. They achieved a genuine roaring top speed of 35 knots, allowing them to outrun almost anything afloat. However, this focus on speed left them hopelessly inadequate for the brutal realities of the conflicts that erupted 20 years later. Their primary flaw lay in their anti-aircraft defense. The minimal gun layouts were completely insufficient against the devastating wave of carrier-based aircraft that dominated the Pacific War from 1941 to 1945. Despite these glaring technical vulnerabilities, the Omaha class achieved an extraordinary operational record. All 10 ships survived the fierce combat of World War II. They served honorably in secondary theaters, shore bombardment, and convoy protection. By the conflict's conclusion, these technically obsolescent warriors had reached the end of their operational usefulness, and every single ship in the class was sold and scrapped by 1949. The Pensacola-class heavy cruisers, comprising the USS Pensacola and USS Salt Lake City, both commissioned in 1930, were the vanguard of a new era. They were the very first American heavy cruisers constructed under the strict structural limitations imposed by the landmark Washington Naval Treaty. To pack a devastating main battery of 10 8-inch guns onto a treaty-compliant hull, naval architects made a dangerous, calculated gamble. They accepted paper-thin hull protection, wrapping the ships in a meager 63 to 76 mm armor belt. This high-stakes design perfectly reflected interwar American naval doctrine, which stubbornly assumed that superior speed and overwhelming long-range firepower could effectively substitute for heavy armor protection in a surface engagement. The Pacific War would brutally test this theory. Both ships fought tenaciously across the blood-soaked waters of the Pacific, surviving multiple heavy engagements despite their lack of protection, earning them a reputation as legendary survivors. Having outlived the war, their final reward was a grim one. In 1946, both battered veterans were expended as target ships during the cataclysmic Bikini Atoll atomic bomb tests, closing the chapter on America's first treaty-limited heavy cruisers. The Northampton-class heavy cruisers, a group of 6 ships commissioned between 1930 and 1931, achieved a tragic distinction during World War II. They lost half of their total number to ferocious enemy action in the Pacific theater, suffering the worst attrition rate of any United States cruiser class in modern naval history. The statistics tell a harrowing story of intense, unyielding combat. USS Northampton was torpedoed and sent to the bottom during the chaotic night action at the Battle of Tassafaronga on November 30th, 1942. The legendary USS Houston met a grim end in the Sunda Strait on February 28, 1942, sinking with approximately 1,000 brave crew members still aboard. Rounding out the losses, USS Chicago was fatally crippled by Japanese aerial torpedoes at Rennell Island in January 1943. This devastating 50% loss rate stood as a stark, bloody indictment of early American cruiser doctrine. Analysts realized that planners had fatally underestimated the lethal range, speed, and nighttime concealment capabilities of Japanese oxygen-powered Type 93 long-lance torpedoes, forcing the US Navy to rewrite its tactical manual under fire. The Portland-class heavy cruisers, consisting of the USS Portland and USS Indianapolis, are forever linked to one of the most harrowing chapters in military folklore. The legacy of this 2-ship class is entirely inseparable from the tragic fate of the Indianapolis, the last American cruiser lost to enemy action in combat, and the site of the United States Navy's worst single disaster at sea. On July 30th, 1945, having just completed a top-secret mission to deliver enriched uranium components for the Little Boy atomic bomb to Tinian Island, the lone cruiser was ambushed. The Japanese submarine I-58 struck her with 2 torpedoes at 0:15. The shattered warship foundered and sank in just 12 minutes. Of the 1,196 crewmen on board, roughly 900 made it into the water alive. What followed was a 4-day nightmare of dehydration, exposure, and relentless, horrific shark attacks in the open ocean before an accidental air patrol spotted them. By the time rescuers arrived, only 316 men remained alive. The tragedy of the Indianapolis cast a somber shadow over the impending Allied victory, ensuring the class a permanent, heartbreaking place in naval history. The New Orleans-class heavy cruisers featured 7 advanced vessels commissioned between 1934 and 1937. Representing the pinnacle of interwar design, these ships were the best protected American treaty cruisers of their era, boasting a robust 127mm armored belt built to withstand 8-inch enemy shells. Yet, despite this superior engineering, the class suffered a catastrophic blow early in World War II. In a single, devastating engagement on August 9, 1942, the infamous Battle of Savo Island, 3 of the 7 sisters were completely destroyed. USS Astoria, USS Quincy, and USS Vincennes were caught unprepared and sunk within 32 chaotic minutes as Vice Admiral Mikawa's cruiser force executed a flawless, brutally practiced night torpedo, and gunfire attack. It was a humiliating wake-up call for American forces. However, the story did not end there. The 4 surviving ships of the class shook off the disaster and went on to fight with vengeful fury across every major campaign of the Pacific War. From Guadalcanal to Okinawa, these heavily armored survivors accumulated brilliant combat records, providing vital anti-aircraft protection for carriers and hammering enemy positions until total victory was achieved. Commissioned on February 16, 1939, USS Wichita holds a unique place in naval architecture as the very last American heavy cruiser built under the strict constraints of the Washington Naval Treaty. Displacing precisely 10,000 tons at standard load, Wichita was a brilliant design triumph. Engineers finally managed to extract the absolute maximum amount of armor protection possible within the treaty's rigid limits. They accomplished this feat by cleverly combining the advanced, stable hull form of the Brooklyn-class light cruiser with a heavy cruiser's devastating 9-gun, 8-inch main battery. The result was a warship protected by a formidable 152mm main armor belt, making her the most resilient and well-protected American heavy cruiser of the entire interwar era. Wichita served with distinction across multiple theaters during World War II, protecting vital convoys in the icy Atlantic and providing heavy gunfire support during intense Pacific Island hopping campaigns. She survived the war intact and was eventually sold for scrapping in 1959. Her commissioning effectively marked the historic end of the treaty cruiser era, paving the way for the unrestricted, heavily armed steel giants of wartime production. The Brooklyn and St. Louis classes, encompassing 13 formidable light cruisers commissioned starting in 1938, were the United States Navy's direct, tactical response to Japan's heavily armed Mogami-class warships. These innovative vessels were designed to maximize firepower while adhering to international treaty limits, packing an astonishing 15 6-inch guns housed within 5 triple turrets. This unique, rapid-firing configuration gave each Brooklyn-class cruiser a devastating broadside capability that actually exceeded the total weight of fire delivered by many contemporary heavy cruisers. Their immense fire volume proved incredibly lethal during the chaotic night actions of the Pacific War. Following World War II, several of these battle-tested ships were sold to South American navies where they enjoyed surprisingly long second careers. Among them was the Argentine cruiser, General Belgrano, formerly known as the USS Phoenix. In a tragic postscript to the class's history, the Belgrano was torpedoed and sunk by the British nuclear submarine HMS Conqueror on May 2, 1982, during the Falklands War. The sinking resulted in 323 Argentine casualties, marking a dramatic and bloody end for a legendary hull design. The Cleveland-class light cruisers represented the absolute backbone of the wartime United States surface fleet. With 27 hulls completed between 1942 and 1946, out of a staggering 52 originally ordered, it stood as the most numerous cruiser class in American history. 9 additional hulls were cleverly re-engineered during construction to become Independence-class escort carriers, showcasing the adaptability of the design. These versatile warships were packed with dual-purpose 6-inch main guns and a dense array of anti-aircraft weapons, making them the ultimate defense shields for vulnerable, fast-carrier task forces. Despite facing the full fury of Japanese kamikaze attacks, heavy conventional bombing, and fierce surface engagements, the class achieved an almost miraculous milestone. Not a single Cleveland-class cruiser was sunk by enemy action during the entirety of World War II. Their rugged construction and advanced damage control systems kept them fighting through the worst the enemy could throw at them. Several of these dependable combatants were reactivated to provide vital gunfire support during the Korean War, before the last remaining hulls were finally retired, sold, or scrapped by 1971. The Baltimore-class heavy cruisers, with 14 impressive warships completed between 1943 and 1946, were the first American cruisers designed entirely without the artificial constraints of interwar naval treaties. Displacing a massive 13,600-ton standard, these heavy combatants vividly demonstrated what American naval architects had known for over a decade. The old 10,000-ton treaty limit had forced a dangerous, fundamental mismatch between a ship's heavy armament and its defensive protection. Unshackled from political restrictions, designers built the Baltimore class with thick, comprehensive armor schemes capable of withstanding 8-inch shells, while maintaining an aggressive top speed and a devastating 9-gun main battery. These balanced, heavily armored Titans arrived in the Pacific just in time to spearhead the final, crushing drives against the Japanese Empire, providing unmatched anti-aircraft screening and devastating shore bombardment. Their exceptional hull design proved so robust and adaptable that several vessels were selected for extensive conversions into guided missile cruisers during the Cold War era of the 1950s and 1960s. These modifications dramatically extended the class's operational relevance, keeping these World War II-born hulls in active service through the early 1980s. The Alaska-class large cruisers, represented by the towering USS Alaska and her sister ship USS Guam, commissioned in June and September of 1944, occupied an ambiguous, controversial design space somewhere between a traditional heavy cruiser and a full-scale battleship. Displacing a massive 29,779-ton standard and bristling with 9 formidable 12-inch main guns, these steel monsters remain the largest cruisers ever completed by the United States. They were originally conceived as a specialized high-speed counter to rumored German and Japanese commerce-raiding supercruisers. However, by the time these magnificent vessels finally arrived in the combat zones of the Pacific, that specific threat had completely vanished. Instead, they were utilized primarily as oversized escort ships, using their extensive anti-aircraft batteries to protect fast carrier task forces and bombarding enemy shore positions during the bloody campaigns for Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Finding them immensely expensive to operate and lacking a clear strategic purpose in the post-war world, the Navy decommissioned both Alaska and Guam in 1947. Their active operational lives lasted less than 3 years, leaving them as fascinating, short-lived white elephants of wartime naval design. The Des Moines-class heavy cruisers, featuring 3 magnificent warships completed between 1948 and 1949, represent the absolute evolutionary endpoint of the gun cruiser concept. They were the final and most technologically advanced gun-centric cruisers ever constructed by any navy in world history. The defining feature of this incredible class was its revolutionary, rapid-fire, 8-inch main battery. Utilizing an advanced, fully automatic loading system, these weapons could unleash an astonishing 10 rounds per minute per gun. This enabled a single Des Moines-class ship to deliver a staggering 30 round per minute broadside from its 9 main barrels, unleashing an overwhelming wall of high explosive steel that no subsequent cruiser design has ever equaled. However, their timing could not have been worse. Of the 12 massive ships originally planned, only 3 were completed before the rapid dawn of the guided missile era rendered traditional gun-based capital ships completely redundant. The class stands as a poignant historical example of technological perfection achieved at the exact moment of strategic obsolescence. A masterpiece of mechanical engineering built for a style of naval warfare that had already vanished from the world's oceans. The Worcester-class anti-aircraft light cruisers, consisting of the USS Worcester and USS Roanoke, both completed in 1948, were engineered to counter the terrifying evolution of high-speed aerial threats. Of the 10 massive vessels originally ordered by a wartime navy, only these 2 were ever completed. The entire design revolved around a revolutionary, dual-purpose 6-inch main gun system. These cutting-edge, twin-mounted weapons utilized an advanced automatic loading mechanism, allowing them to rapidly engage both distant surface targets and high-altitude enemy aircraft with equal lethality. They were intended to form an impenetrable wall of flak around post-war carrier groups. Yet, just as the class entered active service, the rapid advent of early guided missile technology completely transformed the landscape of naval warfare. Recognizing that long-range missiles would soon replace traditional gun systems as the primary fleet air defense weapon, the Navy abruptly cancelled the remaining 8 ships of the order. The Worcester class represented the most sophisticated, highly developed iteration of the gun-based anti-aircraft cruiser concept ever built, yet they were transiently sidelined because the very concept of gun defense had been entirely superseded by a new technological era. Commissioned on September 9, 1961, the USS Long Beach holds a monumental place in military history as the world's very first nuclear-powered surface warship. Strikingly futuristic for her era, she carried absolutely no conventional main gun battery when she first joined the fleet. Her sleek, boxy superstructure was the physical embodiment of the Navy's early 1960s conviction that guided missiles had permanently superseded naval guns in modern warfare. Powered by 2 cutting-edge C-1W nuclear reactors, Long Beach possessed virtually limitless operational endurance. This incredible capability was famously demonstrated in 1964 during Operation Sea Orbit, where she joined the carrier USS Enterprise and USS Bainbridge to form an all-nuclear task force. Together, they circled the entire globe in just 64 days without a single refueling stop. Long Beach served her country with distinction for over 34 years before being decommissioned in 1995. While her advanced nuclear machinery gave her unparalleled strategic range, it also presented a major financial challenge later on, saddling the Navy with an extraordinary, highly complex decommissioning and reactor disposal cost at the end of her long, historic career. The Leahy-class guided missile cruisers, a group of 9 sophisticated warships commissioned between 1962 and 1964, represented a major leap forward in Cold War fleet air defense. Originally classified as destroyer leaders, these specialized vessels were officially redesignated as guided missile cruisers during the Navy's major fleet realignment in 1975. The hallmark of the Leahy design was the introduction of the innovative double-ender missile configuration. This layout placed advanced surface-to-air missile launchers at both the bow and the stern of the ship, completely eliminating blind spots and providing an impenetrable 360-degree layer of anti-aircraft missile coverage for vulnerable carrier strike groups. Throughout the tense decades of the Cold War, these dependable cruisers tracked Soviet threats across the world's oceans. However, by the early 1990s, their legacy drew to a close. All 9 ships of the class were systematically decommissioned between 1993 and 1995. They were retired to make way for the revolutionary Ticonderoga-class Aegis cruisers, which assumed the critical fleet air defense mission with vastly superior radar capabilities and automated fire control systems that rendered the older Leahy class obsolete. The United States Navy's nuclear-powered guided missile cruiser program represented a bold, decades-long commitment to creating an unstoppable blue-water surface fleet powered entirely by the atom. This ambitious initiative ultimately produced 7 highly sophisticated warships spanning 4 distinct classes, beginning with the pioneering USS Bainbridge in 1962 and culminating in the 4 heavily armed Virginia-class cruisers commissioned between 1976 and 1980. These nuclear titans offered commanders unprecedented tactical flexibility, capable of steaming at high speeds indefinitely to protect carrier groups without ever needing a replenishment oiler. Yet, despite their incredible performance, the program met a premature and controversial end. All 7 nuclear cruisers were abruptly decommissioned between 1994 and 1999. The premature retirement occurred when Congress flatly refused to fund the immensely expensive mid-life reactor refueling overhauls that these complex vessels required. It remains one of the most striking fiscal decisions in naval history. 7 highly capable capital ships with 25 to 30 years of potential service life remaining were permanently retired and sent to the scrapyard simply because the nation balked at the upfront cost of their nuclear fuel. The Belknap-class guided missile cruisers, consisting of 9 capable warships commissioned between 1964 and 1967, were the physical manifestation of an intense doctrinal debate gripping the post-war United States Navy. Designers were fiercely divided over whether early guided missiles had sufficiently proven their reliability to justify completely abandoning conventional guns. As a compromise, the Belknap class carried a single Terrier surface-to-air missile launcher forward while maintaining a single 5-inch gun aft for shore bombardment and close-in defense. However, the class is tragically best remembered for a catastrophic accident. On November 22, 1975, while conducting hazardous night maneuvers in heavy seas, USS Belknap collided with the massive aircraft carrier USS John F. Kennedy. The carrier's overhanging flight deck sheared directly through Belknap's lightweight aluminum superstructure, fracturing fuel lines and igniting a horrific, raging aviation fuel fire. The disaster claimed the lives of 8 brave crew members and completely melted the cruiser's upper decks. In a testament to robust hull construction, the shattered ship was meticulously rebuilt from the deck up, returning to active fleet service in 1980. The Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruisers, with 27 sophisticated ships commissioned between 1983 and 1994, represent the final generation of American cruisers that will ever sail the oceans. The heart of these lethal warships is the revolutionary AN/SPY one-phased array Aegis radar system, capable of simultaneously tracking over 100 targets and guiding missiles against multiple vectors. Armed with 122 Mark 41 vertical launch system cells, they carry a devastating mix of standard area defense missiles, Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles, and anti-submarine weapons. The class proved its immense strategic value on January 17, 1991, when USS Bunker Hill fired the opening Tomahawk salvos of Operation Desert Storm, striking Iraqi command installations with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, an era is ending. The remaining ships are scheduled for phased decommissioning between 2027 and 2029 as advanced flight. 3 Arleigh Burke and planned DDG-X destroyers assume the Aegis mantle. No direct replacement cruiser is planned. When the final Ticonderoga decommissions, the United States Navy will operate without a single cruiser in its active inventory, bringing a historic ship designation present in the American fleet since 1890 to a permanent, silent conclusion. On April 11, 1900, the United States Navy forever altered naval warfare by purchasing its very first submarine for $150,000, the USS Holland. Designed by inventor John Philip Holland after 25 years of grueling experimentation, this 53-foot, 74-ton vessel became the genetic blueprint for every American submarine that followed. Driven by a revolutionary dual propulsion system, the Holland utilized a gasoline internal combustion engine for surface cruising and electric motors for underwater operations. However, this early technology carried terrifying risks. Volatile gasoline vapors trapped inside the sealed steel hull created constant explosion hazards, a deadly reality that ultimately forced the Navy to pivot towards safer diesel power in future classes. Though her active career was brief, serving primarily as a training and experimental torpedo testing vessel until 1905, the Holland proved that a crew could submerge, navigate, and surface reliably on command. Sold in August 1913 for a mere $4,700, her true value was immeasurable. The operational lessons extracted from this single primitive hull birthed a century of underwater dominance, transforming a modest gamble into the most consequential investment in American naval history. This bold leap into the deep forever changed the parameters of global naval strategy. Entering service in 1903, the Plunger class, designated as the A-class, marked the United States Navy's transition from experimental prototypes to its first true production submarine fleet. Consisting of 7 distinct boats from the SS-2 Plunger to the SS-7 Moccasin, these vessels were engineered to be longer and heavier than the original Holland. Crucially, they doubled the offensive firepower by carrying 2 torpedo tubes instead of 1, while incorporating refined battery arrangements that extended submerged endurance from a mere 60 minutes to 3 full hours. The lead boat, Plunger, was commissioned on September 19, 1903. Serving as her second lieutenant was a brilliant young officer named Chester W. Nimitz, who would rise to command the entire Pacific Fleet 38 years later during World War II. Nimitz's early, dangerous experiences aboard these primitive craft deeply shaped his understanding of submarine vulnerabilities, direct knowledge that later informed the devastating Pacific Undersea Campaign he directed from 1941 to 1945. Operating primarily around Rhode Island and Long Island Sound, the A-class established the Navy's very first systematic operational doctrine. Though all 7 were retired by 1920, they forged the inaugural generation of American submariners. Their hard-won expertise laid a vital foundation for the global naval challenges ahead. The 14 submarines of the B through F classes, commissioned between 1907 and 1912, documented a critical technical evolution. The dangerous transition from volatile gasoline to reliable diesel propulsion. Early B-class boats stubbornly retained gasoline engines, suffering catastrophic internal hazards as explosive vapors accumulated in their tight spaces. A major breakthrough arrived with the E-class in 1912, which became the first American submarines built with diesel engines for surface propulsion, successfully eliminating the explosive vapor threat that had plagued early crews. Simultaneously, physical capabilities expanded dramatically. The D-class marked the Navy's first major increase in size. The D-1 displaced 288 tons surfaced and wielded 4 torpedo tubes, shifting the submarine's role from passive coastal defense to proactive offensive operations. The subsequent F-class pushed this concept further, reaching 400 tons and expanding battery capacities to achieve an impressive 8 hours of submerged endurance. Although all 14 vessels served exclusively in training roles during World War I without conducting active combat patrols, their development was vital. The noticeable experience gap between American and British submariners in 1917 ultimately shaped the extensive interwar investments that prepared the fleet for the Pacific War. This technological leap proved foundational for future operations. Representing the first massive expansion of American undersea power, the 49 submarines of the K through O classes, built between 1914 and 1918, revolutionized fleet design. Each class built incrementally upon the lessons of its predecessors. The K-class introduced a twin-screw arrangement that dramatically improved underwater maneuvering. The L-class pushed displacement past 450 tons, extending operational range to 5,000 miles. Finally, the O-class at 521 tons and 172 feet established the structural template for future fleet submarines. World War I provided these boats their first true operational deployment. Several O-class submarines sailed to the Azores in 1918 to conduct grueling Atlantic patrols, marking the first time American submarines operated from a foreign base. However, the O-class suffered a sobering peacetime loss record. The O-5 sank after a violent collision in 1923, and the O-9 collapsed during a tragic test dive in June 1941, killing 33 sailors. These devastating losses forced the Navy to completely overhaul its collision and flooding safety procedures. These deadly accidents prior to Pearl Harbor served as the fleet's most expensive training, paid for with the lives of brave sailors. Their sacrifice secured invaluable safety protocols for generations to come. The R-class submarines, with 27 boats commissioned between 1918 and 1919, introduced a lethal revolution to the undersea arsenal, the 21-inch torpedo tube. Replacing the smaller 18-inch standard, this caliber upgrade accommodated far more powerful warheads and ultimately enabled the development of the Mark 14 torpedo series, a weapon that would later prove controversially unreliable during the Pacific War. Despite their aging designs, these boats stepped up when World War II erupted. The R-1 deployed to the hostile waters of the South Atlantic in 1942, operating from Brazil to hunt deadly German U-boats. Tragedy struck the class on June 12, 1943, when the R-12 suffered a catastrophic accident during a routine battery charging exercise off Key West. Her forward torpedo room flooded instantly, sending the vessel 600 feet down into the abyss and claiming 42 crew members. The R-12 was the only R-class submarine lost to operational causes during the entire war. This pioneering class, which fundamentally established the modern torpedo standard for the United States Navy, vanished from active duty just as atomic power approached. The last surviving boat was decommissioned in September 1946. They left behind a proud legacy of critical adaptation and essential tactical service across two world eras. The iconic S-class represented a bold experiment, becoming the first American submarine fleet constructed in massive numbers using competing designs from three separate shipbuilders. Commissioned between 1920 and 1924, 51 of these rugged boats entered service. By the time the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, 29 S-boats remained active, thrusting these obsolete vessels onto the front lines of World War II. Despite mechanical limitations, they achieved legendary milestones. On August 27, 1942, the S-38 sank the Japanese freighter Hayao Maru, securing the Navy's first submarine kill of the war using a functioning torpedo. This qualification was grimly accurate. The new Mark 14 torpedoes suffered from faulty depth-keeping and non-detonating contact exploders, causing agonizing misses until mid-1943. Still, the S-boats fought fiercely. The S-44 executed a daring attack to sink the heavy cruiser Kako on August 10, 1942, before her own tragic destruction by enemy destroyers in October 1943. The combat record of the S-class was defined by raw courage against overwhelming technical odds. They held the line in the dark early days of the war until modern fleet submarines arrived with reliable weapons to finish the job. Their relentless determination proved that American sailors could endure any hardship to secure victory. Commissioned between 1932 and 1933, the three intermediate submarines of the Dolphin and Cachalot classes represented a high-stakes institutional compromise. Naval architects attempted to reconcile competing requirements for high fleet speed and long-range patrol endurance, all while operating under the strict weight limitations mandated by the Washington Naval Treaty. Ultimately, none of these three vessels conducted significant combat operations during World War II. Instead, they earned historical significance for what they represented institutionally: the final line of American submarines designed around the archaic pre-war fleet concept. This flawed philosophy assumed submarines would act merely as scouts for surface battleships, rather than the aggressive, independent commerce raiders that the harsh realities of the Pacific War actually demanded. The Navy's interwar design philosophy had inadvertently produced highly specialized boats optimized for a theoretical war that was never fought. When global conflict finally erupted, the crucible of combat demanded an entirely different breed of weapon. Fortunately, that solution was already in rapid production at the Electric Boat Company and Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, designed by visionary engineers who had spent a decade anticipating the brutal, isolated requirements of a true Pacific Ocean war. Their forward-thinking blueprints would soon revolutionize the global theater of naval warfare. The Porpoise class, consisting of 8 boats commissioned between 1935 and 1937, represented the first truly coherent American fleet submarine design. By abandoning the chaotic competing builder experiment of the earlier S-class, the Navy finally established a standardized hull blueprint. These pioneering vessels introduced the revolutionary saddle tank ballast configuration, which allowed for dramatically faster flooding and diving operations. This technical breakthrough slashed crash dive times from an anxious 60 seconds down to an impressive sub-40 seconds, a vital margin of survival when evading enemy aircraft. When the disaster at Pearl Harbor thrust America into World War II in December 1941, these ready boats immediately deployed to frontline war patrols. They struck back fast. The Pike sank the Japanese destroyer Yamakaze in June 1942, while the Tarpon destroyed the converted gunboat Ryujo Maru in February 1943. Yet, the war took a heavy toll. The Shark was tragically lost around February 11, 1942, off the Dutch East Indies, leaving no survivors and no definitive account of her final moments. Nevertheless, the Porpoise class successfully introduced enduring design standards that persisted through every single American fleet submarine built for the remainder of World War II. Their robust architecture proved indispensable for achieving eventual oceanic victory. Commissioned between 1937 and 1939, the 17 submarines of the Salmon and Sargo classes revolutionized underwater firepower by introducing a heavy, standardized 8-torpedo tube configuration, 4 forward and 4 aft. Crucially, they incorporated the Navy's first mechanical analog fire control system, the Torpedo Data Computer. This advanced technology automatically calculated complex firing solutions from target bearing, range, speed, and course. Yet, these highly capable vessels were crippled by their primary weapon, the infamous Mark 14 torpedo. For the first 20 months of World War II, the Mark 14's systemic failures defined the undersea campaign. The weapon suffered from 3 distinct, infuriating defects. It consistently ran 10 feet deeper than its setting, its magnetic exploder failed in Pacific conditions, and its contact exploder jammed on perpendicular hits. Submariners suffered 2 years of denied kills while commanders blamed the crews. The Sargo was among the first to report these critical failures in meticulous detail. The Navy bureaucracy stubbornly denied the crisis until a definitive investigation finally corrected the flaws in September 1943. Only then did these brave crews receive a weapon that actually worked, concluding a tragic chapter of institutional denial. This hard-won victory over bureaucratic ignorance paved the way for absolute undersea mastery. Commissioned on the eve of global conflict, the 18 submarines of the Tambor and Gar classes expanded torpedo firepower to a maximum of 10 tubes, 6 forward and 4 aft. This dense weapon arrangement was the absolute limit achievable within a 307-foot hull without sacrificing vital fuel capacity or crew quarters needed for grueling 75-day Pacific patrols. These formidable warships formed the offensive core of America's early undersea campaign. In June 1942, the lead boat, Tambor, witnessed one of the most consequential moments of the Battle of Midway. Her sudden periscope contact with a Japanese cruiser force panicked the enemy into evasive maneuvers, causing the heavy cruisers Mogami and Mikuma to collide violently. The crippled Mikuma was subsequently destroyed by American dive bombers. Ironically, Tambor fired no torpedoes. Her mere presence altered the course of the battle. Yet this era also brought horrific tragedy. In August 1942, the Grunion vanished in Alaskan waters. Modern evidence discovered in 2007 revealed a grim reality. She was sunk by her own torpedo when it suffered a fatal steering malfunction and circled back, killing 70 brave men. The weapon meant to destroy the enemy had destroyed its own creators. Their ultimate sacrifice was never forgotten. The legendary Gato class was the weapon that won the brutal undersea war in the Pacific. Comprising 77 mass-produced boats commissioned between 1941 and 1944, this class conducted a merciless commerce-raiding campaign that strangled the Japanese Empire. Gato-class submarines were responsible for sinking 55% of all Japanese merchant tonnage lost during World War II, sending 1,314 merchant vessels totaling over 5 million tons to the bottom of the ocean. Furthermore, they destroyed 201 enemy naval warships, effectively severing the vital supply lines connecting Japan's home islands to its stolen resource empire. By 1945, Japanese rice imports had collapsed by 90%. But this absolute maritime dominance was bought with blood. 18 Gato-class submarines were lost to savage enemy action. Among them was the USS Wahoo, one of the most highly decorated submarines in American naval history. Under the aggressive command of Commander Dudley "Mush" Morton, the Wahoo terrorized enemy shipping until October 11th, 1943, when she was relentlessly depth-charged and sunk in the La Perouse Strait, taking all 80 crew members to a silent, watery grave. Their lethal record secured an immortal place in the annals of military history. While externally identical to the preceding Gato class, the formidable Balao class was structurally engineered for a far more brutal brand of undersea warfare. Its pressure hull utilized thick, high-yield steel that dramatically increased its operational test depth from 300 to 400 feet, giving crews a crucial edge when evading deep depth-charge attacks. With 122 boats commissioned between 1943 and 1945, the Balao class became the largest submarine production program in United States history. At the peak of wartime mobilization in 1944, the Electric Boat Company was completing a brand new submarine every single 2 weeks. Of these, the USS Tang, under the aggressive command of Commander Richard O'Kane, achieved a legendary record, sinking 33 enemy ships totaling over 116,000 tons. Tragically, on October 24, 1944, the Tang was destroyed by her very last torpedo, which ran erratically and circled back to strike the vessel. O'Kane and 8 crew members standing on deck miraculously survived the explosion, only to endure brutal captivity as prisoners of war. O'Kane later received the Medal of Honor in 1946. This ironic disaster highlighted that even the deadliest predators faced fatal hazards from their own weapons. The Tench class stood as the absolute pinnacle and most refined evolution of America's wartime fleet submarine design. While 124 of these formidable boats were originally planned, only 51 were commissioned before Japan's sudden surrender in August 1945 brought an abrupt end to the emergency production. The massive program cancellations that immediately followed cleared the shipyards, scrapping unfinished submarines right on the ways and demobilizing production lines that had been operating around the clock for 4 years. Yet, the Tench-class boats that entered service proved to be the longest-lived American submarines of the pre-nuclear era. Beginning in 1947, several were systematically modernized under the revolutionary Greater Underwater Propulsion Power, or GUPPY, program. These extensive overhauls integrated streamlined fairwaters, massively enlarged battery plants, and advanced snorkel systems, allowing the converted hulls to remain highly active into the late 1970s. A prime example was the USS Thornback, converted to a guppy configuration in 1952. She served faithfully until 1967, accumulating a proud 23-year service life that perfectly bridged the massive transition from a World War II fleet hunter into a frontline Cold War patrol vessel. Their remarkable adaptability ensured that these legendary wartime hulls remained vital assets for decades. Commissioned on October 25, 1951, the Tang class was the first post-war submarine designed entirely free from wartime manufacturing constraints. Engineers seized the unique opportunity to integrate all tactical lessons extracted from the Pacific Campaign, detailed design studies of captured German U-boats, and Project KO's analytical modeling of the ideal anti-shipping vessel for the emerging nuclear age. The result was a radical, shorter, deeper diving boat boasting unprecedented submerged speed, slicing through the water at over 18 knots compared to the single-digit speeds of older Gato and Balao classes. The lead boat was proudly named USS Tang, a deliberate tribute to Richard O'Kane's legendary wartime command. All 6 vessels in this pioneering class avoided the scrapyard in the 1970s and 1980s, instead being transferred to foreign allies to begin fascinating second careers. Tragically, Iran received the Trout and the newly christened Wahoo, only to lose both operational hulls when the 1979 Islamic Revolution abruptly cut off critical American technical maintenance. Nevertheless, the Tang class permanently defined post-war American undersea architecture, serving as a vital bridge between conventional diesel legacy and the dawn of the nuclear era. Their innovative engineering set the standard for high-performance naval capabilities across the globe. On January 17, 1955, the USS Nautilus forever shattered the foundations of naval warfare with a single historic transmission, underway on nuclear power. In those 4 words, every diesel-electric submarine on Earth became instantly obsolete. Driven by a revolutionary Westinghouse S-2W pressurized water reactor, the Nautilus possessed true, unlimited submerged endurance. She could cruise at a sustained 23 knots indefinitely, without ever needing to surface, refuel, or expose a snorkel. The Nautilus was the brilliant, hard-nosed creation of Admiral Hyman Rickover. His absolute insistence on rigorous safety protocols, meticulous documentation, and unyielding training standards established a culture of zero-defect operations. This relentless discipline forged a legendary record, maintaining an unblemished safety record for over 70 years across hundreds of American naval reactors. On August 3, 1958, the Nautilus achieved the impossible by completing the first submerged transpolar crossing, navigating seamlessly beneath the thick ice cap of the North Pole for 96 continuous hours. By conquering this final frozen frontier, this single atomic vessel transformed the entire global ocean into a vast, unrestricted domain for American power, rewriting naval strategy for the modern Cold War era. Her triumph fundamentally solidified America's absolute dominance beneath the global waves for generations to follow. In the high-stakes race for atomic supremacy, the USS Seawolf served as a bold, multi-million-dollar experiment. Built as a direct alternative to the Nautilus, the Seawolf tested a liquid sodium-cooled reactor concept against the standard pressurized water approach. Her unique S2G reactor utilized molten liquid metal as a coolant, a cutting-edge technique that offered theoretically higher thermal efficiency and greater power output. While Admiral Hyman Rickover personally preferred pressurized water technology, he aggressively authorized both programs simultaneously to find the absolute best option for the fleet. Commissioned in March 1957, the Seawolf operated effectively until December 1958, when a dangerous internal sodium leak forced an immediate, permanent shutdown. Recognizing the severe hazards of liquid metal, the Navy replaced the experimental system with a standard pressurized water reactor in 1959. The sodium-cooled approach was permanently abandoned for all naval applications. This critical experiment cost an extra $30 million beyond original development budgets, but produced one definitive, invaluable lesson. Pressurized water was the correct, safe choice for nuclear propulsion. Every single American nuclear submarine built since 1959 has relied exclusively on pressurized water reactor technology. This pivotal determination solidified the safety parameters that would define the future of undersea warfare. The 4 submarines of the Skate class, commissioned between 1957 and 1959, holds historical significance as the United States Navy's very first production class of nuclear-powered vessels. This groundbreaking program successfully integrated the pioneering propulsion technology of the Nautilus into a significantly smaller, more tactically efficient hull design. Utilizing compact S-3W and S-4W atomic reactors, these boats were 50 feet shorter and 1,200 tons lighter than their predecessor, dramatically reducing construction time and material costs while fully preserving the holy grail of unlimited endurance. The Skate class immediately proved its strategic worth in the frozen wastes of the far north. In February 1959, the lead boat, Skate, completed the first historic wintertime transpolar voyage, courageously punching through the thick Arctic ice to surface 9 separate times. This stunning feat established a terrifying new strategic capability that Cold War planners instantly woven into attack and ballistic missile doctrines. In February 1960, sister ship Sargo completed the first midwinter under-ice transit of the treacherous Bering Strait. The Skate class effectively transformed perilous under-ice deployments from exceptional stunts into routine operations, a vital tactical edge before Soviet submarines began operating under the very same ice. They redefined the geometry of global nuclear deterrence. The revolutionary Skipjack class beautifully married the endless power of the Westinghouse S-5W reactor with the innovative, hydrodynamically flawless albacore teardrop hull form. This lethal combination fused atomic endurance with absolute aerodynamic efficiency underwater. The result was an apex predator, a submarine that could sustain speeds of over 29 knots submerged indefinitely. She was faster than any surface warship in service, faster than contemporary enemy torpedoes, and far ahead of any operational Soviet submarine of the era. The Skipjack class permanently rendered conventional diesel submarines obsolete in modern fleet engagements. However, this extreme performance pushed engineering boundaries, sometimes with tragic consequences. On May 22, 1968, the USS Scorpion mysteriously vanished approximately 400 miles southwest of the Azores, taking 99 brave crew members with her. A grueling naval investigation concluded the most probable cause was the inadvertent internal activation of one of her own Mark 46 torpedoes, which tragically homed onto the submarine itself. The mangled wreck of the Scorpion was discovered in October 1968, resting in nearly 10,000 feet of water. Coming just 5 years after the Thresher disaster, the loss left a profound chill across the entire submarine force. The deep ocean holds their secrets forever. The Thresher and Permit classes introduced a revolutionary paradigm to underwater warfare, permanently establishing the blueprint for the modern, whisper-quiet attack submarine. These vessels prioritized stealth and detection over raw battery power, featuring a radical bow-mounted sonar sphere that forced torpedo tubes to be relocated amidships. They utilized quiet water impulse launch systems rather than noisy compressed air. But this leap in deep diving capability came at a horrifying price. On April 10, 1963, the lead ship, USS Thresher, suffered a catastrophic failure during a deep test dive and imploded 8,400 feet down, killing 129 men. The tragic loss uncovered 145 specific construction and maintenance flaws, prompting the immediate creation of the strict sub-safe quality assurance program. The remaining vessels, renamed the Permit class, were completed with rigorous sub-safe modifications and became the most capable anti-submarine platforms in the world through the mid-1970s. The advanced passive sonar technology introduced by this class fundamentally altered the rules of the Cold War. It shifted undersea competition away from raw speed and torpedo range, transforming it into a high-stakes chess match of passive acoustic intelligence and absolute silence. Their sacrifice ultimately saved countless future lives beneath the waves. Born from the intense panic of the early Cold War, the George Washington class was constructed in a breathtaking 33 months. Racing from congressional authorization in August 1957 to the historic first submerged Polaris missile launch on July 20, 1960. Driven by the terrifying shock of the Soviet Sputnik launch, this crash program represented the fastest development and deployment of a strategic nuclear delivery system in United States military history. These innovative vessels featured a massive 16-tube missile bay. They initially carried Polaris A-1 missiles with a 1,200-mile range, later upgrading to deadly A-3 variants that could strike targets 2,500 miles away. With 5 boats in service, 18 nuclear-tipped missiles were continuously on patrol at the peak of the Cold War. Any adversary contemplating a disarming first strike was suddenly forced to confront the absolute certainty of devastating nuclear retaliation from invisible phantoms lurking in the deep. While the pioneering George Washington class has long since been retired and dismantled, the foundational strategic doctrine of continuous, unlocatable oceanic deterrence that it single-handedly created remains fully operational today, safeguarding the nation from the shadows of the deep. Their rapid construction stands as a testament to American industrial resolve under pressure. The 5 submarines of the Ethan Allen class marked a vital milestone, serving as the first vessels designed from the keel up specifically as ballistic missile submarines, rather than being hastily modified from existing attack submarine hulls. Their massive 410-foot hulls accommodated a 16-tube Polaris missile battery, optimized internal magazine arrangements, and vastly improved crew habitability standards required for grueling 60-day underwater deterrence patrols. On May 6, 1962, the lead ship made history in the remote Pacific. From a fully submerged position, she launched a live Polaris A-2 missile in the only live nuclear test ever executed by a United States submarine. The missile flew flawlessly, detonating its warhead 11,000 feet above Christmas Island as part of Operation Dominic. This historic test conclusively proved to the world that America's underwater nuclear deterrent worked exactly as designed. Under the strict mandates of the SALT I Treaty in the 1980s and 1990s, all 5 hulls had their missile tubes permanently removed to meet weapon ceilings. The class that executed America's only live undersea nuclear launch concluded its lengthy service as conventional attack submarines. Their pioneering lineage solidified the dual-crew blueprint that defines the modern strategic submarine force to this day. The 37 submarines of the Sturgeon class served as the absolute backbone and invisible workhorse of the United States Navy's undersea fleet through the tensest years of the Cold War. Commissioned between 1967 and 1975, this prolific class introduced two game-changing technologies: the revolutionary towed array sonar and the devastating Tomahawk cruise missile. These advancements completely transformed the traditional attack submarine from a purely anti-ship platform into a lethal long-range land attack system capable of striking inland targets over 1,500 miles away. Operating in absolute secrecy, these crews engaged in dangerous cat-and-mouse games deep beneath the oceans. In 1974, the USS Pintado collided violently with a Soviet submarine in the Pacific, an international incident that remained heavily classified for 25 years. Later, in 1978, the USS Batfish achieved a legendary intelligence coup, tracking 3 separate Soviet nuclear submarines across 3 weeks at close range. With 37 distinct hulls, the Sturgeon class accumulated an unmatched record of highly classified deployments. Though the Cold War has ended, the full, harrowing accounting of what these silent warriors accomplished during their dangerous espionage missions remains partially redacted by the Pentagon. Their quiet dominance quietly turned the tide of the Cold War. The 31 ballistic missile submarines of the Lafayette, James Madison, and Benjamin Franklin classes represented the most massive deployment of sea-based nuclear deterrence in human history. Constructed rapidly between 1963 and 1967, these formidable ships initially bristled with 496 Polaris launch tubes. Over their lengthy service, they underwent terrifying upgrades, first converting to Poseidon C, 3 missiles carrying up to 14 independently targetable nuclear warheads, and later receiving long-range Trident I capabilities. This technical evolution fundamentally reshaped global nuclear strategy, making America's deterrent exponentially more survivable and precise. Operating on a relentless rotation, roughly half of the entire fleet was hidden beneath the world's oceans at any given moment. That meant 15 invisible submarines carrying 240 nuclear missiles and up to 3,300 warheads stood constantly ready to strike for 39 consecutive years. Amazingly, these 31 legendary boats completed their entire operational lifespans without ever launching a single nuclear weapon in anger. They achieved absolute strategic success, not by destroying enemy cities, but by making the catastrophic alternative of global war entirely unthinkable to any foreign adversary. Their silent vigil stands as one of the greatest defensive achievements in modern military history. The legendary Los Angeles class, comprising 62 hulls commissioned between 1976 and 1996, stands as the largest nuclear submarine production program ever executed. Powered by the massive General Electric S-6G reactor producing 35,000 shaft horsepower, these lethal hunters attained blistering submerged speeds exceeding 31 knots. The advanced 688I improved variant added 12 vertical launch system cells, transforming the class into devastating strike platforms. Los Angeles-class submarines proved their land attack dominance on the world stage, firing 288 Tomahawk cruise missiles during Operation Desert Storm. Years later, in March 2003, they unleashed over 800 Tomahawks during the opening salvo of Operation Iraqi Freedom, completely neutralizing hostile air defenses and command structures. The sheer structural integrity of the design was proven in a terrifying accident on January 8, 2005, when the USS San Francisco slammed into an uncharted undersea mountain at full speed. Despite having her bow completely crushed and losing one crew member, the submarine survived an impact that should have destroyed her, a direct testament to the strict sub-safe engineering protocols. Today, 26 of these iconic warships remain on frontline active duty worldwide. Their unmatched service legacy cements their place as titans of modern naval warfare. The monumental Ohio class carries more raw, destructive potential within its hull than any other weapon system developed in human history. A single Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine armed with 24 Trident 2D5 missiles, each carrying 8 W-88 475 kiloton warheads, wields an unimaginable total of 192 nuclear weapons. This equals a combined explosive yield of 91 megatons, surpassing the total destructive energy unleashed in all of World War II by a staggering factor of 45. The Trident 2D5 missile, boasting an operational range of nearly 7,500 miles and a circular error probable of 90 meters, stands as the most accurate submarine-launched ballistic missile ever deployed. To maximize versatility, 4 Ohio hulls were converted into heavily armed SSGN cruise missile transports. These stealth giants replaced their nuclear tubes with specialized vertical launchers carrying up to 154 Tomahawk cruise missiles and advanced lockout chambers for 66 elite Navy SEALs. Displacing 3 times more water than a standard Los Angeles-class hunter, the Ohio class does not merely maintain global nuclear stability, it makes the concept of deterrence terrifyingly credible against the hardest targets on Earth. They remain the ultimate line of defense for the nation. Designed at the height of the Cold War to achieve absolute, unquestioned technological superiority over Soviet submarines, the Seawolf class was engineered completely without budget constraints. However, when the Soviet Union abruptly dissolved, the massive program was cancelled, leaving only 3 hulls of a planned 29. At a staggering $3.8 billion per vessel, each Seawolf cost more than a contemporary aircraft carrier, an exorbitant expense that could only be justified against a superpower threat that vanished overnight. Despite the scaling back, the completed vessels are arguably the most capable attack submarines ever built. Faster, quieter, deeper diving, and more heavily armed than any other platform on Earth. The third boat, USS Jimmy Carter, was heavily modified with a specialized 100-foot hull extension. This massive modification houses cutting-edge surveillance gear and advanced special operations equipment, transforming her into the most capable intelligence-gathering submarine in global service. Paradoxically, the Apex Predator, originally built to hunt advanced Soviet attack submarines, now spends her silent career collecting vital electronic intelligence on modern adversaries whose primary fleets were not even designed until after the Soviet Union had ceased to exist. Their silent mastery ensures that American espionage remains unmatched across the entire globe today. The Virginia class represents a brilliant engineering masterclass designed to bridge the gap between astronomical costs and absolute underwater supremacy. Developed to deliver an incredibly capable nuclear attack submarine for $2 billion instead of $4 billion, it ensures no qualitative gap exists against modern adversaries. At its heart lies the advanced S-9G reactor, featuring a revolutionary lifetime core that never requires refueling, effectively eliminating the most expensive maintenance event in naval operations. As threats evolved, so did the design. The upcoming Block 5 variants incorporate the massive Virginia payload module, an 84-foot hull extension that expands total vertical launch capacity to an incredible 65 Tomahawk cruise missiles per boat. Furthermore, the historic AUKUS agreement of September 2021 committed the United States to providing Australia with these advanced nuclear-powered hulls, marking an unprecedented transfer of highly guarded sovereign naval technology. However, the program faces significant manufacturing headwinds. The current industrial production rate of 2.3 boats per year remains heavily strained by severe domestic workforce and material constraints. Balancing the vital requirements of the United States fleet with international treaty obligations stands as the program's most critical, unresolved challenge. Its future success will dictate the balance of power across the Pacific. The upcoming Columbia class is slated to become the most expensive and technologically advanced ballistic missile submarine ever engineered. Comprising 12 planned vessels costing an estimated $8.7 billion each, this monumental program represents the single largest capital procurement in United States Navy history, with a staggering total cost projection of $109 billion. Designed to replace the aging Ohio class beginning around 2031, each submarine will feature a 16-tube missile bay carrying life-extended Trident II D5 missiles, equipped with upgraded navigation systems guaranteeing strategic viability through the 2070s. While the tube count is reduced from the Ohio's 24, the extreme accuracy of these modern weapons ensures full deterrence compatibility. However, the program is currently navigating severe manufacturing challenges that have already delayed the lead boat's tight construction schedule. The Navy currently projects the USS Columbia's initial delivery in fiscal year 2027, aiming for full patrol-ready status by 2031. Because the old Ohio hulls cannot be extended indefinitely, this strict timeline matters immensely. Any prolonged gap between Ohio retirements and Columbia deliveries presents a dangerous, non-theoretical vulnerability to the core of America's nuclear triad. The stakes for global stability have never been higher than they are now. USS Langley was the United States Navy's first aircraft carrier, a converted coal collier, whose flight deck was derisively called the covered wagon by the sailors who served aboard her. Commissioned on March 20th, 1922, she was converted from the Jupiter at Norfolk Naval Shipyard at a cost of $1.27 million, the lowest possible investment consistent with acquiring the operational experience the Navy needed before committing to purpose-built hulls. Her 15.5 knot speed was inadequate for fleet operations from the moment she was commissioned. Fleet carriers required 30 knots to maintain position relative to battleships. Langley was never intended to fight. She was a laboratory. The Navy used her to develop arresting gear systems, catapult technology, fighter direction doctrine, and deck landing procedures. Every foundational technique of carrier aviation was tested on her flight deck between 1922 and 1936. Converted to a seaplane tender in 1937 after being stripped of half her flight deck, she was delivering P-40 fighters to Java when Japanese aircraft caught her on February 27, 1942. 5 bomb hits left her dead in the water. She was scuttled by escort destroyers. Langley's value was never tactical. She was an investment in knowledge. That knowledge built the Essex class. The Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 was the accident that produced American carrier power. The treaty scrapped 2 partially built Lexington-class battlecruisers. A treaty exception permitted conversion to carriers up to 33,000 tons. The resulting USS Lexington and USS Saratoga displaced 36,000 tons, carried 90 aircraft, and could sustain 33 knots, creating, by legislative constraint, the most capable carriers in any navy. The 888-foot hull gave them flight decks large enough to operate aircraft generations beyond those available at commissioning. Their turbo-electric drive plants produced 180,000 shaft horsepower, giving them the power output of a light cruiser while carrying an air group that dwarfed any contemporary competitor. Lexington was lost at Coral Sea on May 8, 1942, sunk by internal aviation gasoline explosions after 2 torpedo hits, a damage control failure that led directly to redesigned fuel systems in subsequent classes. Saratoga survived the war, accumulating 7 combat damage incidents, was used to evacuate Allied POWs in August 1945, then expended at Bikini Atoll on July 25, 1946, in the Baker nuclear test. She sank 7.5 hours after detonation. USS Ranger was the first United States carrier designed and built as an aircraft carrier from the keel up, and an immediate demonstration of the cost of designing within treaty tonnage constraints without fully understanding what a fleet carrier needed to do. Built for $26.8 million at Newport News Shipbuilding and commissioned on June 4, 1934, her design sacrificed speed, protection, and seakeeping for aircraft capacity. 14,500 tons, 29.25 knots maximum, with no side armor and only light subdivision. Ranger was deemed too slow and too fragile for Pacific operations from the moment the war began. She spent her entire wartime service in the Atlantic, participating in Operation Torch in November 1942, where her aircraft attacked the French fleet at Casablanca, and in a 1943 carrier strike on German shipping off Norway that represented the only US carrier strike against German-occupied Europe. She was never sent to the Pacific. Fleet commanders considered her too vulnerable in a high-threat environment. Ranger's limitations identified precisely what the Yorktown class needed to improve: speed, protection, and endurance. She was scrapped at Baltimore in 1947. Her value was diagnostic. She showed the Navy what not to build. The Yorktown class corrected every deficiency Ranger had exposed. At 25,900 tons and 32.5 knots, the 3 ships, USS Yorktown, USS Enterprise, and USS Hornet, combined adequate speed, meaningful protection, and an air group of 90 aircraft into a hull that could actually fight fleet engagements. Enterprise became the most decorated U.S. Navy ship of World War II, earning 20 battle stars across every major Pacific campaign. Yorktown was sunk at Midway on June 7, 1942, after absorbing 3 bomb hits and 2 torpedo hits, damage that lesser ships would have succumbed to earlier. Her damage control teams kept her fighting long enough to recover aircraft from the strikes that sank Kaga, Akagi, and Soryu before she was finally lost to a submarine torpedo. Hornet was sunk at the Battle of Santa Cruz on October 26, 1942. Enterprise survived the entire war, participating in every major Pacific campaign from Pearl Harbor to the final strikes on Japan in August 1945. She was the most combat-experienced carrier in U.S. history. The Navy attempted to preserve her as a memorial. Congress refused the funding. Enterprise was sold for scrapping in 1958 over the objections of virtually every surviving Pacific veteran. The decision remains the most regretted in American naval preservation history. USS Wasp was built to consume the remaining U.S. carrier tonnage allowance under the Washington Naval Treaty, approximately 15,000 tons that could not support a full Yorktown-class hull. The Navy built the largest carrier the remaining tonnage permitted rather than waste the allocation. The result was a repeat of Ranger's fundamental problem in a slightly more capable hull: inadequate speed, inadequate protection, and marginal damage resistance. Wasp was commissioned on April 25, 1940, and immediately deployed to the Atlantic. She conducted 2 runs into the Mediterranean to deliver Spitfires to the besieged island of Malta in April and May 1942. In total, she delivered 94 Spitfires. Winston Churchill specifically requested her second run after the first batch of Spitfires was destroyed on the ground within hours of landing. Transferred to the Pacific in July 1942, Wasp was torpedoed by the Japanese submarine the 119 on September 15, 1942, south of Guadalcanal. 3 torpedoes struck her. Aviation gasoline fires spread through the ship within minutes. She was ordered abandoned and sunk by U.S. destroyers. Of her crew of 2,247, 193 died. Her loss reduced U.S. carrier strength in the Pacific to exactly 1 operational fleet carrier, Enterprise, at the most critical moment of the Guadalcanal campaign. The Essex class was the industrial answer to Pearl Harbor, 24 carriers built between 1942 and 1950, at a peak construction rate of 1 hull every 6 months. No warship class in history matched this combination of scale, capability, and production speed. The lead ship, USS Essex, commissioned on December 31st, 1942, exactly 389 days after Pearl Harbor. Each ship displaced 34,881 tons standard, carried 90 to 103 aircraft, and sustained 32.7 knots. The design incorporated lessons from every carrier loss through 1941. Improved aviation, gasoline isolation, separate fuel distribution systems, enhanced damage control subdivisions, and a hull strong enough to absorb torpedo hits without catastrophic structural failure. No Essex-class carrier was lost in combat. The class underwent 2 major post-war modification programs. SCB-27 angled the flight deck and strengthened the hull for jet operations, and SCB-125 added the enclosed hurricane bow and steam catapults. Modified Essexes served through Vietnam. USS Oriskany conducted the final carrier strikes of the Vietnam War in 1973. 4 hulls are preserved as museum ships: Yorktown, Intrepid, Hornet, and Lexington. The Essex class fought and won 2 wars. It redefined what a carrier could be. The Independence class was a wartime expedient that produced 9 light carriers in under 2 years, converted from Cleveland-class light cruiser hulls already on the ways, using a decision made in January 1942 and resulting in the first commissioning by January 1943. The conversion was fast because it was simple. Retain the cruiser machinery and hull, add a flight deck above the superstructure, accept the resulting narrow deck, and limited aircraft capacity as the price of speed. The CVLs were never intended to substitute for fleet carriers. They were designed to supplement them, providing additional aircraft density within a fast carrier task group. Where the Essexes provided the primary striking power, all 9 served in the Pacific. Princeton was lost at Leyte Gulf on October 24, 1944, sunk by a single Japanese bomb that detonated her torpedo magazine. The remaining 8 were decommissioned in 1946 and 1947. 4 were sold to France, where several served into the 1960s. San Jacinto was the ship aboard which Lieutenant George H.W. Bush was shot down on September 2, 1944, and rescued. The Midway class was designed to survive the Pacific War's most extreme threat environment, kamikaze attack, through sheer size and armored flight decks. At 47,387 tons and 968 feet, the 3 ships, USS Midway, USS Franklin D. Roosevelt, and USS Coral Sea, were the largest warships in the world at commissioning, with 3.5-inch armored flight decks and an original air group of 137 aircraft, all 3 commissioned after Japan's surrender. Midway and Roosevelt were extensively rebuilt under SCB-110 programs in the 1950s, receiving angled decks, enclosed bows, and jet-capable catapults. Midway received a further modernization in 1966 to 1970 that cost $202 million and extended her service life to 1992, 47 years of commissioned service, the longest of any post-World War II U.S. carrier. Midway served as the flagship of carrier operations during the Gulf War in 1991, launching combat sorties against Iraqi targets in the opening hours of Operation Desert Storm. Roosevelt was decommissioned in 1977 and scrapped. USS Midway is preserved as a museum ship in San Diego, where she remains the most visited museum ship in the United States. The Casablanca class is the most remarkable carrier production achievement in history. 50 escort carriers built at Kaiser Shipbuilding's Vancouver, Washington Yard in 14 months, from November 1942 to July 1944. Henry Kaiser applied prefabricated assembly line construction techniques to a warship hull, delivering a 512-foot, 8,188-ton carrier every 12 days at peak production. No naval construction program before or since has matched this tempo. Each ship carried 28 aircraft and could sustain 19 knots. The October 25, 1944, Battle off Samar demonstrated what happened when CVS encountered fleet combatants. A Japanese surface force of 4 battleships and 6 heavy cruisers engaged 6 Casablanca-class CVS. 3 CVS were sunk. The others survived through smoke, rain squalls, and the reckless courage of their escorts. The CVE contribution to the war was primarily logistical, ferrying aircraft, providing convoy cover in the Atlantic against U-boats, and supporting amphibious landings with close air support. All 50 were decommissioned within 2 years of the war's end. Their production speed had made them. Their tactical limitations made them obsolete the moment high-intensity combat ended. The Bogue class converted C-3 cargo vessel hulls into escort carriers under a program that ultimately produced 44 hulls, 11 for the US Navy and 33 for the Royal Navy. USS Bogue commissioned on September 26, 1942, establishing the template, a 495-foot flight deck over a commercial cargo hull, 18-knot maximum speed, and a small air group optimized for anti-submarine warfare. The Bogue class earned its place in history through the Battle of the Atlantic. Between March and July 1943, the critical turning point of the U-boat war, Bogue-class escort carrier hunter-killer groups sank or damaged 12 German submarines, directly contributing to the collapse of the German Wolfpack strategy. The TBF Avengers and FM-1 Wildcats operating from these small carriers proved that airborne ASW coverage could close the mid-Atlantic gap that shore-based aircraft could not reach. The tactical innovation was the Hunter-Killer Group, 1 CVE plus 4 or 5 destroyer escorts operating as an independent ASW unit. USS Block Island was the only US carrier sunk in the Atlantic, torpedoed by U-549 on May 29, 1944. The other 10 US bogues survived the war, all decommissioned in 1946. The Sangamon class converted 4 Type T3 fleet oilers into escort carriers, a conversion that produced the largest and most capable CVEs in the US Navy by virtue of the tanker hull's generous beam and displacement. At 23,875 tons full load and 553 feet, the 4 ships, Sangamon, Suwannee, Chenango, and Santee, were substantially larger than the Bogue and Casablanca classes, with better seakeeping, more fuel capacity, and a marginally larger air group of 31 aircraft. All 4 participated in Operation Torch in November 1942, providing tactical air support for the North Africa landings. The Sangamon class demonstrated that converted tanker hulls could sustain extended combat operations more effectively than converted cargo hulls. Suwannee and Santee were both struck by kamikaze aircraft in October 1944 during the Leyte Gulf operations. Suwannee was hit on October 25, 1944 by a Zero that penetrated her hangar deck. 107 men were killed. Santee was hit by a kamikaze and simultaneously torpedoed by a submarine on the same day. Both survived through damage control. All 4 ships were decommissioned in 1945. The Commencement Bay class was the final and most capable CVE design, incorporating all lessons from the preceding escort carrier types into a purpose-optimized hull that was stronger, better arranged, and more survivable than the converted commercial vessels that preceded it. 19 hulls completed between 1944 and 1946. 7 commissioned too late for World War II combat. The class introduced unit machinery, all 4 boilers and both turbines in separate fire rooms and engine rooms, so that a single hit could not destroy the entire propulsion plant. The enhanced fuel isolation system addressed the aviation gasoline fire problem that had destroyed Lexington and contributed to multiple CVE losses. Several Commencement Bay class ships served into the Korean War in the anti-submarine warfare role. The last of the class, USS Gilbert Islands, was redesignated as a communication relay ship and served until 1970, 26 years after commissioning, the longest CVE service life. The class bridged the wartime CVE concept into the Cold War ASW mission without being replaced by purpose-built designs until the 1960s. The Forrestal class defined the modern aircraft carrier. At 1,039 feet and 81,101 tons full load, USS Forrestal commissioned on October 1, 1955, as the largest warship ever built to that date. A ship with 4 steam catapults, 4 deck-edge elevators, an angled flight deck, and a hangar capable of accommodating jet aircraft that dwarfed everything in the World War II inventory. On July the 29th, 1967, a Zuni rocket accidentally fired on Forrestal's flight deck, triggering a catastrophic chain of explosions and fires that killed 134 sailors and destroyed 21 aircraft, the worst loss of life on a US carrier since World War II. The accident investigation led directly to revised ordnance handling procedures, improved firefighting training, and the development of Kevlar flight deck protective gear. Among the pilots who escaped the Forrestal fire was Lieutenant Commander John S. McCain. All 4 ships served through the Cold War, with Saratoga and Forrestal conducting extensive Vietnam War operations. Independence served in the Adriatic during Bosnia operations in 1994. Forrestal was decommissioned in 1993 and sold for scrapping in 2014. The class established the dimensions and capabilities that every subsequent U.S. carrier has been built to match or exceed. The Kitty Hawk class was an improved Forrestal design with relocated machinery, revised elevator placement, and improved survivability features. 3 ships, USS Kitty Hawk, USS Constellation, and USS America, served as the Navy's primary conventional-powered supercarrier force from the 1960s through the early 2000s. USS John F. Kennedy was often grouped with the class, though built to a slightly modified design. All 3 Kitty Hawk-class ships conducted sustained combat operations in Vietnam, with Constellation deploying from 1964 through 1975. Kitty Hawk served in the Persian Gulf during both the 1991 Gulf War and Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, the last conventional-powered carrier to conduct sustained combat operations. America was decommissioned in 1996 and deliberately sunk as a target ship in 2005 after a 4-year underwater survivability study, the only U.S. carrier intentionally sunk since World War II. Kennedy served until 2007, operating as the last conventionally powered U.S. carrier in service. The class demonstrated that conventional propulsion remained viable for sustained carrier operations when nuclear power was unavailable or unaffordable. John F. Kennedy is being considered for preservation as a museum ship. USS Enterprise was the world's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, a technological achievement that altered the strategic calculus of naval power by eliminating the refueling constraint that limited conventional carriers to operational radii of roughly 2,000 miles. Commissioned on November 25, 1961, she was powered by 8 Westinghouse A2W pressurized water reactors producing 280,000 shaft horsepower, enabling a top speed in excess of 30 knots and theoretically unlimited range, constrained only by crew endurance and aircraft consumables. Enterprise cost $444.6 million, roughly 50% more than a Kitty Hawk-class ship, and her 8-reactor arrangement proved unreasonably expensive to maintain. The Navy built only 1 Enterprise before cost concerns drove development of a 2-reactor design for the Nimitz class. She served 55 years, the longest service life of any U.S. carrier, accumulating 25 deployments including Cuban Missile Crisis patrols in 1962, Vietnam operations from 1965 through 1972, and post-9/11 operations against Afghanistan in 2001. On January 14, 1969, a fire on Enterprise's flight deck triggered by overheated Mk-32 rocket motors killed 27 sailors. She was decommissioned in February 2017 and is currently being dismantled at Newport News. The Nimitz class comprises 10 nuclear-powered carriers built between 1968 and 2006, commissioned between 1975 and 2009, and currently constituting the backbone of U.S. carrier aviation. Each ship displaces 100,000 to 104,600 tons full load, is powered by two Westinghouse A4W reactors producing 260,000 shaft horsepower, and carries an air wing of approximately 90 aircraft, the most powerful combination of speed, endurance, and striking power ever assembled on a single platform. 10 ships constitute the class: Nimitz, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Carl Vinson, Theodore Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, John C. Stennis, Harry S. Truman, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. Later, hulls incorporated progressive improvements in aviation facilities, electronic warfare systems, and survivability. The class has deployed in every major U.S. military operation since 1975, Operation Eagle Claw in 1980, Gulf War in 1991, Kosovo in 1999, Afghanistan in 2001, Iraq in 2003, and sustained counter-terrorism operations through the present. Theodore Roosevelt's COVID-19 outbreak in 2020, which incapacitated 1,271 crew members, demonstrated that biological threats constrained nuclear-powered warships as effectively as enemy weapons. The class is projected to serve through 2070 as the Ford class enters service. USS Nimitz, commissioned on May 3, 1975, as the lead ship of the class and the second nuclear-powered carrier in U.S. service. Her construction cost of $1.881 billion reflected substantial investments in improved maintenance access, enhanced survivability, and expanded aviation facilities. The two-reactor A4W plant produced 260,000 shaft horsepower, with simpler maintenance cycles than Enterprise's 8-reactor arrangement. Nimitz's most consequential operational moment occurred on April 24th and 25th, 1980, when she served as the launch platform for Operation Eagle Claw, the failed attempt to rescue American hostages in Iran. The operation launched from Nimitz in the North Arabian Sea. Helicopter, mechanical failures, and a mid-air collision in the Iranian desert ended the mission before it reached Tehran. 8 Americans died. The Eagle Claw failure accelerated the creation of U.S. Special Operations Command and the development of dedicated Special Operations aviation assets. Nimitz's role was instrumental, not in the mission's success, but in demonstrating the consequences of inadequate inter-service coordination. Her reactors were refueled during a 1998 refueling and complex overhaul at Newport News that cost $2.5 billion. The 9 ships following Nimitz represent progressive refinements across 3 decades of construction. Eisenhower through Theodore Roosevelt were essentially identical to Nimitz, with improved electronics. From Abraham Lincoln onward, enhanced aviation fuel capacity, revised island arrangement, and improved below-deck aviation ordnance systems were incorporated. John C. Stennis introduced the Mark 7 arresting gear system. George H.W. Bush was the most extensively modified Nimitz-class hull, serving as a technology bridge to the Ford class with advanced weapons elevators, enlarged flight deck, and modified island. Theodore Roosevelt's deployment record includes the first carrier strikes of Operation Desert Storm on January 17, 1991, when her aircraft flew 4,200 sorties in 44 days. Abraham Lincoln was the site of President George W. Bush's Mission Accomplished address on May 1, 2003. Carl Vinson recovered the body of Osama bin Laden for burial at sea on May 2, 2011. Ronald Reagan is homeported at Yokosuka, Japan, serving as the centerpiece of U.S. forward deterrence in the Western Pacific, the only U.S. carrier permanently based outside the continental United States. George Washington completed a refueling and complex overhaul in 2023 at a cost of $4.6 billion. The Nimitz class, across 10 ships and nearly 50 years of service, has projected U.S. air power to every corner of the globe in a manner no other weapon system in history has matched. USS Gerald R. Ford commissioned on July 22, 2017 after a construction program that began in 2005, accumulated $2.4 billion in cost overruns, and delivered a carrier that incorporated more new technologies simultaneously than any U.S. warship in history. The A-1B reactor produces 700 megawatts, triple the A-4W's output, enabling the electromagnetic aircraft launch system to replace steam catapults, the advanced arresting gear to replace hydraulic arresters, and dual-band radar to replace multiple legacy radar systems. The sortie rate target of 160 sorties per day represents a 33% improvement over Nimitz-class sustained operations. The simultaneously introduced new technologies produced cascading failures during initial service. The EALS experienced 1.4 system failures per 100 launches in early testing against a requirement of 0.009. The advanced arresting gear required replacement of its control system after multiple failures. The weapons elevators failed operationally testing in 2017 and required 2 years of remediation. Ford was delivered with 22 unresolved deficiencies and was not considered fully combat capable until 2022. USS John F. Kennedy incorporated lessons from Ford's deficiencies and commissioned in 2024. CVN-80, Enterprise and CVN-81. Doris Miller are under construction at Newport News. The Ford class's ultimate sortie rate capability remains unvalidated in sustained combat. The class represents either the future of carrier aviation or the most expensive technological gamble in naval history. Time and operational experience will determine which. USS United States was cancelled by Secretary of Defense Louis Johnson on April 23, 1949, 5 days after her keel was laid at Newport News shipbuilding, in the most abrupt and consequential carrier program cancellation in U.S. history. The ship was designed to operate AJ-1 Savage nuclear strike aircraft, providing the Navy with an autonomous strategic nuclear delivery capability that would give it a direct role in nuclear deterrence. Johnson's cancellation triggered what became known as the Revolt of the Admirals, a series of congressional hearings in 1949 in which senior naval officers publicly challenged civilian defense policy in unprecedented fashion. 4 admirals effectively ended their careers by testifying against the B-36 program's adequacy. The Korean War, beginning in June 1950, immediately demonstrated that land-based air power could not provide the tactical flexibility naval aviation offered. Congress authorized the Forrestal class in 1951. United States' cancellation had delayed the supercarrier program by 6 years and cost the Navy a generation of officer-civilian trust. The keel plates were scrapped, the lesson was retained. At the dawn of the 20th century, naval warfare faced an existential crisis. Proliferating torpedo boats threatened the supremacy of multi-million-dollar battleships. The answer? The Bainbridge class, America's very first destroyers. Commissioned between 1902 and 1903, these 9 pioneering vessels DD-1 through DD-9 were explicitly engineered to hunt down and eliminate the torpedo boat threat before it could breach the battle line. Displacing 420 tons and capable of hitting 29 knots, these warships were large enough to chase adversaries into the open ocean. Yet, life aboard was a grueling testament to human endurance. Powered by coal-fired, triple-expansion engines, the ships required relentless manual labor, measuring crew watches in grueling hours of physical toil. Approximately 73 men lived in cramped, wet, and unforgiving conditions, accepting extreme hardship as standard naval service. Armed with two 18-inch torpedo tubes and 3-inch guns, they established a permanent, three-part institutional identity for the United States Navy. Screening the fleet, executing torpedo attacks, and maintaining close-in defense. Though they saw no major combat before USS Bainbridge was decommissioned in 1919, they forged the blueprint for every American destroyer that followed, cementing a legacy that redefined global naval doctrine. As a new decade loomed, the United States Navy aggressively evolved its fledgling destroyer force through 4 successive classes: the Smith, Paulding, Tucker, and Sampson. Totaling roughly 48 ships built between 1909 and 1917, this rapid technological sprint absorbed vital lessons from global naval exercises. Displacement climbed steadily from 700 to 1,100 tons. But the true revolution came with the Paulding class, the introduction of oil-fired turbine propulsion. This monumental shift completely eliminated the exhausting labor of coaling at sea, transforming naval endurance from human muscle to fuel tank capacity. Weapons capabilities surged as well, as the Tucker and Sampson classes integrated up to 12 tubes carrying the lethal 21-inch torpedo, which became the American standard. When World War I erupted, these hulls met the ultimate test in the Atlantic. Deploying to Queenstown Island in May 1917 under Rear Admiral William Sims, they spearheaded vital anti-submarine patrols and convoy escorts against German U-boats. Though limited in sheer numbers, these pioneering crews established the American destroyer force's very first sustained combat deployment, proving that these adaptable vessels were indispensable guardians of the high seas. Faced with the staggering threat of the German U-boat campaign in World War I, the United States launched the largest single destroyer production run in its history. Between 1917 and 1922, a staggering 273 flush-deck, 4-funnel destroyers were built, universally known as the Four Stackers. Produced at a breakneck pace of up to 1 ship per week, their distinctive unbroken flush-deck design prioritized construction simplicity over crew comfort, creating notoriously wet and perilous deck conditions in heavy Atlantic seas. Driven by 27,000 horsepower to a blistering 35 knots, these vessels carried an aggressive offensive punch of 12 torpedo tubes. However, high-speed fuel consumption severely crippled their tactical range. Decades later, in September 1940, 50 of these aging warriors found new life through the historic Destroyers for Bases agreement, traded to a depleted British Royal Navy in exchange for vital Western Hemisphere base rights. They served on the front lines of the Battle of the Atlantic. The remaining 4 stackers served the US Navy throughout World War II as escorts, minesweepers, and fast transports. The last of these legendary mass-produced ships were finally scrapped in 1949, closing a monumental chapter in industrial naval warfare. Following a 13-year hiatus in peacetime destroyer construction, the United States Navy unveiled the Farragut class in 1934. These 8 innovative warships corrected the most glaring flaws of their World War I predecessors. Engineers abandoned the flat flush deck layout, restoring a raised forecastle that dramatically improved seakeeping and crew habitability in rough ocean waters. More importantly, the Farragut class marked the historic debut of the 5-inch 38 caliber dual-purpose gun. This revolutionary weapon could track and destroy enemy aircraft at high altitudes while retaining full capability against surface targets, eliminating the need for split armaments. Reaching 36.5 knots via modernized propulsion systems, the class solved the high-speed fuel consumption issues that plagued the older 4 stackers. All 8 ships fought extensively across the Pacific theater in World War II. Notably, on December 7, 1941, USS Monaghan aggressively rammed and depth-charged a Japanese submarine at Pearl Harbor. However, tragedy struck in December 1944 when Monaghan and USS Hull capsized during Typhoon Cobra. This catastrophic loss exposed the class's marginal stability in extreme weather, delivering a harsh, vital lesson that would heavily influence the design of all future American surface combatants. Between 1936 and 1940, an intense doctrinal debate gripped the United States Navy, resulting in 46 destroyers spread across 5 closely related classes: Mahan, Gridley, Bagley, Benham, and Sims. Designers constantly wrestled with a critical question: should a destroyer be a torpedo-heavy strike ship or a balanced fleet escort? The Mahan class sought middle ground, whereas the Gridley and Bagley variants sacrificed guns to pack an astonishing 16 torpedo tubes. The Gridley class even clocked a blistering 42.8 knots on sea trials, making them the fastest American destroyers ever built. However, packing such extreme weight aloft severely compromised stability in heavy weather. This interwar experimentation faced a brutal reality check in the deadly surface actions of the Guadalcanal campaign from 1942 to 1943. Exposed to the lethal Japanese long-lance torpedo and masterful enemy night combat tactics, these ships paid a terrible price in blood and iron. Fierce night battles at Cape Esperance, Guadalcanal, and Tassafaronga ultimately claimed 11 of the 46 ships. This costly Solomon Islands campaign became a grim, decisive laboratory, proving that over-specialized torpedo platforms sacrificed the vital anti-aircraft defense needed to survive modern naval warfare. As a global conflagration loomed, the United States Navy commissioned 96 Benson and Gleaves-class destroyers between 1940 and 1943. Emerging as the most numerous destroyer classes available during the attack on Pearl Harbor, these rugged warships became the backbone of Allied convoy protection during the most perilous phases of the Battle of the Atlantic. To correct the stability flaws of older designs, engineers reduced top weight and implemented reliable twin-screw propulsion, optimizing them for grueling ocean escorts. Armed with a potent 5-inch/38 dual-purpose battery and advanced anti-submarine weaponry like depth charges and hedgehog projectors, they adapted instantly to the shifting German U-boat threat. The era's high stakes were underscored when USS Reuben James, technically an older Clemson-class ship, acting in this escort role, was sunk on October 31st, 1941, marking America's first warship loss of World War II. Under Lend-Lease agreements, several Benson and Gleaves units transferred to Great Britain, Greece, and the Soviet Union, seeing brutal action in the Arctic. Operating through the Korean War and into the 1960s, their storied record solidified them as a legendary cross-hemisphere fleet asset. Born from the hard-fought lessons of early wartime losses, the Fletcher class stands as the most produced and celebrated destroyer class in United States Navy history. Between 1942 and 1944, an astonishing 175 of these balanced warships were commissioned, anchoring every pivotal Pacific campaign from Guadalcanal to Tokyo Bay. Designers boldly increased displacement to 2,050 tons, unlocking the stability margin, deck space, and crucial crew habitability that previous classes sorely lacked. The result was a masterful multi-mission combatant. Armed with 5 5-inch/38 dual-purpose guns, 10 torpedo tubes, and a rapidly expanding array of Bofors 40mm and Oerlikon 20mm anti-aircraft weapons, the Fletcher class could screen carrier task forces, spearhead amphibious landings, and hunt submarines with equal lethality. Their crews displayed legendary valor. During the Battle off Samar at Leyte Gulf, USS Johnston and USS Hole launched daring, sacrificial charges against a massive Japanese fleet to protect vulnerable landing forces. Though 23 Fletchers were lost in the war, survivors served 11 nations throughout the Cold War. In a stunning display of longevity, Taiwan retired the world's last active Fletcher in 1999, outlasting the very global conflict it was built to fight. As World War II entered its final, bloodiest phase, the United States Navy faced a terrifying new threat in the Pacific: massed aerial kamikaze attacks. The answer was the Allen M. Sumner class, commissioned between 1944 and 1945. These 58 ships were a direct evolution of the Fletcher design, fundamentally re-engineered to prioritize overwhelming anti-aircraft firepower over single-gun accuracy. Engineers replaced the Fletcher's 5 single mounts with 3 innovative twin 5-inch/38 mounts, unleashing a staggering total of 6 guns for a far heavier broadside. This massive boost in volume of fire, combined with reinforced 40mm anti-aircraft batteries, came at the cost of increased top weight, which slightly reduced the ship's seakeeping margins. While retaining 10 torpedo tubes for surface actions, their primary mission had permanently shifted skyward. Following the war, Sumner-class destroyers provided vital shore bombardment during the Korean War. Their operational lives were dramatically extended during the early 1960s via the FRAM-2 modernization program, which added cutting-edge ASROC capability and updated Cold War electronics. Serving proudly in reserve and Allied fleets, the final American units were decommissioned in 1973, leaving a legacy of relentless adaptation. Representing the ultimate evolution of America's World War II destroyer design, the Gearing class was built to conquer the vast, grueling distances of the Pacific Ocean. Stretching the predecessor Sumner hull by 4.1 meters, engineers packed in massive additional fuel capacity. Of the 152 ships originally ordered, 98 were completed between 1945 and 1946, while 54 were cancelled as global hostilities drew to a close. Though they arrived too late for significant World War II combat, these long-range warships quickly became the backbone of the post-war fleet. In June 1950, the lead ship, USS Gearing, fired the very first naval gunfire of the Korean War, kick-starting decades of frontline service. The class's true longevity, however, was unlocked by the revolutionary FRAM-1 modernization program in the early 1960s. This extensive overhaul stripped away obsolete World War II torpedoes to install the cutting-edge SQS-23 hull-mounted sonar and the ASROC standoff weapon system, transforming aging hulls into premier Cold War anti-submarine platforms. Surviving through the Vietnam War, the final American unit retired in 1979, though sister ships served foreign allies like Turkey into the late 1990s. In 1955, a bold new era of naval architecture dawned with the Forrest Sherman class. As the first American destroyers designed entirely after World War II, these 18 innovative ships discarded wartime constraints to confront an existential threat, the rapidly growing Soviet submarine fleet. Built from the keel up explicitly for anti-submarine warfare, these vessels integrated an advanced aluminum superstructure to significantly reduce top weight, a revolutionary Bose sonar dome for superior acoustic tracking, and the powerful new 5-inch/54 caliber gun. This longer-barreled weapon provided unprecedented anti-aircraft range, anchoring NATO's vital strategy to keep Atlantic sea lanes open for European reinforcement. Recognizing the changing face of modern warfare, the Navy converted 4 of these hulls into guided missile destroyers in the mid-1960s, replacing traditional gun mounts and torpedo tubes with advanced Tartar surface-to-air missile systems. The Forrest Sherman class served honorably in crucial gunfire support roles throughout the Vietnam War. They were progressively decommissioned between 1973 and 1988. Having successfully bridged the gap between legacy World War II gunboats and the highly automated, technologically advanced surface combatants of the late Cold War. Commissioned between 1960 and 1964, the 23 ships of the Charles F. Adams class permanently altered the landscape of naval warfare by introducing the DDG designation, the purpose-built guided missile destroyer. Armed with the revolutionary Tartar surface-to-air missile system, these warships fundamentally transformed fleet air defense. The Tartar's semi-active radar homing and impressive 18-kilometer engagement range provided a protective canopy that traditional 5-inch guns could never replicate. Combining this air defense umbrella with ASROC anti-submarine weapons and 2 5-inch/54 guns, the Adams class became the most comprehensively capable multi-mission destroyers of their era. Their highly successful design also established a vital precedent for international military cooperation. Modified variants were exported to key global allies, including 3 ships to West Germany's Lütjens class and 3 to Australia's Perth class. Acknowledged as versatile frontline assets, they provided critical naval gunfire support throughout the Vietnam War and stood guard during tense Cold War standoffs. The US Navy progressively decommissioned the class between 1975 and 1993. While the Australian variants remarkably pressed on until 2001, cementing over 4 decades of stellar frontline service across the globe. Entering service in 1975, the 31 ships of the Spruance class initially sparked intense congressional controversy. Critics lambasted the massive 7,800-ton vessels as visually underarmed. However, this criticism fundamentally misunderstood a monumental shift in naval warfare design. The Spruance class was engineered around revolutionary, space-consuming anti-submarine systems designed to neutralize the Soviet submarine threat. At its core lay the advanced SQS-53 Bose sonar and the SQR-19 towed passive array, delivering unprecedented underwater detection ranges, further extended by 2 onboard SH-60 Seahawk helicopters. These warships also pioneered the COGAG propulsion system, utilizing twin LM-2500 gas turbines to achieve blistering acceleration from a cold start in mere minutes. The class's true genius lay in its modular hull design, which allowed for massive mid-life upgrades. The Navy eventually installed 61-cell Mk-41 vertical launch systems, equipping them with Tomahawk cruise missiles and transforming these dedicated ASW platforms into terrifying land attack juggernauts. Spruance-class destroyers delivered devastating strikes during both Gulf Wars. Progressively decommissioned between 2005 and 2006, many were sunk as targets in fleet exercises, proving their rugged structural resilience until the very end. The 4 ships of the Kidd class, commissioned between 1981 and 1982, represent one of the most fascinating and consequential procurement accidents in modern naval history. Dubbed the Ayatollah class by US Navy sailors, these massive 9,200-ton warships were originally ordered by the Shah of Iran. However, the unexpected 1979 Islamic Revolution halted delivery, forcing the United States to inherit a fleet of nearly complete vessels. Built upon the proven Spruance-class hull, the Iranian design demanded heavily customized, multi-mission upgrades that exceeded standard American specifications. Engineers replaced the ASW-focused architecture with 2 twin-arm standard SAM launchers, heavily reinforcing area air defense alongside robust ASW capabilities, helicopters, and rapid-fire 5-inch guns. This unexpected windfall provided the US Navy with its most comprehensively armed destroyers until the advent of the Aegis era. After serving American interests through the twilight of the Cold War, all 4 vessels were sold to Taiwan between 2003 and 2005. Reflagged in the Republic of China Navy, these heavily armed warriors continue to serve as vital strategic deterrents against potential cross-strait conflict, remaining fully operational well past 2024. Commissioned in 1991, USS Arleigh Burke heralded the most radical technological leap in post-World War II naval history, the Aegis era. The 28 ships of Flight 1 and 2 entering service between 1991 and 2000 were built around the revolutionary AN/SPY-1D phased array radar and the integrated Aegis combat system. This milestone combination allowed a single vessel to simultaneously track hundreds of contacts and engage multi-domain threats, shifting the bottleneck of naval warfare from mechanical system limits to human crew processing speed. Central to this staggering multi-mission capability was the 90-cell Mk-41 vertical launch system, capable of firing standard SM-2 area defense missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles, and ASROC rockets in any tactical combination. While Flight 1 ships deliberately omitted a helicopter hangar to minimize top weight, restricting anti-submarine operations, the slightly modified Flight 2 series bridged the gap before production shifted. Deploying directly to the Persian Gulf within months of commissioning, these 8,422-ton warships fundamentally redefined the destroyer's role. They successfully replaced the specialized surface combatants of the Cold War with a singular high-tech platform capable of projecting decisive multi-domain power anywhere on Earth. Entering service in 2000, the 34 ships of the Arleigh Burke Flight 2A variant corrected the most significant operational limitation of their predecessors. By expanding the hull to incorporate 2 full-service helicopter hangars for SH-60 Seahawk helicopters, engineers dramatically extended the ship's independent anti-submarine warfare and surface surveillance capabilities across hundreds of square miles. Displacement grew to 9,238 tons, and the Mk-41 vertical launch system was expanded to 96 cells, providing massive added strike volume that would quickly face real-world deployment. Flight 2A destroyers became the primary tip of the spear during the opening hours of Operation Iraqi Freedom in March 2003, launching devastating Tomahawk cruise missile strikes against strategic leadership and infrastructure targets. These operations demonstrated that a destroyer could deliver the strategic effects traditionally reserved for aircraft carriers or massive cruisers. Equipped with the heavily updated SQQ-89 anti-submarine suite and modernized combat software, Flight 2A successfully countered emerging 21st century undersea threats. Though technically classified as destroyers for institutional and budgetary reasons, these heavily armed, highly versatile combatants possessed the displacement, firepower, and multi-domain dominance of modern guided missile cruisers. Representing the current pinnacle of American surface warfare, the Arleigh Burke Flight 3 class commenced in 2021 with the commissioning of USS Thomas Hudner. Built around the revolutionary AN/S PY-6 V1 air and missile defense radar, this ongoing production run represents a massive evolutionary leap over legacy Aegis systems. The SPY-6 radar delivers an astonishing 30-fold increase in sensitivity, allowing Flight 3 ships to detect stealthy, low cross-section targets at unprecedented distances. This extreme capability shifts the class's primary mission to ballistic missile defense, directly countering modern hypersonic missiles and advanced cruise missile proliferation from state and non-state actors alike. Operating this massive radar required a complete overhaul of the ship's internal electrical generation systems. This power upgrade consumed valuable internal hull volume, forcing designers to retain the 96-cell VLS limit despite fleet pressure for expansion. Scheduled for continuous production through the mid-2030s alongside the developing DDG-X program, the Arleigh Burke lineage will achieve over 40 years of continuous manufacturing. This historic run cements it as the longest, most successful destroyer production line in American history, anchoring global maritime defense well into the mid-2040s. Designed as the ultimate stealth vanguard for the 21st century, the Zumwalt class represents one of the most technologically ambitious yet controversial programs in naval history. Originally planning a fleet of 32 ships, skyrocketing development costs forced the Navy to build just 3 hulls, with the lead ship commanding an unprecedented $8.6 billion. The 14,564-ton warships were built around the Advanced Gun System, a pair of automated 155mm cannons engineered to fire precision-guided munitions over 100 kilometers. However, when production cuts drove individual shell costs to a staggering $800,000, the weapon system became completely unsustainable, leading to the removal of all guns in 2021. Despite this setback, the class features a radical tumble-home hull form that dramatically slashes its radar cross-section alongside a massive 78-megawatt integrated electric propulsion system designed to power future directed energy weapons. Currently assigned to Surface Development Squadron 1 in San Diego, these futuristic vessels are being converted into long-range hypersonic missile strike platforms. While the execution remains a cautionary procurement tale, the Zumwalt class stands as a bold, experimental leap into the future of low-observable maritime warfare. Designed in a mere 143 days by Kelly Johnson's legendary Skunk Works team in 1943, the Lockheed P-80 Shooting Star made history as the very first American jet fighter to enter operational service. First taking flight on January 8, 1944, this innovative aircraft arrived in the skies over Korea at exactly the moment modern aerial warfare underwent a radical transformation. Suddenly, its rigid, straight-wing blueprint became a critical tactical liability when confronting the Soviet MiG-15, whose swept-wing aerodynamics delivered vastly superior performance above 25,000 feet. Yet, Lieutenant Russell Brown's historic downing of a MiG-15 while piloting this technically inferior aircraft remains a masterclass in aerial combat, proving that battlefield outcomes depend on pilot skill far more than technical specification sheets alone. As the swept-wing F-86 Sabre rushed in to claim the air superiority crown, the F-80C was progressively reassigned to punishing ground attack roles. Under relentless pressure, it flew an astonishing 98,515 combat sorties across the Korean theater, recording more combat missions than any other aircraft in the entire conflict, securing its enduring legacy. It proved itself a rugged workhorse in America's first true jet war. Entering service in 1947, the straight-wing Republic F-84 Thunderjet, alongside its 1954 swept-wing successor, the F-84F Thunderstreak, performed a vital, high-stakes strategic role that history often forgets. During the tense early years of the Cold War, these rugged fighter-bombers served as the primary nuclear delivery platform for Strategic Air Command. They filled a critical security gap when the aging B-29 bomber's effectiveness plummeted, holding the line until the advanced B-47 Stratojet could arrive in sufficient numbers. Deployed to the bloody skies of Korea, the F-84 shifted focus to devastating interdiction campaigns. Operating under brutal conditions, Thunderjet units executed an incredible 86,408 combat sorties, utterly decimating enemy infrastructure by destroying 60 locomotives, nearly 4,000 tactical vehicles, and over 8,000 buildings. However, this heavy ground attack mission demanded a terrible price, resulting in the loss of 335 aircraft. Ultimately, production scaled immensely to meet global demand, with 4,457 G models and over 2,000 F models built. A cornerstone of early Western defense, 16 Allied nations proudly operated this fierce, nuclear-capable machine, solidifying Republic Aviation's reputation. First taking flight on October 1st, 1947, and entering full operational service in 1949, the North American F-86 Sabre was urgently rushed to Korea in December 1950 to confront a terrifying new threat. It immediately restored American air superiority over the deadly, contested skies of MiG Alley, eventually becoming the most produced Western jet fighter in aviation history with 9,860 airframes built. The Sabre's iconic 35-degree swept wing utilized advanced German aerodynamic data captured directly from wartime Focke-Wulf designs, meaning both the F-86 and its arch-rival, the Soviet MiG-15, shared a secret engineering lineage rooted in Nazi technology. For decades, the US celebrated a staggering 10-to-1 kill ratio, claiming 792 downed MiGs, against only 78 Sabre losses. While subsequent Russian and Chinese military records contested this, suggesting a tighter 2-to-1 reality, both statistics remain accurate within their own specific accounting rules. Operated by 30 nations globally, the Sabre proved to have astonishing longevity. The final operational F-86 served with the Pakistan Air Force until its retirement in 2007, closing an incredible chapter in combat aviation history. As the world's very first operational production supersonic fighter, the North American F-100 Super Sabre shattered records by achieving sustained supersonic flight in a level attitude without even activating its afterburner. First flying on May 25, 1953, and entering service in 1954, the initial F-100A variant harbored a hidden, deadly flaw, a lethal adverse yaw coupling that could trigger an unrecoverable deep stall at high angles of attack. Before engineers successfully redesigned the vertical fin, 47 early aircraft were completely lost to this terrifying condition. Decades later, the skies over Vietnam became the Super Sabre's true crucible. It flew an astonishing 360,283 combat sorties, more than any other American aircraft in that grueling conflict, primarily providing devastating close air support to ground troops. However, operating in high-threat environments came at a terrible cost, as 198 Super Sabres were lost to enemy fire. An aircraft originally engineered to be the ultimate supersonic MiG killer ended its legendary operational career as a heavily battered, low-altitude bomb truck supporting frontline ground forces. Originally envisioned as a long-range strategic escort to protect nuclear bombers deep inside hostile territory, the heavy McDonnell F-101 Voodoo was dynamically resurrected as a supersonic interceptor. With 807 total airframes produced, this muscular twin-engine machine carried one of the most terrifying weapons of the Cold War, the AIR-2 Genie nuclear rocket. This unguided projectile carried a 1.5 kiloton nuclear warhead, engineered to be launched directly into the center of incoming Soviet strategic bomber formations to vaporize entire fleets at once. Beyond its interceptor role, the Voodoo secured an unforgettable place in intelligence history through its reconnaissance variants. Following the sudden suspension of high-altitude U-2 spy flights, the RF-101C was thrust into danger, flying the first perilous low-level reconnaissance missions over Cuba during the terrifying missile crisis of October 1962. Streaking across enemy airspace at treetop level, these daring reconnaissance pilots brought back high-resolution imagery that provided crucial, close-in visual confirmation of Soviet nuclear missile sites, giving President Kennedy the undeniable proof required to alter the course of modern global history. The Convair F-102 Delta Dagger stands as a profound testament to how theoretical physics can rescue an endangered military program. In initial flight testing, the radical Delta Wing aircraft utterly failed to break the sound barrier in level flight, leaving the entire project on the brink of cancellation. The YF-102 prototype was frustratingly subsonic, until legendary NACA aerodynamicist Richard Whitcomb applied his revolutionary area rule principle to the design in 1952. By narrowing the fuselage to give it an iconic wasp waist shape, drag was drastically reduced. The dramatically redesigned F-102A easily exceeded Mach 1.2, turning a wind tunnel theory into a multi-billion-dollar aviation triumph. However, its actual combat deployment revealed stark limitations. During patrol missions in the dense skies over Vietnam, 2 F-102A interceptors were abruptly shot down by nimble North Vietnamese MiG-21s. It was a humiliating indignity for a sophisticated aircraft specifically engineered for high-altitude interception, only to be assigned routine combat patrols and ultimately bested by a significantly faster, far more maneuverable opponent that exposed the Dagger's technical vulnerabilities in close dogfights. Born from direct conversations with veteran combat pilots during the Korean War, the Lockheed F-104 starfighter was engineered around a simple, uncompromising desire: a small, lightweight airframe with unmatched speed and climb rates. Kelly Johnson's design team achieved these blistering supersonic goals perfectly, but the narrow operational focus created terrifying consequences on the ground. The West German Luftwaffe infamously lost 292 of their F-104G models to catastrophic training accidents. This staggering 32% airframe loss rate earned the sleek jet a grim, permanent nickname across Europe: the Widowmaker. Tragically, 116 Luftwaffe pilots lost their lives in these non-combat mishaps. The core issue was systemic. The high-speed interceptor was the perfect design for a single specialized mission, yet it was repeatedly forced into 5 alternative tactical roles it was never meant to handle. Despite this notorious reputation, other global operators mastered the unforgiving machine. The Italian Air Force successfully flew updated F-104S variants until 2004, marking an incredible 46 years of operational life for a radical jet that pushed aviation engineering to its absolute limits. Purpose-built as a massive supersonic internal bay nuclear strike aircraft, the Republic F-105. Thunder Chief first took flight on October 22, 1955, and entered operational service in 1958. However, instead of launching nuclear weapons against strategic targets, the heavy jet was pressed into a grueling, conventional bombing campaign over the deadly skies of North Vietnam. In this relentless conflict, the Thunder Chief suffered more combat losses than any other American aircraft type in history. An astonishing 334 F-105s were completely destroyed by enemy anti-aircraft fire and surface-to-air missiles, representing a devastating 27.5% of the entire production run of 833 airframes. Yet, despite these staggering losses, the Thunder Chief birthed a legendary tactical legacy. Specialized twin-seat F-105F and G Wild Weasel variants pioneered the dangerous art of suppression of enemy air defenses. Hunting down hostile radar sites and surface-to-air missile batteries, these courageous crews established a permanent, highly specialized mission profile that remains a vital cornerstone of modern American air power to this very day on the front lines. First flying on December 26, 1956, and entering operational service in 1959, the Convair F-106 Delta Dart represents the absolute zenith of the dedicated American interceptor. Boasting blistering Mach 2.31 performance, this sleek Delta wing machine remained in continuous frontline service through 1988. It was the most capable dedicated interceptor the United States ever built, and notably the last American fighter, whose design requirements assumed that hunting Soviet nuclear bombers was its sole mission. Yet, despite its formidable capabilities, the Delta Dart never saw a single moment of actual combat. The massive Soviet strategic bomber force it was precisely engineered to destroy was rapidly superseded by intercontinental ballistic missiles, threats whose soaring trajectories the F-106 could never touch. In a poetic and tragic end, several of these magnificent interceptors were ultimately converted into unmanned QF-106 target drones. They were deliberately blown out of the sky during live fire testing, meaning the ultimate bomber killer was destined to be destroyed by the very air-to-air missiles it was originally designed to launch, leaving a legacy defined entirely by unfulfilled potential. When the McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom II first flew on May 27, 1958, it was a radical departure from tradition. Engineered completely without an internal gun, military doctrine of the era confidently dictated that advanced air-to-air guided missiles had made close-range dogfighting entirely obsolete. Produced in a staggering 5,195 airframes across 13 specialized variants, the heavy fighter was thrust into Vietnam, where it quickly demonstrated that American tactics were optimized for a war that wasn't actually being fought. In response to dismal missile performance and mounting losses, the United States Navy established the legendary Top Gun training program in 1969. Navy Phantom kill ratios against nimble North Vietnamese MiGs, instantly doubled after this rigorous tactical training became widespread. The aircraft itself had not changed, but the combat tactics radically shifted. Recognizing the harsh lessons of real-world air combat, the Air Force introduced the F-4E variant in 1967, which integrated an internal M61 Vulcan 20mm rotary cannon, permanently acknowledging what the bloody skies over Vietnam had brutally proven to a generation of pilots. First flying on March 25, 1955, and entering service in 1957, the Volt F-8 Crusader arrived as the United States Navy's very first supersonic carrier-capable aircraft. As the Vietnam War escalated, the Crusader quickly emerged as the Navy's absolute preferred dogfighter precisely because it proudly retained the four 20mm internal cannons that the newer F-4 Phantom had completely discarded. Grateful aviators affectionately dubbed it the last of the gunfighters. The F-8's exceptional combat record in Southeast Asia, 19 confirmed aerial victories against a mere 4 losses, represented the single highest kill ratio of any Navy aircraft in the entire conflict. Beyond American carrier decks, the rugged Crusader achieved remarkable global longevity. France's Aeronavale eagerly operated specialized F-8 variants from their own aircraft carriers from 1964 all the way through the year 2000, achieving a phenomenal 36-year naval service life. Long after the Crusader had been fully phased out of frontline American service, it simultaneously remained the absolute cornerstone of French naval aviation, proving the timeless value of a pure, gun-armed fighter machine. Engineered from the ground up as a simple, highly maintainable and low-cost supersonic fighter for export to global allies, the Northrop F-5 Freedom Fighter first took flight on July 30, 1959. Eventually delivered to over 40 nations across more than 2,600 total airframes, the sleek F-5 perfectly filled the critical operational gap between advanced jet trainers and complex frontline combat aircraft in Allied inventories. Yet, the F-5's most profoundly consequential American operator was not a combat unit, but rather the United States Navy's elite adversary and aggressor squadrons. Because of its small visual signature and nimble flight characteristics, the F-5E Tiger II was utilized as an incredibly realistic surrogate for the Soviet MiG-21 at the famous Top Gun school. Instructors pushed the agile jet to its limits, teaching generations of American naval aviators how to survive and win against Soviet hardware. Ultimately, the F-5's immense tactical value as a dedicated aggressor training aircraft far outlasted its utility as a frontline American fighter, cementing its place in military history. First flying on December 21st, 1970, and entering active carrier service in 1974, the Grumman F-14 Tomcat was a technological tour de force. It became the first operational aircraft in aviation history capable of simultaneously tracking 24 airborne targets and engaging 6 of them at extreme ranges using its revolutionary AWG-9 radar and long-range AIM-54 Phoenix missile combination. The twin-engine variable sweep fighter was the Navy's ultimate shield against aggressive Soviet anti-carrier doctrine, designed to destroy incoming bombers before they could launch devastating anti-ship missiles. While the Tomcat's iconic Hollywood status in the 1986 film Top Gun cemented its pop culture fame, its actual operational record was remarkably diverse. It scored 2 aerial victories over Libya in 1981 and flew extensive precision strike missions over Iraq and Afghanistan using advanced Lantern pods. Strikingly, Iran received 79 F-14As before the 1979 revolution, and some remain operational today. To prevent vital spare parts from ever reaching Tehran, the United States military completely shredded every single retired F-14D airframe after its retirement in September 2006. Forged directly from the harsh aerial lessons of the Vietnam War, the McDonnell Douglas F-15 Eagle first took flight on July 27, 1972, entering operational service in 1976 with an absolute mandate: undisputed air superiority. Over the next 4 decades, the Eagle compiled an unmatched aerial combat record with absolutely no precedent in aviation history. Across Israeli, Saudi, and American operators, the F-15 has achieved 104 confirmed air-to-air victories with exactly 0 combat losses. Not a single F-15 has ever been downed by an opposing aircraft in over 48 years of active combat operations. The Israeli Air Force alone accumulated 67 confirmed kills during intense operations over Lebanon and Syria between 1979 and 1982, famously including 5 high-speed Syrian MiG-25s. Later, during Operation Desert Storm in 1991, American F-15C pilots utterly dominated the skies, destroying 37 Iraqi aircraft without suffering a single air-to-air casualty. The Eagle's flawless record remains a towering testament to unmatched aerodynamic engineering, superior pilot training, and absolute battlefield dominance that has never been equaled. First flying on December 11, 1986, and entering frontline service in 1988 with the historic 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, the McDonnell Douglas F-15E Strike Eagle fundamentally transformed the Eagle platform. It dramatically expanded the aircraft from a pure air superiority fighter into a lethal, dual-role combat juggernaut, capable of carrying a massive 23,000-pound payload, the largest of any tactical fighter in the United States Air Force inventory. It simultaneously retained its full, lethal air-to-air combat capability. The evolution continued in 2021 with the introduction of the advanced F-15EX Eagle II, boasting a phenomenal 20,000-hour airframe life and cutting-edge AESA radar. The Eagle II is slated to serve well into the 2040s alongside stealth assets like the F-35, reinforcing a powerful strategic argument. A non-stealthy, heavily armed strike aircraft possessing an enormous weapons payload offers immense operational utility that an invisible stealth fighter, restricted to small internal weapon bays, simply cannot replicate, ensuring the legendary Eagle lineage remains vital for decades to come in global hotspots. Emerging as the victorious design in the high-stakes 1974 lightweight fighter competition, the General Dynamics F-16. Fighting Falcon first took flight on January 20th, 1974, and entered active Air Force service in 1979. Produced in over 4,600 airframes for more than 25 international nations, the iconic Falcon became the most built Western fighter aircraft since the legendary F-86 Sabre. Its revolutionary design aggressively prioritized agility, introducing fly-by-wire technology and a blended wing body that optimized maneuvering performance over all other characteristics. In combat, the Israeli Air Force alone accumulated an astonishing 76 confirmed F-16 aerial victories. Globally, the F-16 has fired more AEM-120 AIMRAAM missiles in actual combat than any other aircraft type in aviation history. Today, the modern F-16V Viper variant, heavily upgraded with an advanced APG-83A ESA radar, provides fourth-generation airframes with sophisticated sensor capabilities that closely approach fifth-generation stealth performance. It offers a highly lethal, battle-tested solution at a mere fraction of the operational cost of newer stealth alternatives worldwide. Derived from the athletic Northrop YF-17 prototype, the McDonnell Douglas FA-18 Hornet first took flight on November 18, 1978, officially entering carrier-based naval service in 1984. This innovative aircraft proudly created the unique F/A dual-role designation, an acronym that perfectly expressed the core design innovation. An agile machine that could instantly switch between fighter and attack missions at the press of a cockpit button without requiring any physical reconfiguration. On January 17, 1991, during the opening hours of Operation Desert Storm, Lieutenant Commander Mark Fox of Squadron Phi FA-81 demonstrated this unprecedented capability flawlessly. While streaking toward his designated ground target, he intercepted and shot down two Iraqi MiG-21s using guided AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles, immediately adjusted his sensors, and seamlessly continued his run to drop his heavy bomb payload directly on target. No other tactical combat aircraft in aviation history had ever achieved both aerial kills and a precision bomb strike on a single combat mission, forever validating the multi-mission strike fighter concept across the entire globe. Despite sharing the familiar Hornet name, the Boeing F/A-18E and F Super Hornet is an almost completely new and far more capable combat aircraft. Entering fleet service in 1999, it is 25% larger, features 30% greater operational range, and boasts completely redesigned engine intakes and wing geometry. The Super Hornet rapidly became the United States Navy's primary carrier-based strike asset following the F-14 Tomcat's retirement in 2006. It ascended to this vital role by default, stepping in to fill a massive capability gap left when the ambitious A-12 Avenger II stealth program was abruptly terminated in 1991 after $5 billion in expenditure produced 0 flying prototypes. Today, the latest Block 3 Super Hornet variants extend the heavy fighter's combat relevance well into the 2030s, operating seamlessly alongside the advanced F-35C. The long, successful career of the Super Hornet proves that an urgent, expedient solution designed to rescue a cancelled procurement program can ultimately become the undisputed backbone of a superpower's naval power for over 30 years. The Northrop and McDonnell Douglas F-22 Black Widow too represents one of the greatest what-if sagas in aviation history. Built as the direct competitor in the United States Air Force's high-stakes advanced tactical fighter competition, the exotic YF-23 ultimately lost to the Lockheed YF-22 on April 23, 1991. Aviation experts and historians generally assess that the radical Northrop design actually demonstrated vastly superior supercruise speed and significantly better stealth characteristics than its winning rival, yet it was ultimately rejected by military leadership in favor of the more conventional YF-22. Today, the only two existing YF-23 prototypes, nicknamed Black Widow II and Grey Ghost, sit silently as museum pieces preserved forever at the Western Museum of Flight and the National Museum of the United States Air Force. Neither of these breathtaking, futuristic machines will ever take to the skies again. An aircraft that may have been aerodynamically superior in crucial performance dimensions became a historic relic, while its rival evolved into the F-22 Raptor, defining the future of American air dominance. First flying on September 7, 1997, and achieving initial operational capability in December 2005, the Lockheed Martin F-22A Raptor is widely recognized as the most dominant air superiority fighter ever engineered, boasting an incredible ability to supercruise at Mach 1.5 without using afterburners. Its advanced radar cross-section is smaller than a steel marble. In simulated air-to-air combat exercises against capable fourth-generation fighters, the Raptor regularly delivers staggering kill ratios exceeding 10-1. Yet, political calculations severely truncated the program, halting production at just 187 airframes out of the 648 originally planned due to a massive $334 million unit flyaway cost. Ironically, the Raptor's first actual combat mission didn't happen in a dogfight, but on September 22, 2014, when it dropped GPS-guided bombs onto ISIS targets in Syria. The world's most advanced air superiority fighter was deployed against an insurgent enemy with zero air force and absolutely no radar capabilities. To this day, not a single F-22 Raptor has ever been lost to hostile enemy action anywhere on Earth. Representing the most expensive defense procurement program in American history, the Lockheed Martin F-35. Lightning II carries an astronomical estimated lifetime program cost of $1.7 trillion. First flying on December 15, 2006, and achieving initial operational capability in 2015, over 1,000 aircraft have been delivered across 17 allied nations. The complex program mandated a single universal airframe design to simultaneously serve three distinct branches: a conventional fighter for the Air Force, a short takeoff and vertical landing variant for the Marine Corps, and a carrier-capable catapult asset for the Navy. In battle, the Israeli Air Force's specialized F-35 Iodeer made history on May 22, 2018, becoming the first stealth fighter used in active combat by striking targets in Syria without triggering advanced Syrian or Russian radar systems. While unit costs initially peaked at $400 million, optimization dropped the price below $80 million. The F-35 proved its ultimate value lies not in a single specialized mission, but in the terrifying aggregate effect of an adversary completely unable to predict when they are being watched, targeted, or struck. In the opening moves of the Cold War, Washington faced a terrifying reality: a massive, closed Soviet empire with completely hidden nuclear capabilities. To pierce this iron curtain, the US turned to the legendary B-29 bomber, stripping its weapons to create the RB-29 and later the RB-50. These modified platforms carried advanced K-17 sea mapping cameras, charting 40-kilometer-wide strips from 31,000 feet. Flying on the razor's edge of international law, these brave crews mapped the high-stakes targets for SAC's emergency nuclear war plans. But mapping the Soviet heartland carried a lethal price. On April 8, 1950, Soviet Le-11 fighters intercepted an RB-29 over the Baltic Sea, blasting it out of the sky and killing all 10 crewmen. To prevent a catastrophic diplomatic escalation, the United States government chose absolute silence. No public protests were filed, no press releases were issued, and grieving families were told only that their loved ones died on routine training missions. Later variants added electronic intelligence systems to detect hidden radar networks, tracking a secret war of attrition. Their sacrifices remained locked away in classified vaults for decades. As the 1950s dawned, the United States required an aerial Leviathan capable of reaching deep into the Soviet heartland without relying on fragile overseas bases. Enter the Convair RB-36 Peacemaker, a Colossus modified from America's premier strategic bomber. Armed with 14 cameras, including the massive T11 23-lens mapping set, this behemoth could photograph an astonishing 350,000 square miles of hostile terrain on a single mission. Operating from the continental United States, it possessed an unmatched, unrefueled intercontinental range of nearly 10,000 nautical miles. Inside this flying fortress, a massive 22-man crew, the largest ever deployed on a reconnaissance aircraft, toiled in a deeply compartmentalized environment, moving between pressurized sections via an internal tunnel. Flying perilous peripheral routes along Alaska and the United Kingdom, they legally captured invaluable high-resolution imagery of Soviet targets without ever technically violating Soviet airspace. This provided Washington with supreme diplomatic deniability alongside critical targeting data. Though eventually phased out by 1959 due to the arrival of high-altitude U-2 spy planes and agile jet interceptors, the legendary RB-36 ruled the skies during a dangerous era of intelligence gathering when speed and sheer scale mattered most. Its immense size symbolized the absolute desperation of early Cold War deterrence. The dawn of the jet age brought an entirely new weapon to the intelligence war: the North American RB-45 Sea Tornado. Entering service in 1950, this variant of America's first operational jet bomber shattered previous reconnaissance limitations. On April 9, 1950, it executed the first confirmed American jet overflight of Soviet territory, racing through a 1,200-kilometer swath of hostile airspace. Traveling at a blistering 570 miles per hour, the Tornado initially outran piston engine interceptors, but its 40,000-foot ceiling soon became vulnerable to the deadly new Soviet MiG-15. To bypass geopolitical landmines, a secret agreement was struck in 1952. Royal Air Force crews began flying these American jets, covertly scrubbing off US military insignia and applying British roundels. This brilliant deception provided absolute deniability for both nations while capturing critical photographs used to update American nuclear strike packages. The Tornado also saw intense combat during the Korean War, pioneering hazardous night reconnaissance operations using high-intensity flash bombs to illuminate enemy targets. Retired in 1958, this unsung jet trailblazer proved vital to Western intelligence, yet its highly classified overflights remained hidden from the public eye until 2005. Today, not a single intact example of this historic aircraft survives anywhere on Earth. When war erupted across the Korean Peninsula in 1950, battlefield intelligence quickly became a matter of life and death. Ground commanders desperately needed immediate, accurate eyes in the sky, and they found them in the Lockheed RF-80A Shooting Star. This tactical jet reconnaissance aircraft featured a uniquely modified nosebay, replacing heavy machine guns with 3 sophisticated K-17 cameras capable of capturing vertical, forward, and oblique angles. Flying over 7,000 grueling combat sorties, the RF-80A served as the primary tactical reconnaissance platform throughout the first year of the conflict. But danger intensified dramatically in November 1950 with the sudden appearance of the Soviet-built MiG-15 jet interceptor. RF-80A pilots operating along the high-risk Yalu River now faced a terrifying reality: enemy jets that could intercept them at any altitude. Despite mounting losses and immense danger, the Shooting Star maintained an ingenious operational advantage. Its camera nose was completely interchangeable with standard fighter gun noses under primitive field conditions. This unique capability provided unmatched tactical flexibility that later purpose-built reconnaissance programs would abandon. Though eventually replaced by faster aircraft, the RF-80A secured a vital legacy in early jet combat history. Its camera lenses captured the brutal reality of a shifting global conflict. By the mid-1950s, the Cold War intelligence gap threatened American survival. To pierce Soviet secrecy, Kelly Johnson's brilliant Skunk Works team designed a revolutionary high-altitude aircraft in just 88 days, the Lockheed U-2. Operating under the CIA's highly classified Project Aquatone, this fragile powered glider flew at an unthinkable 70,000 feet, far above estimated Soviet air defenses. Equipped with a state-of-the-art Hikon B camera, its 36-inch focal length captured mind-boggling images from the edge of space, resolving objects just 2.5 feet across. Between 1956 and 1960, 24 daring overflights mapping bomber bases and missile sites transformed American strategic intelligence. However, the CIA's assumption of absolute invulnerability proved short-lived. Soviet radar tracked every mission, and their air defenses rapidly improved. On May Day, 1960, a volley of advanced SA-2 guideline surface-to-air missiles erupted over Sverdlovsk, tearing pilot Francis Gary Powers' U-2 from the sky. Powers survived, but his public capture ignited a massive geopolitical firestorm that abruptly ended the overflight program. Even as upgraded U-2C variants arrived with powerful new engines, the illusion of an untouchable spy plane was shattered forever, rewriting history. The golden age of direct, unhindered overflights had officially come to a dramatic and definitive end. Some weapons designs are so fundamentally brilliant that they simply refuse to die. While the original U-2 was shattered by Soviet missiles, its successor arose as a vastly superior beast. Entering service in 1968, the Lockheed U-2R was a completely redesigned aircraft standing a massive 40% larger than its predecessor. By 1994, this legendary airframe was re-engined to the U-2S standard, integrating the highly efficient General Electric F-118 turbofan engine. This powerhouse added 17,000 pounds of thrust, pushing the spy plane past 80,000 feet. Decades after spy satellites were predicted to make it completely obsolete, the U-2S continues to endure. Carrying advanced optical bar cameras, synthetic aperture radar systems, and cutting-edge digital data links, it transmits near real-time intelligence directly to battlefield commanders. The platform proved its supreme tactical worth during Operation Desert Storm, guiding ground troops with unmatched precision. Remarkably, the United States Air Force has attempted to retire this aging workhorse at least 4 separate occasions since 1990. Each time, unmanned drone alternatives failed to match its incredible payload capability. As a result, this iconic 68-year-old design remains flying active frontline missions well into the 21st century. It is an unyielding testament to classic, unmatched Cold War engineering. During the tense climax of the late Cold War, Europe stood as a hair-trigger tripwire for World War III. To counter a massive Soviet armored blitzkrieg, the Air Force deployed a specialized theater surveillance variant of the U-2R airframe, the Lockheed TR-1A. Entering active service in 1981 with the 17th Reconnaissance Wing at RAF Alconbury, 37 of these specialized aircraft were built to dominate a unique mission. Instead of strategic deep penetration photography, the TR-1A utilized the cutting-edge UPD-X side-looking airborne radar, alongside the highly classified precision location strike system. Cruising safely within international airspace over West Germany, its high-tech sensors peered deep across the inter-German border. It provided NATO ground commanders with real-time tracking of Warsaw-packed tank and motor rifle divisions. The sophisticated tracking system geolocated Soviet artillery and air defense radars with pinpoint accuracy, feeding coordinates instantly to American strike aircraft. Though the intense electronic chaos of a real European land battle was fortunately never tested, the TR-1A proved remarkably successful. In October 1992, the fleet was structurally consolidated, losing its tactical designation to be absorbed back into the universal U-2R fleet standard, leaving a highly focused legacy. It stood as a silent sentinel over a divided Europe. Deep within the top-secret confines of Area 51, visionary designer Kelly Johnson engineered the absolute pinnacle of high-speed espionage, the Lockheed A-12 Oxcart. First taking flight in 1962, this CIA-operated Phantom was the fastest operational aircraft ever created, sustaining a mind-melting cruise of Mach 3.35 at 95,000 feet. At these extreme velocities, aerodynamic friction heated the outer skin to a blistering 316 degrees Celsius, stretching the titanium hull 11 inches in mid-flight. Ironically, the CIA used front companies to covertly purchase the required raw titanium directly from the Soviet Union, unknowingly tricking America's greatest adversary into building the very spy plane designed to monitor them. Operating under Project Black Shield over North Vietnam, a single Oxcart mapped a 72-mile-wide swath from the Chinese border down to the DMZ, uncovering dozens of hidden SA-2 surface-to-air missile installations. Yet, despite its flawless operational record and superior speed margin, political infighting sealed its fate. In June 1968, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara abruptly cancelled the program to cut costs, choosing to preserve the Air Force's SR-71 fleet instead. To maintain absolute secrecy, 6 irreplaceable Oxcart airframes were completely destroyed, burying a legendary achievement. The remaining survivors stayed locked in secret hangars for decades. In the hyper-classified world of Cold War aviation, the best way to hide a multi-billion-dollar secret program is right in plain sight. Enter the Lockheed YF-12A developed from the CIA's super-secret A-12 Oxcart. This lethal Mach 3 interceptor prototype was publicly unveiled by President Lyndon Johnson in February 1964. But this public reveal was a calculated illusion. The YF-12A's primary mission was to serve as a highly visible cover story, deflecting global and congressional attention away from the active, top-secret A-12 spy missions operating out of Area 51. Despite its deceptive role, the YF-12A was an absolute powerhouse, setting 6 absolute world speed and altitude records by sustaining an astonishing 270 miles per hour. It boasted the advanced Hughes pulse Doppler radar and 3 internal bays armed with devastating AIM-47A air-to-air missiles. Every single live test firing successfully obliterated its target drone. Though Defense Secretary McNamara terminated the interceptor program in 1968 on strict budget grounds, its technological DNA survived. The AIM-47 missile design was directly transferred to power the iconic F-14 Tomcat's Phoenix missile system, ensuring this legendary, record-shattering cover story left an indelible mark on military history. It proved that deception can be a weapon just as potent as speed. While other spy planes sought safety in extreme altitude, one legendary machine achieved invulnerability through pure, unadulterated speed: the Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird. Operating from Beale Air Force Base beginning in 1968, this sleek Black Phantom flew over 3,500 operational sorties through the absolute height of the Cold War. Powered by 2 revolutionary Pratt & Whitney J58 hybrid ramjet turbines, the Blackbird sustained an incredible cruise speed beyond Mach 3.2. Whenever hostile nations fired surface-to-air missiles, the SR-71's standard tactical response was beautifully simple: accelerate. Covering a mile every 1.7 seconds, it completely outran over 4,000 enemy missiles. Not a single Blackbird was ever hit in 22 years of dangerous frontline deployment. Despite this legendary combat record, the Air Force retired the fleet in 1990 to cut soaring budgets. However, a critical intelligence gap quickly forced Congress to reactivate the aircraft in 1995, proving that satellite imagery still lacked the responsive, on-demand capabilities of the Blackbird. Though permanently retired in 1998, when budget arguments finally won out, the SR-71 Blackbird remains an undefeated king of the skies, an engineering masterpiece that has never been truly replaced by any nation. Its unmatched legacy continues to captivate aviation enthusiasts and historians worldwide. Taming a titanium beast flying at Mach 3 requires elite pilots with nerves of absolute steel. To train this highly exclusive fraternity, the Air Force deployed the 2-seat SR-71B and SR-71C operational trainers. Featuring a distinctly raised rear cockpit to provide the instructor with essential forward visibility, these unique aircraft formed the vital backbone of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing's training infrastructure. Throughout the entire history of the program, only about 20 elite pilots ever fully qualified to fly the operational Blackbird. meaning the US military's entire Mach 3 reconnaissance capability rested on just 6 to 8 active crews at any given time. Transitioning into the Blackbird required completely relearning how to fly. Trainees had to manage high landing speeds of 175 knots, immense fuel consumption during ground run-ups, and an unstable longitudinal balance at cruise altitudes. While the 2B models were purpose-built, the solitary SR-71C was an ingenious hybrid, built from the salvaged aft fuselage of a crashed YF-12A interceptor and an active SR-71A nose. Nicknamed the Bastard, it flew until retirement, securing its place alongside its sister trainers as the unsung guardians of the Blackbird legend. Without these trainers, the Blackbird program could never have flown. At the height of the Cold War, the United States attempted to eliminate human risk from high-stakes espionage through a radical project, the Lockheed D-21 drone. Launched from an M21 carrier aircraft at Mach 3.2, this pre-programmed unmanned vehicle was built to zoom over heavily defended Chinese nuclear test sites, eject a film capsule, and self-destruct. Codenamed Project Tagboard, the program suffered an immediate tragedy on July 30th, 1966, when a drone collided with its mothership during launch, destroying both vehicles and killing Launch Control Officer Ray Torek. Shifting to B-52 pylon launches under Project Senior Bowl, the D-21 flew 4 real-world operational missions over China's remote Lop Ne test site. Every single mission failed. Capsules sank into the ocean, suffered severe water damage, or vanished entirely. Most disastrously, one drone crashed deep inside China, allowing hostile engineers to harvest its advanced stealth and ramjet technologies before sharing them directly with the Soviet Union. Ironically, the D-21 yielded far more intelligence for America's enemies than it ever did for Washington. Cancelled in July 1971, this highly ambitious multi-million-dollar program remains a sobering reminder of the technological limitations of early robotic warfare. Its remains are split across global museums today. In October 1962, the world stood suspended over the terrifying abyss of total nuclear annihilation. The Cuban Missile Crisis was unfolding, and President John F. Kennedy desperately needed definitive, undeniable proof of Soviet treachery. To get it, the US deployed the McDonnell RF-101C Voodoo, modified with a specialized nose completely packed with high-resolution cameras. These supersonic jets roared over Cuba at a hair-raising altitude of just 500 feet. Cloud cover had blinded high-flying U-2 spy planes, but the low-level Voodoo pilots captured crystal-clear photographs of Soviet R-12 ballistic missile launchers being actively assembled at San Cristobal. These historic images provided the visual evidence that transformed analytical speculation into terrifying certainty, enabling Kennedy to confront the Soviet Union before the United Nations Security Council. The Voodoo later served under immense danger during the Vietnam War from 1961 to 1970. While its impressive Mach 1.72 speed could outrun enemy MiG-17 fighters, it was highly vulnerable to deadly North Vietnamese anti-aircraft artillery and SA-2 missiles, resulting in 19 combat losses. Replaced by the RF-4C Phantom, the Voodoo secured an immortal legacy as the aircraft that unmasked a hidden nuclear threat. Its actions single-handedly changed the entire course of human history forever. Amidst the dense, flak-choked skies of the Vietnam War, one unarmed aircraft flew more frontline missions than any other reconnaissance platform, the McDonnell Douglas RF-4C Phantom II. Entering active service in 1965, this specialized variant became the ultimate tactical eye for the United States Air Force. Flying an astonishing 83,000 combat sorties, RF-4C crews braved unimaginable danger to deliver vital bomb damage assessments and pre-strike intelligence, relying on an advanced combination of forward oblique, vertical, and panoramic cameras. The Phantom could photograph a sweeping 180-degree swath beneath its hull, uncovering hidden enemy movements with crystal clarity. To survive, the RF-4C carried absolutely no weapons, relying entirely on its blistering Mach 2.23 top speed and agile fighter escorts to escape deadly threats. Although 19 aircraft were lost to a lethal mix of anti-aircraft guns and SA-2 surface-to-air missiles, not a single Phantom was ever confirmed destroyed by enemy MiGs in close-range aerial pursuit. The rugged platform even answered the call decades later in the 1991 Gulf War, proving its enduring tactical value. Before its active service ended in 1995, the prolific RF-4C secured its place as America's most trusted battlefield scout. It remains a true icon of military aviation history. High above the modern battlefield, a silent, unyielding electronic net sweeps across the electromagnetic spectrum. This is the realm of the Boeing RC-135 V/W rivet joint, the most sophisticated signals intelligence collection platform in human history. Derived from the classic C-135 airframe and operating continuously since 1964, this flying laboratory carries up to 30 highly trained intelligence specialists. Cruising safely within international airspace, its highly classified sensor systems intercept, analyze, and geolocate electronic emissions from hundreds of miles away. It feeds near real-time data straight to the National Security Agency and theater commanders, providing an invisible shield for Western forces. The rivet joint operates alongside elite sister variants, including the RC-135U Combat Scent, which hunts specific radar signatures, and the RC-135S Cobra Ball, tracking foreign ballistic missile tests. Boasting over 60 years of unbroken operational continuity, the RC-135 program outlives generations of satellites by delivering flexible, responsive communications monitoring that space platforms simply cannot match. From the darkest days of the Cold War to today's modern global conflicts, the 17 active rivet joints remain America's premier electronic eyes, proving that control of the invisible spectrum dictates victory on the ground. Its ongoing service ensures that no adversary electronic signal goes completely unnoticed. Naval reconnaissance is a tense game of cat and mouse, but on April 1st, 2001, it triggered an explosive international crisis. A US Navy Lockheed EP-3E Ares II, packed with 17 electronic intelligence specialists, was flying a routine mission 70 miles off Hainan Island. Suddenly, 2 Chinese J-8 jet fighters intercepted the slow turboprop. One pilot, Wang Wei, conducted a series of terrifyingly aggressive passes. On his third attempt, he miscalculated, slamming his jet directly into the EP-3E before plummeting into the sea. The violent collision destroyed the Ares nose cone, shredded its #1 propeller, and heavily damaged the stabilizer. Spiraling downward, Commander Shane Osborne miraculously stabilized the crippled aircraft. With no other options, he executed an emergency landing directly on China's Lingshui airbase. The 24 crew members were immediately detained, sparking an intense 11-day diplomatic standoff between Washington and Beijing. While the crew managed to partially sanitize classified data, the intact spy plane was thoroughly dissected by Chinese technical teams before being returned in pieces months later. The Hainan incident exposed the razor-thin line between electronic espionage and open warfare, leaving a scar on modern naval history. The incident reshaped US-China defense relations for the entire modern era. The dawn of the 21st century witnessed a fundamental paradigm shift in espionage, removing human pilots in favor of infinite mechanical endurance. This revolution was spearheaded by the Northrop Grumman RQ-4 Global Hawk. Entering service in 2001, this high-altitude drone bypassed human physiological limitations, flying continuous missions lasting an incredible 32 hours. Cruising at 60,000 feet, its integrated sensor suite combined advanced electro-optical, infrared, and synthetic aperture radar systems to map vast geographic targets. However, this unmatched robotic persistence came with a staggering price tag of over $200 million per aircraft, sparking fierce congressional spending debates. The high stakes of unmanned espionage exploded on June 19, 2019, when an Iranian surface-to-air missile blasted a naval variant, Global Hawk, directly over the vital Strait of Hormuz. The shock loss pushed Washington to the absolute brink of open war, with President Donald Trump calling off a retaliatory missile strike just 10 minutes before execution. Proving that losing a robotic platform carries immense geopolitical consequences, the Global Hawk continues to fly critical missions today, standing as an indispensable asset for persistent intelligence collection across the globe. Its mechanical eyes watch over dangerous geopolitical hotspots with absolute, sleepless vigilance. In 2007, a mysterious radar-evading ghost was spotted over Afghanistan, earning an ominous nickname from aviation observers, the Beast of Kandahar. This phantom was the Lockheed RQ-170 Sentinel, a top-secret stealth drone designed to operate deep within heavily contested airspace. The Sentinel would secure an immortal place in intelligence history during the historic 2011 hunt for Osama bin Laden. Hovering completely undetected directly over the heavily fortified Abbottabad compound for months, its highly advanced sensors gathered invaluable pattern-of-life intelligence, allowing CIA analysts to verify the presence of the world's most wanted terrorist, ultimately green-lighting the legendary SEAL Team 6 raid. But the program suffered a catastrophic security breach just months later. On December 4, 2011, an RQ-170 vanished over eastern Iran, hijacked intact by Iranian forces utilizing sophisticated electronic GPS spoofing techniques. Tehran proudly displayed the captured stealth prize to the world, reverse engineering it to build their own lethal fleet of domestic drones. The Sentinel's dual legacy remains a striking illustration of modern warfare, an unparalleled intelligence triumph that instantly transformed into a severe technological compromise, rewriting the rules of robotic espionage forever. It proved that in the cyber age, data is the ultimate prize. At the absolute frontier of modern military secrecy lies a phantom aircraft designed to conquer the world's most dangerous skies, the Northrop Grumman RQ-180. First reported in 2013 and developed under total institutional wraps, this massive, high-altitude stealth drone represents the highly classified future of American airborne espionage. Engineered explicitly for penetrating intelligence missions, the RQ-180 is built to infiltrate anti-access and area denial environments where standard aircraft would be instantly detected and obliterated by peer adversaries. Boasting an estimated massive 130-foot wingspan, its advanced flying wing design blends extreme high-altitude efficiency with unmatched next-generation radar evasion. The United States Air Force designed this ghost to accomplish what no satellite or conventional drone can: fly deep within heavily defended airspace over major global rivals like China and Russia to gather real-world, highly precise targeting intelligence. Because the entire program remains completely blanketed in strict government secrecy, its exact technical specifications and active deployment logs are fiercely guarded secrets. The RQ-180 remains an invisible phantom, a silent mechanical wraith patrolling the edge of space, securing Western dominance in a dangerous new era of peer-adversary conflict. It is the ultimate ghost in a world of ever-watching digital eyes. The Gloucester Meteor 3947, built across 17 variants, entering operational service with 616 Squadron on July 27, 1944, was the only Allied jet fighter to fly combat operations in World War II, and the aircraft that gave Britain its first operational experience with turbojet-powered interceptors, while the Luftwaffe was simultaneously fielding the Messerschmitt Me 262. The Meteor F-1 was kept from the continent intentionally. The Air Ministry feared German capture and reverse engineering of the Whittle jet engine, and spent its operational debut intercepting V-1 flying bombs over southern England. 13 V-1s destroyed before the war ended. The F-8 variant, the definitive day fighter, reached 965 kilometers per hour in level flight and equipped the bulk of RAF fighter command through the late 1940s and into the early 1950s. Australia's Royal Australian Air Force deployed F-8 Meteors to Korea in 1951, where they entered combat against MiG-15S, with results that established both the limits of the type and the risks of committing second-generation jets against the swept-wing contemporaries they were never designed to fight. 5 MiG-15S were credited to RAAF pilots. 32 Meteors were lost, primarily to MiG guns. The kill ratio was unfavorable in every analysis. The NF-11 through NF-14 night fighter variants, equipped with AI Mark 10 radar in an extended nose, served RAF night fighter squadrons into the late 1950s alongside the more capable Venom and Javelin. The Meteor's legacy was the foundational knowledge of jet operations that every subsequent British fighter built upon. It was obsolescent before it peaked. It was essential anyway. The de Havilland Vampire 3268, built worldwide, entering RAF service in April 1946, achieved several firsts that shaped global jet aviation. On December 3, 1945, Lieutenant Commander Eric Brown landed an experimental Vampire on the deck of HMS Ocean, becoming the first pilot to land a jet aircraft on an aircraft carrier. The test demonstrated that carrier jet operations were possible in principle, even if the Vampire's limited engine power and long landing run made it impractical for fleet service without catapult assistance. The FB-5 fighter bomber, the primary production variant, combined 4 20mm cannon with capacity for 908 kilograms of bombs or rockets, establishing the multi-role fighter bomber concept that would define British tactical aircraft through the 1950s and 1960s. The twin-boom pusher configuration, engine buried in the fuselage pod with tail surfaces carried on twin booms, was a radical visual departure from contemporary designs, but provided a short jet pipe that minimized thrust losses in the Goblin's relatively modest power output. The Vampire equipped RAF frontline squadrons in Germany, the Middle East, and the Far East through the late 1940s and early 1950s, seeing combat in Malaya where FB-9 aircraft conducted ground attack operations against communist insurgents. Its export success, 31 nations operated the type, made it Britain's most internationally influential first-generation jet fighter, establishing the commercial relationships in defence exports that Hawker's Hunter would develop into a major industrial programme. The de Havilland Venom, 1,430 built, entering service in August 1952 as a direct development of the Vampire, with a Ghost engine producing 43% more thrust, bridged the gap between Britain's first-generation jets and the swept-wing designs of the mid-1950s. The thinner wing section and increased power pushed maximum speed to Mach 0.85, placing it in the transonic range, where compressibility effects began to affect handling, providing operational experience in a speed regime that the subsequent Hunter and Swift would explore more deeply. In the Suez Crisis of November 1956, Sea Venom FAW-21s from HMS Albion, Bulwark, and Eagle conducted strikes against Egyptian airfields, destroying aircraft on the ground and hitting radar installations. 7 Egyptian aircraft were destroyed. The operation was cut short by American diplomatic pressure that halted the campaign before its objectives were achieved, not through military failure but through political intervention. The Sea Venoms had done their job. The job was then cancelled around them. The NF-2 and NF-3 night fighter variants replaced the Meteor NF series in the all-weather interception role, serving with RAF squadrons until the Javelin's introduction in 1960. The NF-3's AI Mark 21 radar gave it genuine all-weather search and track capability against subsonic targets, the requirement that defined RAF night fighter operations through the early Cold War years when Soviet bombers were the primary threat and weather over the North Sea was a constant adversary. The Hawker Seahawk, 541 built, entering Fleet Air Arm Service in 1953, was the Royal Navy's primary carrier-based jet during the Suez operation and the aircraft that demonstrated Britain's carrier strike capability immediately before that capability was politically curtailed. The Seahawk's bifurcated jet exhaust, the intake split to pass air through the wing route, exhausting through 2 outlets on either side of the tail, was an unusual engineering solution that lowered the center of gravity and improved carrier deck handling, but added manufacturing complexity for marginal aerodynamic benefit. FGA-6 Seahawks from HMS Eagle Albion and Bulwark flew 89 attack sorties in the 8 days of Operation Musketeer's air campaign against Egypt in November 1956, targeting Egyptian Air Force bases at Abu Sueya, Luxor, and Cairo West. The operation destroyed substantial numbers of Egyptian aircraft on the ground, while Seahawks suffered no losses to Egyptian air defense. The campaign demonstrated that well-executed carrier strikes could achieve air superiority over a defended target area, precisely when American political pressure terminated it. The Seahawk's service with the Royal Navy ended in 1960, replaced by the de Havilland Sea Vixen for the all-weather interception role. Germany and India operated Seahawks into the 1970s and 1983, respectively, the Indian Seahawks from INS Vikrant, conducting attacks on Pakistani targets in the 1971 Bangladesh War, including the mining of Chittagong Harbour. Britain had retired the aircraft that would subsequently fight one of the more consequential naval air campaigns of the Cold War era. The Supermarine Swift, 197 built, entering RAF service in February 1954 as the first swept-wing aircraft to equip a frontline RAF squadron, became one of the most operationally damaging procurement decisions in British aviation history before the TSR-2 cancellation. The F-1 and F-2 marks suffered from a pitch-up instability at transonic speeds that made them dangerous at the altitudes and speeds they were intended to operate. Above Mach 0.9, the Swift could enter an uncontrollable nose-up pitch that pilots could not correct before the aircraft departed controlled flight. Several pilots died before the problem was fully characterized. The F-1 and F-2 were grounded in 1955, less than a year after entry to service. The F-3 and F-4 were cancelled before production. Only the FR-5 photo reconnaissance variant, operating at lower altitudes in a different performance envelope that avoided the problematic transonic regime, achieved sustained operational usefulness in Germany through the late 1950s. The F-7 ground attack prototype demonstrated that the basic airframe, when not asked to operate as a pure fighter, could perform adequately. Being adequate at lower altitudes in a less demanding role was not what Supermarine had promised the RAF. The Swift's failure handed the Hunter a clear field as Britain's primary swept-wing fighter, and effectively ended Supermarine's independent fighter development. The company merged into BAC in 1960, with the Swift's failure as context. The aircraft that had built the Spitfire produced the Swift. The contrast was not discussable in certain circles. It is relevant in this one. The Hawker Hunter, 1,972 built, entering RAF service in July 1954, was the aircraft that gave Britain's post-war aviation industry its primary commercial success and gave the RAF its first truly effective swept-wing day fighter. On September 7, 1953, squadron leader Neville Duke set an absolute world speed record of 1,171 kilometers per hour in a prototype Hunter, a moment of national aviation pride that the Swift's concurrent failures had made urgently necessary. The record was largely symbolic. What mattered operationally was that the Hunter could sustain combat maneuvering at high subsonic speeds without the pitch-up instability that had grounded the Swift. The FGA-9 fighter ground attack variant, developed for the Near East and Far East Air Forces, carried 4 30mm Arden cannon, plus 3,630 kilograms of rockets, bombs and fuel, giving it genuine versatility in the counterinsurgency and conventional strike roles that the RAF would use throughout the 1960s in Aden, Borneo and Kuwait. The Hunter's contribution to the Aden emergency from 1963 to 1967 included low-level strafing and rocket attacks against dissident tribesmen in conditions that demonstrated the aircraft's robustness in harsh operating environments. 21 nations operated the Hunter, with combat use continuing through the 1991 Lebanese Civil War. Lebanon's Hunters flying combat missions 37 years after the type's RAF introduction. Abu Dhabi's Hunters fired the opening shots of the 1971 India-Pakistan War. Chile's last Hunters were retired in 1995. The aircraft that was supposed to be an interim type until supersonic fighters arrived became the defining British jet fighter of its generation through sheer capability and endurance. The Gloucester Javelin 436, built across 9 marks, entering RAF service in February 1956, was the world's first purpose-designed twin-jet all-weather delta-wing fighter, an aircraft that addressed the specific requirement for an interceptor capable of finding and engaging Soviet bombers in all conditions over the North Sea and Northern Europe. Its broad delta wing gave the Javelin a characteristic profile that RAF pilots called the flying flat iron, not affectionately, because the delta planform at subsonic speeds produced handling characteristics that required significantly more pilot adaptation than the Hunter's more conventional wing. The FAW.9, the definitive mark, carried 4 Firestreak infrared-guided missiles as its primary armament alongside 4 30mm cannon, the first RAF interceptor to carry both gun and missile armament in a fully integrated weapons system. The AI Mark 17 fire control radar provided search and track capability against targets at night and in cloud, giving the Javelin genuine all-weather interception capability that the Meteor NF series had only partially achieved. The Javelin's development span of 9 marks over 8 years of production reflected the difficulty of developing all-weather interception technology in parallel with building the aircraft to carry it, a serial iterative improvement process in which each mark addressed deficiencies identified in the previous one. The FAW.9 was substantially more capable than the FAW.1. They shared an airframe and little else. The last Javelins were retired in 1968, replaced by the Lightning and McDonnell Phantom in their respective single-seat and 2-seat roles. The de Havilland Sea Vixen, 145 built, entering Fleet Air Arms service in July 1959, was the last purpose-designed British carrier-based jet fighter, a 2-seat all-weather interceptor that gave the Royal Navy genuine beyond visual range interception capability and infrared-guided missile armament for the first time. The unusual offset cockpit, pilot to port, observer buried in the starboard fuselage without external windows, maximized the radar observer's working environment while making the observer's situation profoundly claustrophobic and operationally isolating. Observers who ejected faced different trajectory and speed conditions than the pilot, an asymmetry that carrier deck accidents made uncomfortably relevant. The FAW-2, introduced in 1963 with red-top missiles replacing Firestreaks, provided a longer-range, more capable seeker that gave the Sea Vixen an effective engagement envelope against contemporary Soviet maritime patrol aircraft. Red Top's first combat use came during operations off Aden in 1964, where Sea Vixens from HMS Centaur provided air defense cover for ground operations against Yemeni dissidents, an operational context that demonstrated that air defense capability could not be separated from strike capability in carrier air-wing planning, as the same aircraft needed to perform both functions when the carrier operated independently. The Sea Vixen was replaced by the McDonnell Phantom FG-1 from 1969, a replacement that reflected the Royal Navy's recognition that it needed an aircraft with supersonic performance, greater payload, and longer range than the Sea Vixen could provide. That the replacement was an American design rather than a British one reflected the cancellation of the P1154 and the TSR-2 that had consumed the indigenous supersonic development funding. The English Electric Lightning, 338 built, entering RAF service with 74 Squadron on June 29, 1960, was the fastest British aircraft ever built, the only entirely British Mark II fighter ever to enter service, and the last purely British fighter designed to fly in RAF frontline service. Its twin Rolls-Royce Avon engines were stacked vertically in the fuselage, a configuration that no other production aircraft in history had used, providing a thrust-to-weight ratio that gave it the ability to climb from brake release to 15,240 meters in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It could sustain Mach 2.27 in level flight. No aircraft that the Soviet Union was likely to send over Britain in 1960 could catch it after it was airborne. The Lightning's limitations were the direct consequence of its extraordinary performance characteristics. The fuel fraction, the proportion of total weight devoted to fuel, was too low for the power the engines demanded, limiting combat radius to approximately 370 kilometers without overload tanks. The weapons load was similarly constrained, 2 Red-top missiles and 2 Aden cannon, because the high-performance airframe left no volume for conventional weapon bays. An interceptor of extraordinary capability and minimal persistence. It could sprint to any threat within its radius and destroy it. It could not loiter. The F-6, the definitive mark, addressed endurance with overwing fuel tanks and a ventral pack that extended combat time, but visually transformed the elegant original design into something more purposeful than beautiful. Lightnings served with the RAF until 1988, 28 years from entry to service, and with the Royal Saudi Air Force into the 1980s. Saudi Lightnings flew intercepts against Iranian aircraft during the Iran-Iraq War. The aircraft that was designed to intercept Soviet bombers over Britain spent its twilight years over the Persian Gulf. Geography is irrelevant to performance specifications. The Hawker Siddeley P-1154, cancelled April 6, 1965, £50 million spent, was the aircraft that would have made Britain the only nation capable of deploying a Mach 2 vertical takeoff fighter, a capability that no other country possessed in 1965 and that no country has possessed since. The Bristol Siddeley BS 100 engines plenum chamber burning system, after burning in the vectored jet streams rather than in a conventional jet pipe, would have given supersonic thrust in the vertical lift regime that the subsonic Pegasus engine in the Harrier could never approach. The P-1154's cancellation was driven by 3 intersecting forces: NATO pressure against a design that was specifically British rather than collaborative, Royal Navy insistence on 2 engines for carrier safety that the single-engine P-1154 could not satisfy, and Dennis Healy's defense review cost calculations that showed an American F-4 Phantom in both RAF and RN service would be cheaper than developing 2 separate variants of the P-1154. All 3 arguments were technically defensible. None addressed the strategic consequence. Cancelling the world's only Mach 2 V/STOL fighter terminated the BS-100 engine program simultaneously, eliminating the propulsion technology that would have made a second-generation supersonic Harrier possible in the 1970s. The F-4 Phantom that replaced it was a better aircraft in most conventional performance measures. It could not operate from unprepared forward strips. It needed a 2,600-metre runway. The P-1154 needed 100 metres. The operational flexibility that the difference represented was the entire point. It was cancelled anyway. The McDonnell Phantom FGR-2, entering RAF service in August 1969, the RN's FG-1 from 1969, was the aircraft that the P-1154's cancellation necessitated, an American design adapted for British use by fitting Rolls-Royce Spey bypass turbofans in place of the original General Electric J79 turbojets. The modification required widening the fuselage to accommodate the Spey's larger diameter and produced a characteristic bulged appearance that distinguished British Phantoms visually from every other variant. The Spey's higher bypass ratio gave superior fuel economy and thrust at low altitude, specifically the North Sea and Central European environments where RAF Phantoms would spend most of their operational lives. The adaptation also introduced a specific problem. The wider fuselage disturbed airflow to the engines above 40,000 feet, reducing high-altitude performance below the American J-79 powered variant's capability. A Phantom that was better at low altitude and worse at altitude than the aircraft it was adapted from, a consequence of prioritizing British engine content over unmodified performance. The political decision to use British engines rather than American ones produced a different aircraft from either the original design or what the P-1154 would have been. FGR-2S flew combat air patrols over the South Atlantic during the Falklands War in 1982, operating from Ascension Island and forward deploying to Stanley after its capture. Their contribution was defensive, providing air cover against potential Argentine long-range strikes rather than offensive. The aircraft that Britain had bought to replace the P-1154 defended the islands that the P-1154 might have been deployed from. The Hawker Siddeley Harrier 824, built across all variants for all operators, entering RAF service on April 1, 1969, vindicated the vertical takeoff concept that the P-1154's cancellation had appeared to terminate, demonstrated in the Falklands War the combat value of genuine V/S TOL capability in an expeditionary context, and exported to the United States Marine Corps, which adopted it as its primary close air support aircraft, because no American design could match its short-field performance. Britain had built the aircraft that America's Marines preferred over American alternatives. The Sea Harrier FRS.1 entered service with the Fleet Air Arm in April 1980, providing carrier-based air defense and strike capability that the Royal Navy had lacked since the withdrawal of the Phantom. In the Falklands War of April to June 1982, Sea Harriers from HMS Hermes and HMS Invincible achieved 20 confirmed kills against Argentine combat aircraft, Mirages, Daggers, Skyhawks, Canberras, and a Learjet, without a single Sea Harrier lost in air-to-air combat. The aircraft that had been described as a subsonic compromise incapable of serious fighter work killed everything it was pointed at. The GR-7 and GR-9 variants, jointly developed with Boeing and incorporating American avionics and weapons, served in Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Iraq before their controversial retirement in 2010 as part of the Strategic Defense Review cuts. The retirement simultaneously eliminated RAF and RN fixed-wing carrier aviation capability, grounding the Ark Royal and Illustrious alongside the aircraft they carried. The aircraft that had won the Falklands was scrapped to fund other priorities. The Falkland Islands still require defense. The Panavia Tornado F3, 165 built, entering RAF service in November 1986 as the air defense variant replacing the Phantom and Lightning, was an interceptor stretched from a strike aircraft airframe, a compromise visible in every operational assessment and one that the RAF accepted because the Eurofighter Typhoon that would have replaced it was running a decade behind schedule. The swing-wing variable geometry configuration optimized for the Tornado GR1's low-level strike roll gave the F3 acceptable supersonic performance at altitude, but made it heavier, less agile, and less efficient in the pure fighter role than the purpose-designed interceptors it was meant to replace. The GEC Marconi AI-24 Foxhunter radar, designed to give the F-3 a genuine look-down/shoot-down capability against Soviet bombers at long range, entered service in a state so incomplete that the aircraft flew with concrete ballast in place of the radar for the first 4 years of service life, 1986 to 1990, while the radar's development problems were resolved. The Tornado F-2 Mark entered service with non-functioning radar. An air defense interceptor without functional radar is a fast, expensive aircraft that cannot intercept anything beyond visual range. The F-3 performed creditably in Gulf War air defense patrols in 1991, the radar by then functioning, and flew combat air patrols in Kosovo and the Falklands replacement cycle. Saudi Arabia's Tornado ADV, acquired in 1989, flew intercepts against Iranian aircraft during the Gulf War. The last RAFF-3As were retired in 2011, replaced by the Typhoon FGR-4 in the air defense role. The aircraft that was always a compromise ended its service as exactly that. The Eurofighter Typhoon, entering RAF service on June 30th, 2003 in the F-2 air defense variant, with 160 aircraft across 3 tranches, at a British programme cost of approximately £37 billion over its life cycle, is the most capable combat aircraft the RAF has ever operated, and one of the most expensive procurement programmes in British defence history. The unstable Delta Canard configuration, controlled by digital fly-by-wire through a flight control system that makes 40 corrections per second to an aerodynamically inherently unstable airframe, produces agility that physically conventional designs cannot match. The Typhoon can sustain 9 G-turns, change direction faster than any contemporary adversary, and accelerate through the transonic regime in conditions that would make earlier swing-wing aircraft uncomfortable. The MBDA, Meteor Beyond Visual Range air-to-air missile, carried exclusively on Typhoon among Western fighters currently in service, has a no-escape zone, the distance within which a target cannot outrun the missile regardless of its maneuvering, approximately 3 times larger than the AIM-12 0AMRAAM. The specific capability advantage this provides in beyond visual range combat, where most modern air engagements are decided, makes the Typhoon/Meteor combination the most capable air defense system in any European Air Force. Libya in 2011, Syria from 2014, and Iraq from 2014 through 2019 provided the Typhoon's sustained combat record, though in a ground attack and close air support role rather than the pure air defense role it was optimized for. The FGR-4's multi-role capability with Storm Shadow, Paveway 4 and Brimstone missiles transformed an air superiority fighter into a precision strike platform. The EAP demonstrator that led to Typhoon flew in 1986. The aircraft it spawned is scheduled to remain in service until the late 2040s. The BAE Hawk T-1A entering RAF service in 1976 as the T-1 Advanced Trainer with 72 aircraft modified to T-1A standard, carrying 2 AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles, occupied the specific and uncomfortable operational category of designated wartime point defense fighter. In the event of a major Warsaw-Pact air offensive against Britain's airfields and air defense radar chain, T-1A Hawks from the RAF's advanced training units at Valley and Chivener would have been committed to combat against Soviet aircraft. The Hawk's subsonic performance, limited endurance and lack of radar made it a marginal air defense asset. It was the only option available if Tornado F-3S had been exhausted. The Combat Hawk 100 and Hawk 200 variants, developed for export from 1984, addressed the T-1's limitations with HOTAS controls, weapons management systems, and optional radar for the 200. Malaysia, Oman, UAE, and India operated Hawk combat variants as genuine frontline aircraft rather than augmented trainers. The Hawk 200 single-seat variant demonstrated that the basic airframe could support sophisticated avionics and weapons at competitive cost, the value proposition that made it commercially successful in markets where American or European frontline fighters were unaffordable. The T-1A's wartime point defense role was formally withdrawn in 2015 when the Typhoon fleet reached sufficient numbers to provide credible coverage without requiring trainer aircraft in combat roles. The Hawk T-2, replacing the T-1 in lead-in fighter training from 2009, carries modern cockpit systems aligned with Typhoon and F-35B procedures. The aircraft that was designed in 1971 as a trainer is still training the pilots who fly Britain's most advanced combat aircraft in 2024. The Lockheed Martin F-35B, entering operational service with 617 Squadron RAF and 809 Naval Air Squadron RN from 2019, with 138 aircraft planned at a committed cost of £9.1 billion, is the first operational stealth aircraft in British service, the first British carrier-based jet since the Harrier's 2010 retirement, and the aircraft whose procurement definitively answered the question of whether Britain would maintain an indigenous fighter design capability. It would not. The F-35B is American in design, American in software, and American in the maintenance decisions that determine what weapons it can carry and when it can fly. BAE Systems manufactures approximately 15% of every F-35 built globally, the aft fuselage sections, under a work-share agreement that provides industrial employment and revenue while granting no design authority over the aircraft's fundamental parameters. Britain is the largest industrial partner in the F-35 program, with the least sovereign control over the aircraft it produces parts for. The 15% work share generates approximately £1.4 billion annually. The £9.1 billion committed to purchasing the aircraft funds the American program that BAE Systems works on. The F-35B's short takeoff and vertical landing capability, the specific characteristic that required the Royal Navy's Queen Elizabeth carriers to be built with ski jump ramps rather than catapults, means that Britain has permanently committed to a carrier configuration optimized for STOVL operations. The decision made the carriers cheaper to build and more limited in the aircraft types they can operate. If the F-35B program fails, there is no alternative carrier-capable British aircraft. The Harrier's cancellation and the F-35B's adoption are the same strategic decision made twice, 44 years apart. The Global Combat Air Programme, announced by the UK, Japan and Italy in December 2022, as the consolidation of the British Tempest and Japanese FX programs, with £2 billion committed to development through 2025 and initial operational capability targeted for 2035, is Britain's attempt to remain in the first tier of combat aircraft design after a 60-year period in which the tendency has been consistently toward licensed American designs rather than indigenous development. The GCAP represents a £60 to £100 billion investment commitment across 3 nations over 2 decades. The scale of expenditure that designing a sixth-generation combat aircraft requires. The program's technology ambitions include an adaptive cycle engine that changes its bypass ratio during flight to optimize for subsonic cruise or supersonic dash, a propulsion concept that Rolls-Royce is developing under the Orpheus program, alongside embedded sensors distributed across the airframe, AI-assisted pilot decision support, and the ability to direct loyal wingman drone aircraft. Whether these technologies will be operationally mature by 2035 is the question that every major combat aircraft program asks at this stage of development, and that only subsequent years answer. The relevant historical context is that every British ambitious fighter program has either been cancelled, the P-1154, the Anglo-French variable geometry aircraft, or delivered a decade late and over cost. GCAP's three-nation structure provides cost-sharing and political resilience against unilateral cancellation, at the cost of design compromises and the industrial politics that collaborative programs inevitably generate. Whether this is the program that reverses the long decline in British fighter design independence or the next program to demonstrate its limits is a question that 2035 will begin to answer. The Martin MB-2 established the foundational template for American strategic bombing at a moment when the doctrine was entirely theoretical. Designed by Glenn L. Martin Company and entering service with the Army Air Service in 1921, the MB-2 was a biplane bomber that carried no combat record from World War I, but immediately acquired one through Billy Mitchell's controversial demonstration. On July 21, 1921, MB-2s and other Army aircraft sank the captured German battleship Ostfriesland off the Virginia Capes, dropping 2,000-pound bombs that tore open the ship's hull and sent her to the bottom in 21 minutes. The sinking proved Mitchell's argument that aircraft could sink battleships, a finding the Navy disputed on procedural grounds, noting the ship was stationary and undefended. The dispute shaped American military aviation politics for 2 decades and contributed directly to Mitchell's court-martial in 1925. The MB-2 itself was a limited instrument, 99 miles per hour maximum speed, 558-mile range, and a payload of 2,000 pounds were barely adequate for the demonstration mission and militarily marginal for any sustained campaign against defended targets. Manufactured by Curtiss under license as the NBS-1 designation, 130 were built. The MB-2 remained the primary USAAC heavy bomber through 1928, establishing crew procedures, maintenance protocols, and bombing techniques that carried forward to every subsequent generation. Its importance was institutional. The aircraft itself was obsolete the day it entered service. The Keystone Aircraft Corporation's Bomber series represented a decade of incremental biplane development without a fundamental technological advance. The LB-5, LB-7, B-3A, B-4A, B-5A, and B-6A variants spanned production from 1927 through 1932, with each successive version offering modest improvements in speed and payload within the same basic biplane configuration. The B-6A, the definitive variant, achieved 121 miles per hour and could carry 2,500 pounds of bombs, marginal numbers for an aircraft intended to destroy strategic infrastructure. Keystone bombers constituted the majority of USAAC bombing strength through the early 1930s, equipping the 2nd Bombardment Group at Langley Field and the 11th Bombardment Squadron at March Field. Their crews developed the fundamental techniques of formation bombing, navigation, and crew coordination that would be applied to far more capable aircraft a decade later. The Keystone series is significant less for what it accomplished than for what it defined as inadequate. Air Corps tactical school instructors at Maxwell Field, Alabama, including Major Harold George and Captain Donald Wilson, developed precision bombing doctrine against the Keystone's visible limitations. The doctrine outpaced the aircraft by years. When the B-17 arrived, the doctrine was ready. The Keystones had been the equipment the doctrine was waiting to replace. The Boeing Y-1B9 was the first all-metal, low-wing monoplane bomber in American service, a machine that made every biplane bomber in the world obsolete overnight and set the design lineage that led directly to the B-17. When the prototype flew in April 1931, its 186 miles per hour maximum speed exceeded the top speed of the Army Air Corps' frontline pursuit fighters. A bomber faster than fighters was not a theoretical advantage, it was a doctrinal event. Bomber advocates used the Y-1B9's performance data to argue that high-speed, high-altitude bombing made fighter interception impractical. The argument was premature, but not dishonest. At the speeds and altitudes the Y-1B9 could achieve in 1931, contemporary fighters struggled to intercept it. The logic held for approximately 5 years before fighter development, supercharger technology, and radar-directed interception made speed alone an insufficient defense. The Y-1B9 institutionalized an assumption that the B-17 inherited, and the Schweinfurt raids ultimately disproved. Only 7 aircraft were built, 5 service test Y-1B9As and 2 B-9s for the second bombardment group. The Martin B-10 proved faster and cheaper and won the production contract. Boeing applied the Y-1B9's structural lessons to the Model 299, which became the XB-17. 7 aircraft changed American bomber design forever. Not one saw combat. The Martin B-10 won the 1932 Army bomber competition against Boeing's Y-1B9 by posting 213 miles per hour, faster than any pursuit aircraft in the Air Corps inventory at the time, in a design that incorporated an enclosed cockpit, retractable undercarriage, internal bomb bay, and rotating nose turret in a single integrated package that no contemporary bomber matched. The Collier Trophy Committee awarded Glenn Martin the 1932 prize specifically for the B-10, recognizing its comprehensive advance over all existing designs. The Air Corps ordered 151 aircraft, equipping the 2nd, 9th, and 28th bombardment groups. B-10s flew a celebrated goodwill flight from Washington, D.C. to Alaska and back in July 1934, under Lieutenant Colonel Henry Hap Arnold, 7,360 miles completed without major incident, demonstrating operational range that no prior bomber had achieved in peacetime service. The B-10 was rendered obsolete by its own success. It proved that fast, all-metal monoplanes were the future of bombing, which accelerated development of the B-17 that superseded it. Export versions served with the Netherlands East Indies Air Force in 1942, flying combat sorties against Japanese forces, the only B-10 combat record. All were lost within weeks. The aircraft that transformed bomber design had its one combat experience fighting a war it couldn't survive. The Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress entered combat doctrine before it entered combat. When the prototype XB-299 crashed on takeoff at Wright Field on October 30th, 1935, traced to control locks left engaged, Boeing lost the initial production contract. The Air Corps ordered the Douglas B-18 Bolo instead. The B-17 survived only through a supplemental order for 13 service test aircraft and the advocacy of Air Corps General Frank Andrews, who understood that the B-18 was inadequate for strategic missions before the B-17's first combat sortie. The definitive B-17G carried 13.50 caliber machine guns. A chin turret added after early missions proved the nose was the most lethal German attack axis, and a bomb load up to 17,600 pounds over short ranges. The Schweinfurt-Regensburg raid on August 17, 1943 dispatched 376 B-17S, 60 were shot down. The second Schweinfurt mission on October 14, 1943 lost 77 of 291. Unescorted daylight precision bombing was not viable. The P-51 Mustang provided the solution in early 1944. 12,731 B-17S were built across 8 major variants. They dropped 640,036 tons of bombs on European targets, 46% of the 8th Air Force's total bomb tonnage. The aircraft that defined American strategic bombing theory absorbed losses that no doctrine had projected and delivered results that no analysis had promised. It was simultaneously the validation and the refutation of precision bombing. The consolidated B-24 Liberator was produced in larger numbers than any American combat aircraft in history. 18,482 hulls, built across 13 major variants by 5 manufacturing plants between 1940 and 1945. Ford's Willow Run plant alone was delivering 1 B-24 per hour at peak production in 1944. The numbers obscured a fundamental operational tension. The B-24 was longer ranged than the B-17 but structurally less robust, flew at lower operational altitudes, and was more vulnerable to battle damage through its Davis wing fuel tanks. B-24s equipped the 8th, 9th, 12th, 15th and 20th Air Forces, operating in every theatre from the Aleutians to North Africa to the South Pacific. The Ploiești mission of August 1st, 1943, Operation Tidal Wave, dispatched 177 B-24s at low altitude against Romanian refineries. 53 aircraft were lost. 5 crew members received the Medal of Honor, the most for any single operation in U.S. military history. Pacific B-24s flew missions from bases in India, China, and later the Marianas, conducting strategic bombing of Japanese oil infrastructure. The B-24's superior range over the B-17 made it the primary Pacific strategic bomber until the B-29 arrived. It was better suited to its theatre than its European counterpart. The numbers built ensured it would serve everywhere, regardless of suitability. The North American B-25. Mitchell acquired its defining moment on April 18, 1942, when 16 aircraft launched from USS Hornet under Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle and struck Tokyo, Yokohama, Nagoya, and Kobe, the first air attack on the Japanese home islands. The Doolittle raid killed approximately 50 civilians, damaged minimal strategic infrastructure, and accomplished nothing measurable in industrial terms. Its psychological and political consequences were immense. The B-25G and H models replaced the glazed nose with a 75mm M4 cannon, the heaviest gun ever mounted in a US production aircraft for anti-shipping and ground attack missions in the Pacific. A single 75mm hit could sink a destroyer escort. B-25Gs and Hs flew anti-shipping sweeps throughout the Southwest Pacific, attacking Japanese coastal vessels and supply convoys. 9,816 B-25s were built across 12 variants, serving with 40 Allied nations under Lend-Lease. The aircraft that bombed Tokyo in a carrier-launched mission no engineer had previously validated, that mounted an artillery cannon for naval surface warfare, that flew tactical close support missions the same week it flew medium-level precision bombing. The B-25 was the most operationally versatile American aircraft of the war. The Martin B-26 Marauder killed its crews in training before it killed the enemy in combat, accumulating a reputation so lethal during the 1942 training period at MacDill Field, Tampa, that aircrew nicknamed it the Widowmaker and the Flying Prostitute. The high wing loading that produced speed also produced landing speeds of 137 miles per hour at normal loaded weight. Between February and June 1942, the accident rate at MacDill reached 1 crash per week. A congressional investigation in 1942 considered cancelling the B-26 program entirely. General James Doolittle flew it personally and publicly declared it safe, if flown by properly trained pilots following the correct procedures. Wingspan was increased by 6 feet on the B-26B, reducing landing speed by 6 miles per hour. The accident rate fell. The combat record that followed was exceptional. In the European theatre, the B-26 finished the war with the lowest loss rate of any USAA sea bomber, 0.5% per mission. 5,288 B-26 flew 129,943 combat sorties in the European theatre, dropping 169,382 tons of bombs, with operational accuracy superior to any other medium bomber. The aircraft that nearly died in congressional review ended the war as the most precisely effective medium bomber in the inventory. Its reputation was a training problem. Its performance was not. The Douglas A-20 Havoc entered combat with the Royal Air Force before the United States entered the war, a timing that reflected the aircraft's primary role as a low-altitude tactical bomber designed for the French and British Army requirements of 1939 rather than American strategic bombing doctrine. When France fell in June 1940, DB-7 contracts were redirected to Britain, where RAF crews flew them in the intruder and light bomber role. The A-20G, the most produced variant at 2,850 aircraft, replaced the glazed nose with a solid nose mounting 6 forward-firing .50 caliber machine guns. V-Corps 9th Air Force A-20Gs supported the Normandy breakout in July 1944, flying 3,500-foot altitude attack missions against German troop concentrations ahead of General George Patton's advancing columns. 7,478 A-20s were built across 14 variants, with 3,125 transferred to the Soviet Union under Lend-Lease, where they constituted approximately 1/3 of Soviet light bomber strength throughout 1943 and 1944. The Soviet Air Forces flew more at 20 sorties than the USAAF. An aircraft designed to French specifications became essential to Soviet tactical aviation. The war consumed everything and deployed it everywhere. The Boeing B-29. Superfortress was the most complex and expensive weapon system in American history at the time of its development, a $3 billion program that produced an aircraft operating at the absolute frontier of 1940s technology. The R-335 Zero Right Cyclone engines ran so hot that engine fires were a persistent hazard. The B-29 killed more American airmen in training accidents and mechanical failures during 1943 and 1944 than the Japanese did in combat during the same period. General Curtis LeMay's decision on March 9th and 10th, 1945, to strip the B-29s of defensive guns, load them with incendiaries, and attack Tokyo at low altitude at night changed the character of the strategic bombing campaign. 279 B-29s burned 15.8 square miles of Tokyo in one night, killing an estimated 80,000 to 100,000 civilians, more than either atomic bomb in a single mission. The Mission 40 firebombing campaign that followed destroyed 67 Japanese cities. On August 6, 1945, B-29 Enola Gay dropped Little Boy on Hiroshima. On August 9th, Boxcar dropped Fat Man on Nagasaki. 3,970 B-29s were built. 2 of them ended a world war. The rest burned cities with a thoroughness that made the atomic bomb's strategic effect arguable. The firebombing had already destroyed the industrial capacity the atomic bombs were credited with targeting. The Douglas A-26 Invader served in 3 separate wars across 28 years, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, and was redesignated the B-26 in 1948, when the Air Force eliminated the attack designation, creating the confusing situation of 2 unrelated aircraft simultaneously carrying the B-26 designation in active inventories. It was the fastest light bomber in American service when it entered combat in Europe in September 1944, capable of 355 miles per hour with a full load. Faster than many contemporary fighters at low altitude. The A-26B attack variant mounted 8.50 caliber machine guns in the nose plus 8 more in 4 underwing packages, giving it a strafing capability that no other light bomber matched. Korea extended the Invader's operational life through a sustained night interdiction campaign against North Korean supply lines from 1950 to 1953. Vietnam required the aircraft again. Air Force B-26Ks flew combat sorties from Thailand and Vietnam through 1969. A wing failure in 1964 that downed 2 aircraft grounded the fleet temporarily. Rebuilt aircraft flew until the airframe finally ran out of the structural margin that combat had been consuming for 25 years. The Convair B-36 Peacemaker embodied a strategic requirement so extreme that no existing technology could fully satisfy it. An intercontinental bomber capable of reaching the Soviet Union from bases in the continental United States without aerial refueling. The B-36's 10,000-mile unrefueled range achieved through 6 reciprocating engines supplemented by 4 jet pods added to the B-36D variant in 1951 made it the only aircraft that could threaten every industrial target in the USSR from Carswell AFB in Texas. The 10-engine configuration produced chronic engine reliability problems throughout the B-36's service life. A 30-hour mission to a Soviet target and back was not a failure scenario. It was the expected profile. Crews flew in pressurized crew compartments, fore and aft, connected by a pressurized tunnel through the unpressurized bomb bays. Operational missions regularly exceeded 35 hours. The B-36 never dropped a weapon in combat. Its deterrent value was its operational record. SAC kept aircraft on 24-hour alert, maintaining the credible threat that made Soviet first strike calculations uncertain. 384 were built across 10 variants. The aircraft that defined intercontinental deterrence was replaced by the B-52 before it ever needed to do more than exist. Existence was sufficient. It had been designed for exactly that. The Boeing B-47 Stratojet was the aircraft that taught American aeronautics how to build swept-wing jets at strategic scale, a technological breakthrough derived directly from captured German aerodynamic research that Boeing engineers George Scherer and Ben Cohn reviewed at the Völkenrode research facility in May 1945, 3 weeks after Germany's surrender. The 35-degree wing sweep data that Scherer mailed home from Germany was incorporated into the B-47 design before the engineering team returned to Seattle. 2,042 B-47s equipped SAC from 1951 through 1965. At Mach 0.87 and 40,000 feet, the early Soviet MiG-15 and MiG-17 could barely intercept it. When the Soviet MiG-19 and the SA-2 surface-to-air missile entered service, the B-47's altitude and speed margin eroded. The B-47's safety record was troubling. Between 1951 and 1957, 203 major accidents killed 362 aircrewmen. Nuclear weapon accidents involving B-47s during this period included the 1958 Tybee Island incident, in which a Mark 15 hydrogen bomb, jettisoned into the Atlantic Ocean near Savannah, Georgia, was never recovered. It remains on the seafloor. The Boeing B-52 Stratofortress entered service in 1955, with an expected operational life of 25 years. It is still flying. The 76 B-52H aircraft, currently in USAF service, were built between 1961 and 1962. Every aircraft in the active fleet is older than every pilot who flies it. No weapon system in American history has remained in frontline service as long through as many wars, doctrine shifts, and technological revolutions. The B-52 has outlasted every aircraft designed to replace it. 744 B-52s were built across 8 variants from 1952 to 1962. The aircraft that was designed to deliver hydrogen bombs at high altitude in nuclear war has spent most of its operational life dropping conventional bombs at low altitude in conventional conflicts: Vietnam, Desert Storm, Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Arc Light missions in Vietnam beginning in 1965 dispatched B-52s from Guam to strike targets in South Vietnam with 108 750-pound bombs per aircraft, the first conventional combat use of an aircraft designed exclusively for nuclear war. Operation Linebacker, 2 in December 1972, sent 197 B-52s against Hanoi over 11 nights. 15 were shot down by SA-2 missiles. In the Gulf War, B-52s flew 1,624 sorties, dropping 40% of all US bombs. The aircraft designed to end civilization has spent 70 years preventing the wars it was built to fight. The Martin B-57, Canberra was the only foreign-designed aircraft adopted for production by the US Air Force in the jet age, an acknowledgement that the English electric Canberra exceeded every American tactical jet bomber design, submitted in competition in 1950. The Air Force's own B-57A evaluation concluded that the Canberra was superior in speed, sealing, and handling. B-57Bs equipped the 3rd Bombardment Wing at Johnson Air Base, Japan, and deployed to Vietnam in 1964, the first USAF jet bombers employed in Southeast Asia. On November 1st, 1964, Viet Cong sappers attacked Bien Hoa Air Base, destroying 5 B-57s and damaging 8 more on the ground. The attack killed 4 Americans. President Johnson declined to retaliate. The RB-57F variant, rebuilt by General Dynamics with dramatically extended wings, flew reconnaissance missions at altitudes up to 82,000 feet, higher than the U-2. 2 RB-57Fs were transferred to the Pakistani Air Force, which flew them over China for intelligence collection in the late 1960s. The aircraft that was procured as tactical bomber was eventually flying higher than any other operational aircraft in the world. The Convair B-58 Hustler was the first operational supersonic bomber in any air force, an aircraft that could sustain Mach 2.0 at altitude, making it unreachable by any Soviet interceptor available when it entered service in 1960. It also killed 26 of its own crew members in 26 accidents during its 10-year operational life and was retired at age 10, the youngest major USAF bomber type to be withdrawn from service. The B-58's approach speed of 195 miles per hour was among the highest of any contemporary aircraft. A missed approach left very little margin for recovery. The SAC accident rate for B-58s was 4 times the rate for B-52s. The SA-2 missile made the B-58's Mach 2.0 63,400-foot altitude mission profile questionable by the mid-1960s. Low-altitude penetration profiles that countered radar-guided SAMs reduced the B-58 to subsonic speed, and its structural fatigue, life at low altitude, was inadequate for sustained operations. 116 were built. None fired a weapon in anger. The fastest American bomber ever built was too fast to last. The Douglas B-66 destroyer began as a carrier-based Navy aircraft, the A-3D Sky Warrior, adapted for land operation under an Air Force requirement that specified a tactical nuclear delivery aircraft to replace the B-26 Invader in Tactical Air Command. The B-66 B-bombing variant was deployed to Tactical Air Command units in Europe and the Pacific, equipping the 47th Bombardment Wing at Sculthorpe, England. When the nuclear role transitioned to missiles in the F-105, Thunder Chief assumed the tactical nuclear mission. The B-66's bombing role became redundant. The aircraft found its lasting role as an electronic warfare platform. EB-66C and EB-66E variants flew extensive electronic countermeasures missions in Vietnam from 1965 through 1974, jamming North Vietnamese radar networks ahead of F-105 strike packages. The EB-66 suppressed the radar-guided SA-2 acquisition systems that were destroying American aircraft over North Vietnam. The tactical bomber became the electronic warfare aircraft that kept other aircraft alive. The North American XB-70 Valkyrie was designed to be unreachable, a Mach 3.1 77,000-foot strategic bomber that no Soviet interceptor or surface-to-air missile of the late 1950s could touch. The compressive lift phenomenon discovered during design, in which the shock wave generated at Mach 3 beneath the delta wing created additional lift, was a genuine aerodynamic breakthrough exploited by no other aircraft at that scale. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara cancelled the B-70 production program in 1961, citing 3 arguments. ICBMs were cheaper, more reliable, and harder to intercept than any manned bomber. The SA-2 missile would eventually evolve to intercept Mach 3 aircraft, and the program's $10 billion estimated cost was unacceptable. All three arguments were contestable. McNamara cancelled the program regardless. Two prototype XB-70As were built for research. The second was destroyed on June 8, 1966, when an F-104 chase plane flew into its wingtip in a mid-air collision during a photo formation flight for General Electric's publicity department, killing 2 pilots. The most advanced American bomber ever designed died in a promotional photograph. The one surviving aircraft is at the National Museum of the USAF at Dayton. The general dynamics. FB-111A entered SAC service as a compromise. The strategic variant of the F-111 variable sweep tactical fighter that McNamara had mandated as a common airframe for both the Air Force and Navy. A multi-role philosophy that produced an aircraft too heavy for carrier operations and too short-ranged for intercontinental strategic bombing. The FB-111A addressed the range deficiency with a longer span version of the variable sweep wing, additional fuel capacity, and the ability to carry the SR-71 for standoff nuclear delivery. 76 FB-111. Ours equipped the 381st Strategic Aerospace Wing at Plattsburgh, AFB, New York, and the 509th Bomb Wing at Pease, AFB, New Hampshire, targeting Soviet objectives in western Russia and the Kola Peninsula. 18 FB-111. As participated in Operation El Dorado Canyon, the April 14th and 15th, 1986 strike on Libya, flying from RAF Lakenheath and RAF Upper Hayford, making 6,000-mile round trips with 4 aerial refuelings. The mission struck 5 targets in Tripoli and Benghazi. 1 F-111F was lost. The longest-range bombing raid in history to that point used tactical aircraft on a strategic mission because the B-52 was considered too politically provocative for European hosts. The Rockwell B-1B Lancer arrived in USAF service in 1986 as the survivor of a 2 cancellation program. President Nixon cancelled the original B-1A in 1977 after 4 prototypes, citing cost and the cruise missile's emerging capability as a strategic alternative. President Reagan restarted the program as the B-1B in 1981, accepting reduced top speed Mach 1.25 rather than the B-1A's Mach 2.0 in exchange for a dramatically reduced radar cross-section. The B-1B was not a stealth aircraft, but its radar return was approximately 1% of the B-52's at comparable approach angles. The B-1B's nuclear mission was transferred to the B-2 and B-52 under the START treaties, converting the entire fleet to conventional-only operations. The B-1B carries JDAM, JASSM, and JSOW in quantities that no other aircraft matches, 75,000 pounds of mixed weapons, the largest capacity of any current US aircraft. The B-1B entered conventional combat during Operation Desert Fox in December 1998 and flew extensively in Operations Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom. Structural fatigue issues from the high-cycle, low-altitude missions flown in Afghanistan and Iraq have accumulated faster than predicted. The fleet has contracted from 100 to approximately 45 mission-capable aircraft. The USAF is actively drawing down the B-1B fleet as B-21s enter service. The Northrop Grumman B-2 Spirit was designed during the Carter administration under the Advanced Technology Bomber program as the aircraft that would survive the Soviet integrated air defense network that had made the B-52's high-altitude mission profile untenable. At $2.1 billion per aircraft in 1998 dollars, the most expensive aircraft ever procured by any nation, the B-2 represents a calculation that 21 aircraft capable of penetrating any existing air defense system were more strategically valuable than several hundred aircraft that could not. The B-2's flying wing configuration achieves its radar cross-section of approximately 0.1 square meters through the combination of shape and radar-absorbent materials. The surface requires controlled humidity hangars at Whiteman AFB, Missouri. The coating degrades in rain and humidity. B-2S flew the opening strikes of Operation Allied Force against Yugoslavia in March 1999, the first combat use of the aircraft, flying 30-hour round trips from Whiteman AFB directly to Serbian targets and back without crew change. 21 targets were destroyed in the first mission. In 2008, Spirit of Kansas crashed on takeoff from Anderson AFB, Guam, the only B-2 loss, attributed to moisture in 3 flush air data sensors, causing incorrect takeoff rotation data. The Northrop Grumman B-21 Raider flew for the first time on November 10, 2022, from Palmdale, California, the first new American bomber design to fly since the B-2's maiden flight in 1989. Its existence was confirmed publicly in 2015 when the Air Force awarded Northrop Grumman the Long-Range Strike Bomber contract at an undisclosed unit cost, estimated at $550 million in 2010 dollars. The cost reduction, if validated in production, represents either a genuine reduction in technical complexity through mature stealth technology, a reduction in capability, or procurement optimism that production experience will eventually quantify. The B-21 is designed from the outset for the optionally unmanned role. Its flight control architecture accommodates operations without a crew aboard, unlike the B-2, which requires 2 pilots. An unmanned B-21 in a contested airspace over China or a nuclear-armed regional power removes the crew risk calculation. Whether the Air Force will routinely fly it without crew depends on doctrinal decisions not yet made. The USAF plans to procure at least 100 B-21s, replacing both the B-1B and B-2 fleets. The program cost estimate of $203 billion for 100 aircraft has already drawn scrutiny. If the B-21 follows the trajectory of every preceding US bomber program, the number procured will decrease as unit costs increase. The aircraft that is supposed to be more affordable than the B-2 is currently projected to cost roughly the same. The North American B-45 Tornado was the first jet bomber to enter service with the United States Air Force, commissioned in April 1948. The B-45 was a straight-wing design with 4 J-47 turbojets, producing modest performance by later jet standards. Its significance was transitional. It gave the Air Force jet bomber operational experience before the B-47 arrived. The RB-45C reconnaissance variant made the aircraft's most significant operational contributions, flying clandestine reconnaissance missions over the Soviet Union, beginning in 1952 under USAF and RAF crews, 3 years before the U-2 program. These missions, conducted under Operation Jiu-Jitsu and kept classified for decades, penetrated Soviet airspace at night to map strategic targets. B-45. As flew combat missions in Korea from 1950, conducting night intruder operations against North Korean supply lines and becoming the first American jet aircraft to fly combat. The aircraft they replaced, the B-26 Invader, proved more effective in the night intruder role, and the B-45A was largely withdrawn from strike operations. The first jet bomber in US service was less capable than the piston aircraft it was supposed to replace. The reconnaissance RB-45Cs outlasted the bombers by 10 years. The McDonnell Douglas, a 12-Avenger II, was cancelled by Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney on January 7, 1991, making it the largest defense program default in Department of Defense history to that date. The A-12 was designed as a carrier-based stealth attack aircraft to replace the A-6 Intruder, a flying wing configuration somewhat analogous to the B-2 scaled for carrier operations. The program had consumed $5 billion in development funding before cancellation. Not one airframe had been completed, no aircraft flew. The contractors, McDonnell Douglas and General Dynamics in a teaming arrangement, acknowledged that they could not complete the aircraft on schedule or budget. The composite construction of the flying wing structure had proven more difficult than estimated. The aircraft's weight had grown 30% beyond specification, compromising carrier compatibility. The government sued for $1.35 billion in excess payments. Litigation continued for 23 years before a 2014 settlement that recovered approximately $400 million. The A-12's cancellation left the Navy without a stealth carrier strike aircraft for the following 15 years, a gap filled by the non-stealthy F/A 18E/F Super Hornet, and eventually addressed by the F-35C. The program demonstrated that stealth technology and flying wing aerodynamics could not necessarily be transferred to the carrier environment within a given program's budget or schedule assumptions. $5 billion. 0 aircraft. 23 years of litigation. The Sikorsky R-4. Hoverfly performed the first combat rescue by helicopter in history on April the 25th and 26th, 1944, when Lieutenant Carter Harmon flew a modified R-4B into the Burmese jungle near Taro to extract 4 survivors, 1 pilot, and 3 wounded soldiers from a crash site unreachable by conventional aircraft or ground forces, 4 separate one-man trips over 2 days. The aircraft could not carry more than pilot and 1 passenger at 800-foot density altitude in the Burmese heat. Harmon flew each trip twice to confirm the jungle was clear, then extracted each man. The total time on station exceeded 6 hours. The R-4 was the first helicopter produced in quantity for any military in the world, 131 built, delivered to the U.S. Army Air Forces, U.S. Navy, U.S. Coast Guard, and the Royal Air Force and Royal Navy. Igor Sikorsky's VS-300 experimental design, first flown in September 1939, became the R-4 through progressive refinement that retained the single main rotor and tail rotor configuration Sikorsky had proven. All subsequent American helicopters maintained this configuration as the baseline from which alternatives diverged. The R-4's 75 miles per hour top speed and 220-mile range were militarily marginal, and its 180 horsepower engine provided no payload margin for weapons or meaningful cargo. Its contribution was entirely doctrinal. It demonstrated that a helicopter could operate in forward combat areas, extract casualties from positions inaccessible to fixed-wing aircraft, and survive the conditions that had made such rescues previously impossible. 1 aircraft, 131 copies, established the template that 70 subsequent years of development would refine. The Sikorsky R-5 doubled the R-4's capability in every measurable parameter and transformed helicopter casualty evacuation from an experimental curiosity into a recognized military mission. The 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R 985 engine gave the H-5 sufficient power to carry 2 litter patients in external pods while maintaining meaningful performance at altitude, a configuration that permitted forward surgical hospitals to receive battlefield casualties within 30 minutes of wounding rather than the 4 to 12 hours that surface transport required. The Korean War, beginning June 25, 1950, validated the H-5's medevac role with statistical precision. Mobile Army surgical hospital units attached to each corps received H-5s in October 1950. The 2nd Infantry Division's helicopter detachment flew 422 casualties in the first 6 weeks of operation. Mortality rates for soldiers who reached a MASH within the golden hour dropped from 4.5% in World War II to 2.5% in Korea, a 44% reduction attributed directly to helicopter evacuation speed. The Navy's HO-2S1 variant served aboard ship as an anti-submarine search platform and plane guard helicopter, establishing the carrier-based helicopter role that every subsequent naval rotorcraft inherited. 379 H-5s were built across 6 variants. The aircraft that proved medevac worked in Korea flew alongside the H-13 Sioux, a more numerous but less capable design that gained greater popular recognition through television. The H-5's performance data, not its cultural footprint, is what mattered. The Bell H-13 Sioux became the defining image of Korean War helicopter medicine. Its bubble canopy, skid landing gear, and distinctive external litter pods recognizable to anyone who watched the MASH television series. What the television depiction omitted was the aircraft's operational envelope. The 200 horsepower Franklin engine provided barely adequate power for the Korean mountains. The open cockpit was brutally cold at altitude, and the 2 external litters exposed patients to windblast and rotor downwash that no clinical protocol had anticipated. 2,800 H-13S were built across 14 variants from 1947 through 1967, serving with the US Army, US Navy, and 35 foreign militaries. Bell's teetering rotor system, in which a 2-blade rotor teeters on a central trunnion, was simpler, lighter, and cheaper to manufacture than fully articulated systems and transmitted less vibration to the airframe. The teetering rotor became the Bell trademark applied to every subsequent Bell helicopter through the UH-1 and AH-1 families. H-13S evacuated approximately 18,000 casualties in Korea. The aircraft that made medevac operationally routine was under-powered, under-equipped, and operated by pilots who improvised procedures faster than doctrine could codify them. The procedures they improvised became doctrine. 70 years later, the helicopter casualty evacuation chain that those pilots built in Korean mountain valleys is still the model that combat medicine uses worldwide. The Piasecki H-21, workhorse nicknamed the Flying Banana for its curved tandem rotor fuselage, was the first helicopter to demonstrate that rotary wing aircraft could conduct tactical troop assault operations, not merely rescue or observation missions. Frank Piasecki's tandem rotor configuration produced a helicopter with genuinely useful load capacity. 20 troops, or 4,000 pounds of cargo, transported at 131 miles per hour to ranges of 265 miles. H-21s were deployed to Vietnam beginning in December 1961, where they flew the first US-supported helicopter assault operations against Viet Cong positions under Operation Chopper on January 12, 1962, inserting 1,000 South Vietnamese army troops into Cao Mau province by helicopter the largest helicopter assault in history to that point. The aircraft conducting it was already becoming obsolete. The H-21's single-piston engine was its fundamental limitation in the tropical heat of Vietnam. Density altitude reduced payload significantly. At 90-degree Fahrenheit temperatures and 3,000-foot operational elevations, the H-21 struggled to carry half its rated load. It was replaced by the turbine-powered UH-1 Iroquois as rapidly as deliveries permitted. 334 were built. The last were retired in 1967. The aircraft that introduced airmobile assault doctrine was too underpowered to survive the doctrine it created. The Sikorsky H-19. Chickasaw introduced the nose-mounted engine configuration that placed the power plant in the nose with the rotor mast behind it, a layout that cleared the cabin for passengers or cargo and became standard for subsequent utility helicopters. The resulting cabin could accommodate 8 troops or 6 litters, giving the H-19 genuine tactical transport capability within a single-engine airframe. The Marine Corps' HRS-1 variant conducted the first helicopter supply missions of the Korean War, supporting forward units in the Eastern Mountains during 1951 and 1952. In July 1951, Marine HRS-1s airlifted an entire artillery battery, spotter aircraft, field pieces and ammunition to a mountain position in 28 hours that would have required 3 days of road construction and vehicle movement. 1,281 H-19S were built in Army, Navy, Marine, Air Force, and Coast Guard variants. The aircraft served in Vietnam in the early advisory period before turbine helicopters arrived. The H-19's piston engine limited high-altitude, hot weather performance in exactly the conditions Southeast Asia presented. Its significance was establishing utility helicopter doctrine during the Korean War, while the turbine-powered successors were being designed to execute that doctrine properly. The Sikorsky H-34. Choctaw was the most capable piston-powered military helicopter ever built by an American manufacturer, the peak of the design lineage that began with the R-4, and it arrived in service just as turbine engines were rendering the piston rotorcraft lineage obsolete. The 1,525 horsepower Wright R-1820 produced 2.5 times the power of the H-19's engine in a helicopter that weighed only 60% more. Marine HUS-1 Seahorses conducted the US military's first helicopter combat assault in Vietnam on April 15, 1962, lifting South Vietnamese troops into battle under Marine advisors. This operation preceded the Army's H-21 assault by 9 months and established a Marine precedent for helicopter assault doctrine. The Navy's HSS-1 Seabat variant served as the primary carrier-based ASW helicopter from 1955 through the mid-1960s. 2,366 H-34s were built in 14 variants across all 4 US services, plus France, Germany, and 20 other nations. The French Armée de l'Air flew H-34s in Algeria from 1956 to 1962, developing helicopter counterinsurgency tactics that US forces later studied. The aircraft that was the last great piston helicopter was simultaneously teaching techniques for the turbine helicopter war that followed it. The Bell UH-1 Iroquois, universally called the Huey from its original HU-1 designation, is the most produced military helicopter in American history and the aircraft that defined the Vietnam War more completely than any other single piece of equipment. 16,000 were built across variants spanning from 1959 to the present. The final production model, the UH-1Y Venom, was delivered to the Marine Corps in 2019. The UH-1's slap-slap rotor sound became the sonic signature of the Vietnam War, identifiable from 3 miles in conditions that allowed no other warning. At peak Vietnam operations in 1969, the Army operated 4,000 Hueys simultaneously in country, executing 2,300 missions per day. They inserted troops, extracted casualties, resupplied fire bases, evacuated civilians, and died by the dozens. 3,305 were lost in Vietnam to all causes, 1,074 to hostile fire, 2,231 to accidents. No aircraft in American history has experienced a loss rate of comparable scale in a single conflict. The armed UH-1B gunship variant, mounting M60 machine guns and 2.75-inch rocket pods, was improvised in Vietnam before the AH-1 Cobra was developed. It proved that escort helicopters could suppress landing zone defenses, but its passenger capacity was consumed by weapon systems, creating the doctrinal demand for a purpose-designed attack helicopter that the Cobra filled. The Huey defined what helicopters could do. The aircraft that replaced it defined what attack helicopters should be. The Bell AH-1 Cobra was designed in 6 months and rushed into production under Vietnam combat pressure, an extraordinary development timeline that would produce a platform still in service 57 years later. Bell's proposal to the Army in 1965 used the UH-1's rotor system, transmission, and engine in a purpose-designed narrow-body fuselage that presented a 36-inch frontal profile against enemy fire, mounted a nose turret with a 7.62mm minigun and 40mm grenade launcher, and carried external rocket pods and missile rails on stub wings. The AH-1G Huey Cobra entered combat in Vietnam in August 1967. In the first year of operations, Cobra crews fired 14 million rounds of 7.62mm ammunition and 159,000 2.75-inch rockets. The attack helicopter had arrived as a distinct capability separate from armed utility helicopters. The Marine Corps' AH-1Z Viper, the current production variant, shares 84% parts commonality with the UH-1Y Venom it operates alongside. First delivered in 2010, the AH-1Z remains in full production for the Marine Corps and export customers. The design that was built in 6 months to answer a Vietnam emergency has been continuously in production for nearly 6 decades. The Boeing CH-47. Chinook has been in continuous production longer than any other military helicopter in the world, entering service in 1962 and still being manufactured in the CH-47F Block 2 configuration as of 2024. The tandem rotor design produces 50,000 pounds of gross weight capability that no single rotor helicopter of comparable size could match. The Chinook's cargo floor is 21 feet long. A UH-60 Black Hawk fits inside it with room to spare. In Vietnam, CH-47s provided the heavy lift that made the airmobile concept operationally viable. The famous Stump Jumper operation on March 22, 1968 saw CH-47s lift 11 artillery pieces from fire support base to fire support base to support the Battle of Hue. CH-47s also recovered 11,000 aircraft damaged or downed in Vietnam, saving an estimated $3 billion in airframes through sling-load evacuation. The Afghan War validated the Chinook's high-altitude performance beyond all expectations. At 10,000 to 14,000 foot operating altitudes throughout the Hindu Kush, the Chinook was one of very few helicopters that could perform reliably. The current CH-47F Block II delivers 22% more power than the original CH-47A. The Piasecki configuration from 1962 is still the most efficient heavy-lift helicopter ever produced. The Sikorsky CH-54 Tahe, the Sky Crane, was designed around a single operational requirement: lift the heaviest possible load with nothing but the helicopter itself. The skeletal pod and boom fuselage with no conventional cabin eliminated every pound of structure not directly contributing to the rotor system or cruise station. The pilots could be reversed in their seats to face aft and look directly down through a belly window at the load being slung below. No subsequent helicopter design has matched the CH-54's precision sling load control in the heavy lift category. 97 CH-54s recovered 386 aircraft from Vietnam's jungle and mountain terrain during the conflict, the equivalent of $1.5 billion in airframes that would otherwise have been abandoned. The CH-54B's 20,000-pound sling load capacity meant it could lift a CH-47 Chinook with a 5,000-pound payload attached. The Tahe's commercial successor, the Sikorsky S-64 aircrane, remains in production for firefighting and construction applications, the same airframe performing the same precision sling load mission in civilian contexts. The military retired the Tahe after Desert Storm. 97 military CH-54s were built. The design's operational logic outlived the aircraft that implemented it. The Hughes OH-6 Cayusa, called the LOACH by every crew who flew it, won the Army's 1961 Light Observation Helicopter competition by a bid so low that Hughes lost money on every airframe delivered. The $29,600 unit price that won the contract was below cost. Hughes calculated that follow-on contracts for parts, engines and upgrades would generate the margin the initial sale forfeited. The Army received 1,434 aircraft at production loss. In Vietnam, the OH-6 flew the most dangerous mission in Army aviation: Pink Team operations, in which an OH-6 flew at treetop level to draw enemy fire while an AH-1 Cobra orbiting above identified and engaged the source. The OH-6 deliberately made itself a target. OH-6 pilots developed defensive flying techniques, banking hard into confined spaces, using terrain masking, exploiting the aircraft's tight turning radius that no flight manual described because no flight manual had anticipated the mission. The egg-shaped fuselage was designed by engineer Dick Barnett with crash survivability as a primary criterion. The monocoque egg structure distributed impact loads in ways that conventional fuselages did not. OH-6 crews survived crashes that should have been fatal. 1,434 OH-6s served in Vietnam. The crews who flew them into fire trusted the egg to bring them home. It usually did. The Bell OH-58. Kiowa won the Army's 1968 Light Observation Helicopter re-competition after Hughes Aircraft's production problems with the OH-6 created delivery shortfalls that the Vietnam War's operational tempo could not accommodate. Bell's Model 206. Jet Ranger commercial design was modified minimally for military service, resulting in an aircraft that lacked the OH-6's crash, survivability and agility, but could be delivered immediately in the quantities the Army needed. The procurement decision was driven by schedule, not performance. The Kiowa arrived to fill a gap and stayed for 48 years. The OH-58D Kiowa Warrior, developed under the Army Helicopter Improvement Program in the 1980s, transformed the observation platform into an armed scout through the addition of a mast-mounted sight, carrying FLIR and TV cameras atop the rotor head. In Operation Desert Storm, OH-58Ds flew the opening moments of the conflict, launching Hellfire missiles at Iraqi early warning radar sites at H-hour on January 17, 1991. The first shots fired in the war. The Army retired the OH-58D in 2017 without a direct replacement, creating a scout capability gap. The Armed Aerial Scout program was cancelled in 2013. The Future Attack Reconnaissance Aircraft program selected the Bell 360 Invictus in 2022, then cancelled it in March 2024. The gap between 2017 and a projected replacement around 2030 represents over a decade without dedicated armed scouts. The Sikorsky UH-60 Blackhawk replaced the UH-1 Iroquois as the Army's primary utility helicopter and corrected every operational deficiency that Vietnam had exposed. The design requirement, survivable in an air defense environment that included radar-guided missiles and cannon, produced an aircraft with crash-resistant fuel system, ballistic-tolerant structure, and the ability to sustain 23mm cannon hits in critical systems and continue flying. The twin-engine configuration replaced the UH-1's single engine for survivability. A single hit that destroyed one T-700 could knock down the aircraft. On October 3rd and 4th, 1993, two UH-60 Blackhawks, Super 6-1 and Super 6-4, were shot down over Mogadishu by RPG fire during Task Force Rangers' raid on a militia compound. 18 American soldiers died in the subsequent battle to recover the downed crews and aircraft, the costliest U.S. ground combat since Vietnam. The aircraft performed as designed. The mission planning had underestimated the threat. The SH-60 Seahawk and MH-60 Romeo naval variants serve as the U.S. Navy's primary shipboard helicopter for anti-submarine warfare, surface warfare, and search and rescue. 4,000 have been built across all variants. The UH-60M remains in full production, with projected deliveries extending through 2030. The most capable utility helicopter the United States has ever produced has been in continuous production and combat service for 45 years. The Boeing AH-64 Apache was designed for a specific adversary on a specific battlefield, the mass Soviet tank formations that NATO planners projected crossing the Fulda Gap in West Germany, and delivered a weapon system of such lethality that no subsequent threat environment it was actually deployed against matched the enemy it had been optimized to fight. The 30mm M230 chain gun, 16A GM-114 Hellfire missiles, and TADS/PNVS night targeting system gave a two-man crew the ability to detect, identify, and destroy 16 main battle tanks in a single engagement profile at night in any weather. Operation Desert Storm on January 17, 1991, gave the Apache its first combat use. 8. AH-64. As from the 101st Aviation Brigade struck two Iraqi air defense radar sites at H-hour, creating the radar gap through which the first coalition airstrikes flew. The 101st Aviation Brigade's Apache Battalion destroyed 278 Iraqi armored vehicles and 923 other military vehicles in 100 hours of ground combat without losing an aircraft to enemy action. The 64E Guardian current production integrates unmanned aircraft teaming. The pilot can control up to 6 unmanned aircraft simultaneously from the cockpit. 2,400 have been built for 16 nations. The machine, designed to fight Soviet tanks, has spent its service life fighting insurgents, militias, and non-state actors, and has been comprehensively lethal against every one of them. The Sikorsky CH-53C Stallion and its 3-engine descendant, the CH-53E Super Stallion, constitute the U.S. Marine Corps' heavy lift backbone, a lineage spanning 58 years from the 2-engine CH-53A that entered Marine service in 1966 to the CH-53K King Stallion that began fleet deliveries in 2021. The Marine Corps' amphibious assault doctrine requires a helicopter that can lift light armored vehicles, artillery, and engineer equipment from ship to shore faster than surface landing craft. The CH-53E's 36,000-pound external sling load capacity makes it the only Western helicopter capable of lifting a fully loaded M198 howitzer with ammunition and crew. During Operation Enduring Freedom, CH-53Es from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 162 conducted Operation Rhino on November 25, 2001, flying 400 miles from USS Peleliu to seize an airstrip near Kandahar, requiring aerial refueling from KC-130Es. The CH-53K King Stallion, delivered from 2021, carries 3 times the payload of the CH-53E through upgraded GET-408 engines producing 7,500 shaft horsepower each and a fully fly-by-wire flight control system. 200 King Stallions are planned for the Marine Corps through 2030. The design philosophy that Sikorsky established in 1962, maximum payload through maximum power, remains the answer to every question the Marines ask about heavy lift. The Boeing MH-6 Little Bird operates exclusively with the 161st Special Operations Aviation Regiment, the U.S. Army's dedicated Special Operations Aviation Unit known as the Night Stalkers. Based on the OH-6 Cayuse commercial airframe, the Little Bird carries 6 operators on external benches, 3 per side, who ride with weapons ready to engage immediately upon landing or from hover. The aircraft can land in spaces no other military helicopter can access, insert directly into target buildings, and depart before conventional forces could have reached the objective by any other means. The 161st SAW's MH-6 flew the Grenada insertion in 1983, the Panama operations in 1989, and the Mogadishu rescue missions on October 3rd and 4th, 1993, extracting wounded operators under direct fire after the Super 6-1 crash. In the Mogadishu battle, MH-6 pilots flew through the crash sites repeatedly at rooftop level, extracting casualties one at a time while AH-6 gunships suppressed militia fire from ground level. Production numbers and aircraft counts for the 166th SAW fleet remain classified. The MH-6M, the current variant, incorporates FLIR advanced communications and the ability to carry newer weapons packages on the AH-6 armed variant, including miniguns and Hellfire missiles. The aircraft that look like commercial helicopters fly missions that nothing else in the inventory can execute. The Sikorsky MH-53 Parvay-Low was the most sophisticated special operations aircraft in the U.S. Air Force inventory through 3 decades. A combat search and rescue and special operations helicopter that accumulated more classified mission records than any other rotorcraft in American history. The F-23 Low-3, equipped with terrain-following radar, FLIR GPS, integrated inertial navigation and 3 defensive machine guns, could penetrate enemy air defenses at low altitude at night in adverse weather. On April the 24th and 25th, 1980, 8 HH-53s launched from USS Nimitz for Operation Eagle Claw, the Iran hostage rescue. 3 helicopters suffered mechanical failures in flight. The mission was aborted at Desert One staging area in Iran. During the abort, an RH-53D collided with a C-130, killing 8 Americans. The disaster led directly to the creation of U.S. Special Operations Command and the 161st SAW. MH-53 J-Lows flew the opening minutes of Desert Storm on January 17, 1991, leading AH-64 Apaches to the Iraqi radar sites that were the first targets of the war, providing GPS navigation to aircraft that lacked it. Retired in 2008, with the CV-22 Osprey replacing the long-range insertion role, the MH-53 closed a 40-year chapter in Air Force Special Operations aviation with a classified record that its successors have not yet equaled. The Boeing Sikorsky RAH-66 Comanche was cancelled on February 23, 2004, after 21 years of development and $7 billion in expenditure, the largest helicopter program cancellation in U.S. history and the most expensive military aviation program that produced 0 operational aircraft. The RAH-66 was designed to be the stealthiest helicopter ever built, facetted composite airframe, retractable landing gear and weapon bays, rotor blade shaping that reduced radar and acoustic signature. The Army's stated justification for cancellation was the changed threat environment post-September 11, 2001. The Comanche was designed for high-intensity conventional warfare against Soviet-era air defenses. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq required different capabilities. The $14.6 billion savings from cancellation were redirected to UH-60 upgrades, UAV procurement, and Apache modernization. Both main arguments proved prescient. The Army retired the OH-58D in 2017 without a replacement. The Future Attack Reconnaissance Aircraft program restarted the armed scout requirement in 2019, 15 years after the Comanche was cancelled, and was itself cancelled in March 2024. $7 billion spent. 2 prototypes built. The scout gap the Comanche was supposed to fill remains unfilled. The Bell-Boeing V-22 Osprey killed 30 people in 4 crashes between 1991 and 2000 and was grounded twice before achieving initial operational capability in 2007, a development program that consumed $30 billion, 18 years, and a body count that conventional test programs rarely match. The tiltrotor concept that produces its 316 miles per hour cruise speed and 879-mile unrefueled range is also the engineering source of its most dangerous failure mode, vortex ring state, in which a tiltrotor descending in its own downwash at low speed can lose lift catastrophically with insufficient altitude for recovery. The MV-22B entered Marine service in 2007 and flew its first combat deployment to Iraq in September 2007. The operational capability advantage over the CH-46C Knight it replaced was unambiguous. The V-22 was 3 times faster, had 4 times the range, and could operate at altitudes the CH-46 could not reach. In Afghanistan, V-22s routinely conducted missions at 8,000 to 11,000 foot altitudes that would have required multiple CH-46 trips. The CV-22B Air Force variant replaced the MH-53J PAVE Low in the Special Operations Long-Range Infiltration role. Development costs $30 billion. Operational cost per flight hour exceeds $10,000. Whether the capability justifies the cost is debated across every defense review cycle. The aircraft continues in production regardless of the debate. The Sikorsky MH-60R Romeo is the most capable anti-submarine and surface warfare helicopter in service with any navy, the product of a 1990s Common Cockpit program that sought to replace 6 separate naval helicopter variants, with 2 using shared avionics, flight controls, and maintenance procedures to reduce life cycle costs. The MH-60R carries the APS-147 multimode radar AN/A QS-22 airborne low-frequency sonar, acoustic processing systems, and the capability to employ AGM-114 Hellfire Mk5-4 torpedoes and M299 launcher simultaneously. A single MH-60R can execute anti-submarine prosecution, surface vessel surveillance, over-the-horizon targeting for ship-launched missiles, and search and rescue without configuration change. The result is a 2-pilot crew executing missions that previously required 3 separate aircraft types and 6 crew members. The MH-60S Nighthawk supports the Combat Logistics Force, vertically replenishing ships at sea, conducting combat search and rescue, and providing airborne mine countermeasures. Together, the R and S variants replaced the SH-60B, SH-60F, HH-60H, CH-46D, UH-3H, and HH-1N, consolidating 6 variants into 2. 350 have been delivered. Production continues through the late 2020s. The Army's future. Vertical Lift program launched in 2019 to replace the OH-58D Kiowa with a future attack reconnaissance aircraft and the UH-60 Blackhawk with a future long-range assault aircraft. Bell's 360 Invictus won the FARA competition in December 2022. Bell's Vi-280 Valor Tiltrotor won the FLRAA competition in December 2022. Its 280 miles per hour fixed-wing cruise speed and ability to carry 14 troops to 2,100-mile ferry range, presenting capabilities no current helicopter can match. On March 8, 2024, the Army cancelled the FARA program, eliminating the Bell 360 Invictus before it completed development and abandoning the Armed Scout replacement requirement that had driven helicopter procurement for 20 years. The estimated $43 billion life cycle cost had grown from an original estimate of $16 billion. The Army redirected the funding to air defense, long-range precision fires, and drones. The FLRAA program continues. The V-280 Valor, if it enters production in the early 2030s, will replace the UH-60 Blackhawk with a tilt rotor that resolves the fundamental limitation that conventional helicopters have faced since 1944. The compromise between low-speed hovering ability and high-speed cruise efficiency. Whether the Army's budget will sustain the program through production is the question that every future vertical lift milestone answers partially, and none has resolved definitively. Born from the desperate trenches of the Great War, the M1917 was America's very first operational tank. It was a direct, reverse-engineered copy of the revolutionary French Renault FT, featuring its iconic rotating turret and advanced suspension. American factories rushed to produce over 4,000 of these steel beasts, but fate had a cruel twist in store. None reached Europe before the armistice of November 11th, 1918. What was meant to be a battlefield savior became a multi-million-dollar procurement embarrassment. To make matters worse, American engineers replaced the French power plant with a 42-horsepower Buda engine, creating critical spare parts incompatibilities that drove field mechanics to madness. As the nation demobilized, the newly formed tank corps was completely abolished, and these vehicles were relegated to mere infantry support weapons. For a decade, the revolutionary concept of independent armored warfare was institutionally suppressed. When the aging M1917 re-emerged for training exercises in the 1930s, it was painfully obsolete. Yet, after the shock of Pearl Harbor, hundreds were dragged from storage to train a new generation of tankers. Though it never fired a shot in combat, the M1917 taught American industry its first brutal lessons in armored reality. In the interwar years, American armor development was choked by bureaucratic red tape. The National Defense Act of 1920 strictly mandated that all tanks belonged exclusively to the infantry. Desperate to mechanize, the cavalry branch exploited a clever loophole. They built a high-speed tracked Predator and simply refused to call it a tank. Thus, the M1 combat car was born. 89 of these agile machines were built starting in 1937, their true nature hidden behind a creative naming convention. Designed for rapid screening and reconnaissance rather than head-on engagements, the M1 was armed entirely with machine guns, 2 .30 caliber and one heavy .50 caliber Browning. It traded heavy protective plating for blistering speed, propelled by a powerful 215 horsepower Continental engine that achieved a shocking 72 kilometers per hour. Cavalry doctrine argued that if a vehicle could outrun its threats, it didn't need thick armor to survive. While brilliant on paper in 1937, this logic proved catastrophically inadequate by the dawn of World War II. The machine guns were useless against true enemy tanks, but the M1 paved the way for future legendary American armor, forcing the Army to finally abandon its dangerous bureaucratic pretense. As shadows of war lengthened across Europe, the M2 light tank emerged as the literal embodiment of America's deeply flawed interwar doctrine. Developed throughout the 1930s, its definitive M2A4 variant entered production in 1940, with 375 units built. Bristling with a ridiculous array of 5 separate .30 caliber machine guns, the M2 reflected the infantry branch's outdated belief that tanks existed solely to suppress enemy machine gun nests at close range. Its main armament, a 37mm cannon, was adequate for the minor skirmishes of the past decade, but already dangerously obsolete compared to the heavier guns being fielded by the German Blitzkrieg. When the Pacific War erupted in December 1941, the M2A4 was thrown into a desperate baptism of fire in the Philippines. Facing the Imperial Japanese Army, its thin 25mm armor was easily pierced by anti-tank fire, and its scatter-shot machine guns could not stop Japanese medium tanks. While its combat value was marginal, the M2's true legacy was industrial. The factories, tooling, and assembly lines established for this vehicle became the vital foundation for the legendary M3 Stuart and M4 Sherman programs that followed. By 1939, the global armored race was accelerating at a terrifying pace, leaving the American military scrambling to catch up. The answer was the M2 medium tank, but it arrived as an instant anachronism. Only 94 units were built before the Army made a stunning admission. Their brand new medium tank was completely obsolete. Watching German panzers tear through Poland and France shattered American doctrine. The M2 was packed with 7.30 caliber machine guns mounted in sponsons and bow positions, a design that foolishly assumed tank warfare meant slowly advancing alongside marching infantry. European battlefields proved that massed, independent armor was the true future of mechanized combat, making the M2's design a tragic miscalculation. Rather than wasting precious industrial capacity, planners abruptly halted production. However, the M2 medium achieved a monumental victory not on the battlefield, but on the factory floor. Its right radial engine became the standardized powerhouse for subsequent designs, and the massive Detroit Arsenal tank plant, built specifically to manufacture the M2, was rapidly pivoted to churn out the iconic M4 Sherman. The tank that was deliberately cancelled provided the exact industrial engine that won the war. When the United States finally entered the global conflagration, the M3 Stuart became its vanguard. Production exploded, with over 22,000 units built between 1941 and 1944. This lightweight machine served across every single theatre of war, from the sweltering jungles of the Pacific to the sweeping deserts of North Africa. It was here, with the British Eighth Army, that the Stuart earned its legendary nickname, Honey. British crews, exhausted by their own mechanically temperamental vehicles, fell in love with the American tank's flawless reliability and impressive 58 km/h top speed. It started instantly in desert heat and rarely broke down. Yet, the brutal realities of armoured warfare quickly exposed its limitations. Its 37mm main gun was completely outclassed by German panzers, unable to penetrate their frontal plating at combat ranges. Doctrinally, light tanks were supposed to avoid direct duels, but the chaos of the front line rarely allowed for such luxury. Constant iterations like the M3A1 and the welded hull M3A3 steadily improved the design. The Stuart's incredible durability ensured its survival long after World War II, with Taiwan operating their final units until 1999. In the desperate days of 1941, Britain was facing annihilation, and America's industrial complex lacked the capability to forge a turret ring large enough for a powerful 75mm gun. The solution was a radical, desperate stopgap, the M3 medium tank. Known as the Lee in American service and the Grant by the British, over 6,000 of these bizarre, towering vehicles were hastily produced. To field the heavy cannon, designers mounted it directly into a right-side hull sponson, limiting its lateral traverse to just 30 degrees. Despite this awkward geometry, the M3 gave Allied forces their first weapon, capable of destroying German Panzer III and IV tanks at long range. When British crews unleashed the Grant at the Battle of Gazala in 1942, it struck the Axis with shocking force. However, German commanders quickly adapted, exploiting the tank's massive profile and the sponson gun's limitations by flanking the rigid vehicle. The M3 was an admitted interim design born of pure crisis. Yet, the infrastructure built to sustain it changed history. The Chrysler Detroit Arsenal, erected in 90 days for the M3, laid the manufacturing foundation that would soon output the war-winning M4 Sherman. The legendary backbone of the Allied victory, the M4 Sherman with the 75mm gun, remains an icon of military history. Mass-produced in staggering numbers exceeding 36,000 units, this versatile medium tank fought from the deserts of Tunisia to the heart of Berlin. Early in the conflict, its gun was highly effective against standard German armor, but the arrival of the terrifying Panther and Tiger heavy tanks shifted the tactical balance. The Sherman's 75mm shell simply bounced off their thick frontal steel. American commanders accepted this grim asymmetry, relying on cold industrial arithmetic. US factories could churn out Shermans at a volume Germany could never match, substituting sheer quantity for individual quality. The tank saw numerous automotive variations, from the reliable Ford V8-powered M4A3 to the notoriously complex multi-engine M4A4. Early models suffered a deadly vulnerability, earning the grim German nickname Tommy Cooker due to their tendency to burst into catastrophic flames when ammunition was struck. The introduction of wet stowage below the turret floor drastically reduced these fires, but this vital fix arrived 18 months after Normandy, a sobering reminder of the heavy price paid for mass production. As Allied forces prepared to storm the beaches of Normandy, they faced a terrifying reality. Standard American tanks could not pierce the heavy armor of German Tigers and Panthers. The British engineering solution was brilliant and lethal: the Sherman Firefly. By heavily modifying approximately 2,000 American-built M4 hulls, the British successfully squeezed their massive 17-pounder anti-tank gun into the Sherman turret, delivering a shocking 180 millimeters of penetration. The Firefly could kill a legendary Tiger tank frontally from 500 meters out. Shockingly, the US Army deliberately declined to adopt this deadly variant for American crews, citing logistical complications and institutional pride, while promising their own 76mm gun program would arrive soon. It was a tragic miscalculation. The American gun proved vastly inferior when the invasion began. On the battlefield, the Firefly became the weapon the enemy feared most. German panzer crews were ordered to identify its distinctively long barrel and eliminate it before engaging any other targets. During the infamous clash at Villers-Bocage, Ace Michael Whitman prioritized destroying Fireflies first. The ultimate Sherman variant was the one American procurement officers refused to field. The M26 Pershing was designed to be America's ultimate equalizer, a heavy tank capable of going toe-to-toe with Germany's terrifying armored titans. Boasting a massive 90mm main gun and up to 102mm of frontal armor, it was exactly what frontline crews had been begging for since 1943. Yet, the Pershing became a textbook case of catastrophic procurement failure, arriving 20 months too late. A deeply flawed doctrine championed by General Leslie McNair argued that tanks should avoid fighting other tanks, leaving armor hunting duties entirely to lightly armored tank destroyers. This institutional stubbornness delayed the Pershing until crisis forced the Army's hand. Only 20 vehicles reached the European theatre by February 1945. In a legendary duel filmed in the streets of Cologne, a Pershing obliterated a Tiger tank in 90 seconds, proving what could have been achieved had it arrived sooner. Though it missed its true war, the Pershing found redemption on the rugged battlefields of Korea in 1950. Reclassified as a medium tank, its powerful 90mm cannon completely dominated North Korean T-34/85s, establishing total battlefield superiority and securing its place in armored history. At the dawn of the Cold War, the US Army desperately needed to fix the critical flaws of the M26 Pershing, which was dangerously underpowered for its heavy weight. The result was the M46, the very first tank to bear the legendary name Patton. Rather than redesigning the entire vehicle, engineers executed a brilliant mechanical overhaul, swapping the old engine for a massive 810 horsepower Continental Phi 12 air-cooled engine. Combined with a revolutionary Allison cross-drive transmission, the upgrade nearly doubled the tank's available power and allowed drivers to steer using an intuitive wheel rather than exhausting manual levers. When communist forces ignited the Korean War in 1950, the M46 Patton rushed into action. It proved to be an absolute revelation. Engaging Soviet-built T-34/85 tanks, the Patton achieved total tactical dominance. Its heavy frontal plating shrugged off enemy fire, while its upgraded 90mm gun easily tore through North Korean armor at maximum combat ranges. Not a single M46 was confirmed lost to T-34 fire. This highly successful machine established the standardized powertrain configuration that would drive American armor for generations, proving that raw, automotive power was just as vital as firepower. When the Korean War exploded, it triggered a panic within the American military establishment, forcing the urgent, premature birth of the M47 Patton. Built in a staggering frenzy of over 8,500 units between 1952 and 1953, this vehicle was a classic emergency stopgap, created by dropping a newly designed T-42 turret onto an existing M46 hull. This rushed procurement cycle bypassed standard long-term testing, resulting in immediate mechanical headaches in the field. The turret featured a cutting-edge stereoscopic optical rangefinder intended to guarantee devastating first-round accuracy. However, this high-tech system proved far too complex for average crews to maintain, frequently failing under rugged field conditions. The US Army was so frustrated by these persistent limitations that they began replacing the M47 with the superior M48, before many units had even finished their transition training. Yet, while its American career was remarkably short, the M47 found a massive second life abroad. Sold to NATO allies and global partners, this rugged export warrior fought extensively in the hands of Pakistan against India, with Iran against Iraq, and served in Spain well into the 1990s, outliving its original creator's expectations by decades. Breaking entirely from the design constraints of World War II, the M48 Patton was a true clean-sheet masterpiece of the early Cold War era. Over 11,000 of these iconic main battle tanks were manufactured across 5 major variants. Designers ditched the sharp angles of the past for a smooth, revolutionary rounded cast hull that offered vastly superior ballistic protection. The definitive M48A3 variant introduced a powerful Continental diesel engine, finally eliminating the terrifying fire risk that had plagued its gasoline-powered predecessors. The Patton's combat record would be forged in the world's most volatile hotspots. In the 1967 Six-Day War, Israeli crews using the original 90mm gun found it struggled against well-sloped Soviet armor on Egyptian T-54 tanks. The Israelis aggressively upgraded the fleet with the legendary British 105mm L7 cannon, creating the lethal M48A5 variant that absolutely crushed enemy armor during the 1973 Yom Kippur War. Meanwhile, American forces deployed the M48 to the dense jungles of Vietnam. Fighting a brutal counterinsurgency, the pattern spent its years clearing heavy brush, defending fire bases, and providing overwhelming direct firepower to infantry units caught in deadly ambushes. For the critical height of the Cold War, the M60 and its definitive M60A1 variant stood as America's iron wall across Central Europe. Roughly 7,000 of these formidable main battle tanks were produced, designed with a singular, urgent purpose: outgunning the massive waves of Soviet armor. The M60 finally abandoned the aging 90mm cannon, debuting the powerful 105mm M68 gun. This licensed British design delivered spectacular armor-piercing lethality, a fact thoroughly proven by Israeli tankers who used it to decimate Soviet-built T-62s. In 1962, the M60A1 introduced its iconic needle-nosed turret, drastically improving ballistic deflection. However, the vehicle's conventional homogeneous steel hull faced a ticking clock. As the Soviets deployed advanced smoothbore cannons and anti-tank missiles, the M60's unlayered armor became dangerously vulnerable, prompting a desperate scramble for composite alternatives. Yet, this Cold War sentinel had one final, glorious chapter to write. Armed with thermal sights and explosive reactive plating, Marine Corps M60A1s charged into the desert during the 1991 Gulf War. They absolutely shattered Iraqi armor, destroying enemy lines with flawless reliability. Today, heavily upgraded variants continue to serve global militaries well into the 21st century. In a bold but ultimately disastrous attempt to leapfrog Soviet technological advances, the US Army created one of the most notorious failures in armored history: the M60A2, sarcastically dubbed the Starship. Only 526 of these hyper-complex vehicles were produced before being completely withdrawn in embarrassment. The Starship attempted to solve long-range engagement challenges by replacing a traditional cannon with a revolutionary 152mm gun launcher system. This platform was designed to fire both conventional rounds and the high-tech, optically guided MGM-51 Shillila anti-tank missile. In theory, it promised pinpoint lethality at 3,000 meters. In reality, it was an operational nightmare. The missile tracking system forced the tank to remain completely stationary during flight, turning the crew into sitting ducks. Under real-world combat stress, dust, and extreme temperatures, the delicate electronics failed constantly, and the combustible cartridge casings routinely cracked open. The conventional ammunition performed far worse than the standard gun it replaced. Withdrawn after just 9 years of frustrating breakdowns, the Starship's legacy was a multi-million-dollar lesson. Unproven, overly revolutionary tech on a conventional chassis cannot overcome fundamental reliability failures. Following the high-tech disaster of the Starship, the US Army pivoted back to a philosophy of practical, evolutionary refinement. The result was the M60A3, a triumphant modernization that restored absolute credibility to the pattern lineage. Approximately 4,600 vehicles were built or upgraded starting in 1978. Instead of chasing unproven missile concepts, the A3 retained the highly reliable 105mm main gun, but completely overhauled its brains. Engineers packed the turret with a cutting-edge solid-state laser rangefinder, passive thermal night vision, and the advanced M21 digital ballistic computer. Suddenly, American crews possessed devastating first-round hit capability at 2,000 meters, allowing them to accurately fire on the move. This advanced fire control gave them an insurmountable edge over Soviet-built armor, which still lacked equivalent targeting technology. The M60A3 achieved its crowning combat validation during the 1991 Gulf War. Operating in the blinding dust storms of Kuwait, Marine Corps M60A3AS detected and destroyed every single Iraqi tank they engaged at ranges where the enemy was completely blind. They achieved total victory with zero combat losses, proving that superior targeting eyes win modern wars. At the height of the Cold War, America and West Germany united in 1963 to forge the ultimate weapon, the MBT-70. This joint venture was designed to create a revolutionary next-generation main battle tank that would completely outclass the Soviet threat. Packed with science fiction technology, the vehicle featured a hydro-pneumatically adjustable suspension that could lower the entire hull, a radical driver's pod that counter-rotated inside the turret to always face forward, and a massive 152mm gun launcher system. But the ambitious project quickly collapsed under its own weight. The American and German design teams clashed bitterly over fundamental engineering choices, down to the metric versus imperial measurement systems. Every single compromise added catastrophic delays and astronomical expenses, sending projected unit costs skyrocketing from $250,000 to over $1 million per tank. After a staggering $300 million was spent over 8 years without producing a single operational production vehicle, Congress mercifully axed the program in 1971. Yet this historic failure wasn't entirely in vain. It provided the engineering teams with a profound understanding of what didn't work, paving the direct path for the legendary M1 Abrams. When the joint MBT-70 program imploded, the US Army refused to give up on its high-tech dream. In early 1971, engineers scrambled to salvage the wreckage, launching an American-only successor, designated the XM-803. The objective was clear: strip away the most overly complex, exotic German components, while retaining the core next-generation technologies at an affordable price point. Designers eliminated the finicky, counter-rotating driver's station and simplified the adjustable suspension. But they made a fatal error by keeping the deeply troubled 152mm gun launcher system. This weapon, dependent on the fragile Schillerlug missile and unconventional combustible casing ammunition, carried an immense industrial tail that choked the budget. Congressional analysis quickly revealed that despite the mechanical streamlining, the XM-803 still wildly exceeded acceptable unit cost thresholds. Just 6 months after the MBT-70's demise, Congress cancelled the XM-803 entirely. Exhausted by expensive, over-engineered failures that produced zero combat-ready vehicles, lawmakers issued a historic directive: build a clean sheet design prioritizing rugged field reliability over science fiction innovation, utilizing a conventional gun and standard propulsion. This political intervention fundamentally reset American armored philosophy, leading directly to the birth of the legendary M1 Abrams. In 1980, the United States unleashed a terrifying paradigm shift onto the modern battlefield, the M1 Abrams. This revolutionary machine completely threw out traditional armored design rules, placing absolute crew survivability and blistering tactical mobility above all else. At its core screamed a Honeywell gas turbine engine producing a staggering 1,500 horsepower, propelling the 54-ton Titan to a road speed of 72 kilometers per hour, making it the fastest heavy tank on Earth. To protect its crew, the Abrams was wrapped in highly classified, advanced Chobham composite armor, delivering protection equivalent to 400 millimeters of solid steel that no contemporary Soviet gun could reliably penetrate. For logistics reasons, the original model retained the proven 105mm M68A1 rifled gun, relying on advanced ammunition upgrades to counter the newest T-72 threats. While this choice drew heavy criticism from those demanding a larger weapon, it allowed the Army to focus on mastering the tank's revolutionary turbine platform. This roaring engine consumed a shocking 300 litres of fuel per hour, creating an unprecedented logistical tale that planners would have to conquer, but the unmatched battlefield dominance it delivered was worth every single drop. As the Cold War reached a dangerous crescendo in the mid-1980s, American intelligence uncovered a chilling development. New Soviet armor-piercing tungsten rounds could potentially pierce the original M1's frontal defense. The response was swift and heavy. The M1IP, or Improved Performance Abrams, produced in a brief, urgent window between 1984 and 1986, this transitional model served as a vital bridge to the next generation of American armor. Only 894 units were manufactured, retaining the older 105mm gun, but receiving a massive structural upgrade. Engineers significantly thickened the composite armor array inside the turret nose, restoring a comfortable margin of survival against the deadliest T-72 threats. This extra layer added a brutal 2.6 tons of weight, dropping top speed slightly, but offering protection that frontline commanders desperately needed. The entire production run was rushed across the Atlantic to elite armored units stationed in West Germany, guarding the vital Fulda Gap against a potential communist invasion. Serving through the Gulf War before eventually being overhauled into newer standards, the short-lived M1IP proved that in the deadly game of armored warfare, armor plating must always outpace the enemy's shell. In 1985, the definitive evolution of American armored lethality arrived, the M1A1 Abrams. This legendary upgrade finally ditched the old rifled cannon for a devastating German-designed 120mm smoothbore gun, standardizing firepower across NATO. When Saddam Hussein's forces invaded Kuwait, nearly 2,000 M1A1s were deployed into the sands for the 1991 Gulf War. What followed was one of the most lopsided slaughters in military history. In just 100 hours of relentless ground combat, American M1A1s annihilated approximately 1,700 Iraqi tanks without losing a single Abrams to hostile fire. The secret lay in an unstoppable combination of armor and optics. The advanced M1A1 heavy armor variant introduced a dense, highly classified mesh of depleted uranium into its composite array, rendering it utterly impervious to Soviet-built kinetic penetrators. Meanwhile, cutting-edge thermal sights allowed American crews to spot and destroy Iraqi T-72s at a distance of 3,000 meters through thick smoke and blinding desert dust storms, long before the enemy even realized they were being hunted. The M1A1 didn't just win the Gulf War, it completely redefined the rules of modern armored engagement. Entering service in 1992, the M1A2 Abrams dragged armored warfare kicking and screaming into the digital age. Facing severe post-Cold War budget cuts, the military ordered just 77 brand-new vehicles, choosing instead to upgrade over 1,000 existing M1A1 hulls. This masterfully preserved America's manufacturing base while delivering a revolutionary leap in tactical capability. The defining crown jewel of the M1A2 was the commander's independent thermal viewer. For the first time, the tank commander could sweep the battlefield for new threats, while the gunner was actively destroying a completely separate target. This true hunter-killer capability cut target engagement times in half, transforming a single tank into a multi-target combat hub. Furthermore, engineers integrated the Inter-Vehicle Information System, a pioneering digital data link that allowed tanks to instantly share locations and tracking data without cluttering radio networks. Backed by highly precise GPS navigation that eliminated the disorientation that had caused tragic friendly fire incidents during Desert Storm's blinding sandstorms, the M1A2 provided crews with a flawless, shared digital picture of the battlefield, ensuring that American armor would always strike first, strike fast, and strike with total coordination. As the 21st century dawned, the battlefield shifted from open plains to deadly city streets, forcing the Abrams to adapt through the System Enhancement Package versions 1 and 2. The SEPV-1 rolled out in 1999, completely modernizing the tank's internal digital architecture and map displays. In 2007, the SEPV-2 raised the bar even higher, introducing second-generation thermal imaging with breathtaking long-range resolution, vibrant color displays, and upgraded crew cooling systems. These cutting-edge electronic beasts served as America's primary armored fist throughout the grueling conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. Operating in tight, urban environments, the upgraded thermal optics allowed crews to identify individual insurgents and hidden weapons at extreme ranges, meeting strict rules of engagement with total certainty. However, this asymmetric warfare exposed a terrifying vulnerability. The tank's legendary Chobham armor, meticulously engineered to stop high-velocity sabot rounds, could not protect the thin underbelly from massive improvised explosive devices buried in the dirt. To counter this deadly roadside threat, the Army scrambled to bolt heavy steel belly armor kits onto the chassis, pushing the suspension to its absolute structural limits in the scorching Middle Eastern heat. Representing the absolute pinnacle of modern armored engineering, the M1A2 SEPV-3 entered active service in 2019, securing the Abrams dynasty through the year 2050. As modern battlefields became infested with deadly anti-tank guided missiles and lethal kamikaze loitering drones, passive armor plating was no longer enough. The SEPV-3's defining solution is the integration of the revolutionary Israeli-designed Rafael Trophy active protection system. This cutting-edge hard-kill mechanism utilizes advanced radar to detect incoming projectiles in milliseconds, instantly launching a directed fragmentation blast to obliterate threats before they impact the hull. To support this immense electrical demand without running the main, fuel-hungry gas turbine, engineers installed an auxiliary power unit, drastically reducing idle fuel consumption. Combined with a panoramic Kalina commander's sight offering flawless 360-degree situational awareness and an upgraded main gun with extended barrel life, the SEPV-3 is built for total dominance. While the military's next-generation combat vehicle programs have repeatedly stalled in development, this continuously reborn 70-ton Titan remains the ultimate, unchallenged answer to modern warfare, proving that the legendary chassis, first designed in the 1970s, is still the undisputed king of the modern battlefield.